May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Thank you. I appreciate the applause from everyone, especially the contractually obligated employees in the front row. Thank you and welcome back to TechCrunch Disrupt Day 2. We have a pretty amazing program for you today. Remember that all of you in-person attendees can network, attend 5 stages of content, speaker Q&A, and roundtables. And if you miss any of the content from today, you can find it in your app. You'll be able to watch it video on demand later. So if you miss a cool panel. Now, what's coming up today? Here on the Disrupt stage, we have the remaining 2 rounds of the Startup Battlefield Finals. We'll have 5 companies in each round compete, pitch, get grilled by our panel of VCs and expert judges, and then, of course, tomorrow will be the finals. Today, we also have chats with Kevin Hart, who's coming up soon. JP Morgan and Heartbeat Ventures will join him on the stage. Then Serena Williams will be here. RJ Scaringe, the founder and CEO of Rivian, and you can see the Rivian SUV right over here to your right. That is a good-looking car. I hear I get to take that one home. Now that I said it on stage, it's true. Early shout-out to the CEO of OnlyFans, which will be here later. The CEO of the blockchain Solana will also be here later. And later on today, 4-time NBA winner Draymond Green. So we've got a packed day. We're really happy to have you here. Have a great, great day. Thank you.
May I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch Deputy Editor, Jordan Crook.
Wow. What a packed house. You guys must be excited to see me. It's for me, right? I assume. Yeah, I'm excited to see you guys too. We've got an amazing day, as Panzer said. A couple housekeeping notes, just so that you know. We have a transcription service. If you're trying to catch the transcriptions of the panels, then you can go to otter.ai. There's also a QR code on the signage. You can check that out. Also, go to the app if you want to check out all the things that are happening at the show, which there are many, many options. We have the TechCrunch Plus stage, the Discovery stage, breakouts, roundtables, all of it. If you want to participate in the conversation on social, you can use the hashtag Disrupt2022. The best way to do that is go on Twitter, type in Jordan R. Crook, and press the follow button. And that'll get you locked and loaded. Thank you for the muted laughter. I appreciate that. I'll be with you all day. I know you guys are excited about our first panel, so let's get it started. One note, JP Morgan Chase is one of our title sponsors, but we did not pay them to come talk to us on this panel. Just clarifying, I swear. It's not a joke. Everything I say sounds sarcastic, but it's not a joke. So please welcome to the stage from Heartbeat Ventures, Kevin Hart, Robert Roman, and from JP Morgan Chase, Michael Alanjan, and your moderator, Natasha Mascarenas. Let's go!
Hello.
Check, check. Is my mic on? Yeah, check, check. I love these crowds because nobody expects you guys to have energy, but I do. TechCrunch!
Woo!
See that? Look at that. They get
I didn't know we were allowed to have coffee on stage, but I guess we are.
I am. I'm Kevin Hart. TechCrunch! Do it.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We're excited.
Thank you all for being here. You are the highest paid comedian in the world. We're not paying you to be here, though.
No, you're not.
So, like,
Make sure you say it again. I'm not being paid
Yeah, all right.
to be here.
it's clear.
Yeah.
So you have to have something to say. But, I mean, I want to start with your brand. It's so many things. You are obviously a comedian, content creator, kids book author, started a fast food vegan restaurant, investor, I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of things, and a CEO.
Yes.
What's the unifying thread between all these things other than you?
Happiness, right? Happiness in doing what I love and finding new energy and discovering things that I love. You know, the world of business was not something that I grew up in. It's not something that was available for me because of where I've come from. So the discovery of business and, you know, how many levels you can achieve or boundaries or ground that can be broken just in the world of entrepreneurship. I think for me, that's where my exciting ways and mindset has come from and has evolved over the years, right? Like what started off as just being a comedian ended up, becoming a brand to, the conversation of being attached to a mogul. So I love that it can just continue to grow and go. And I have a reason to get up every morning, and I'm excited about what's going to happen on every end of day or midday. So that energy is something that I need, and that's what I'm getting off on the most these days.
When it comes to the kinds of brands you start yourself versus invest in, partner with, repost on your Instagram story, how do you choose the difference in commitment?
Well, I mean, look, I think it's a learning curve, right? You don't know what to do out the gate. There's so much success and failure, right? Because when you're failing and doing things wrong, you're learning at the same time. So what I've learned to do is align myself with things that I like, people that I like.
You like these two?
Exactly. Mindsets that I like. People that are driven, goal-oriented, right? People that want the most out of opportunities and out of life. Also, in the position I'm in, I think the biggest thing is being a part of tomorrow's success, right? Engaging with the world of young entrepreneurs, young creatives. That's where I think I found a lot of success just in motivating myself, finding inspiration from watching how others are inspired to achieve greatness on their levels. So that for me is where I found a nice thread to kind of walk on and balance myself within business these days, especially in the world of investing, right? When people are excited about things and they're 100% committed to things, you find that they're giving their all to those things. And I think that's when you put yourself in a position to get the best business return, right? Because you're investing in people. So I want to know that you as a person are fully committed to the things that you're telling me that you want to do. And if that is the case, our opportunities for success should be great.
Long term is all about what Heartbeat Ventures is. So tell me about how you two met and kind of decided to formalize some of this energy you're talking about.
Yeah, Rob, you want to talk?
Yeah, we talked a lot about, look, what excites me about what Kevin's done over the years is the fact that he's built enterprise and enterprise values. So when we came together and met a few years back, we talked about how we can change the investment world and came together and said, look, let's launch Heartbeat Ventures initially, and how do we take what he's created and invest in things that are organic, authentic, things where we can deploy capital, and not only deploy capital, but look at the enterprise as a whole and see how we can push the needle for these companies. And so that really kind of formulated what we've done today in terms of launching Heartbeat Ventures on an institutional level. But that was kind of the genesis of what we created based on what he had done.
But you gotta, Robert, you gotta take a high level of credit for being patient with me in my world of understanding. And what I love the most about this now relationship is it's grown into what it is today, right? A lot of success that we've had has come from his world of understanding that I need to understand things in the way that I'm processing it correctly, but to where I can later add value based on the understanding that I now have. And he's taught me a lot about the world of investing, right? About the VC space. And also when you talk about my brands and alignment with brands and ways for us to further relationships or get the best or most out of the relationships, it came from the world of knowledge that was on this side.
Yeah.
And, you can't be afraid to take a step back sometimes. It's not about being in control. And I think understanding that is what got us to this space, because he's done a great job of putting together an amazing infrastructure under Heartbeat Ventures that now, puts us in a position to be the major players that we are. So I truly am thankful and grateful for the partnership, for the relationship, the alignment, but more importantly, the knowledge that I was able to obtain through the years of this relationship.
Say more about what you've kind of learned from him, because financial inclusion is a topic of conversation this whole conference today, but it's such a big word that I think a lot of people get away with not really meaning it. So what was kind of the takeaways or the aha moment when?
I'll give you the biggest takeaway for me. I mean, guys, I'm from North Philadelphia. You may or may not know what that is or where that is, but it's the bottom, right? It's the gutter, it's the hood, and where I come from, the conversations attached to finance are not had. They're not few, far, and in between. They don't exist. So when you say, what did I learn? Well, let's go to the ground level. I had to learn why investing was okay. From my understanding, the world of investing, well, it was attached to the space of a con. You're trying to con me, trick me out my money. I don't trust you. I'm not giving nobody my money so they can run off and do what they're going to do.
It still happens.
Yeah,
but
well,
yeah.
That was
does
my
happen.
challenge, by the way.
But that's the biggest challenge. I didn't
that was
trust
my
you
challenge.
for years.
Yeah.
You're going to get me. No, I've seen this. I know what you're doing. You're not about to get me. The biggest thing is the trust in the potential opportunity. The biggest learning curve for me was understanding that the investment has a timeline attached to it. And because I invested today does not mean I get anything tomorrow. You have to be confident in understanding the world of growth and the process that has to happen. And it's not just about doing one. It's about understanding the economy, how the economy works, understanding how to make your money work for you. These are all things that I had to learn on the ground level, but I was confident about learning it. I didn't need or want to be the smartest guy in the room, and I had no feeling about being the dumbest guy in the room. No question was a bad question. And once he saw that and understood that, he saw the real work that needed to be done, and that was building the financial foundation of understanding that I did not have. So that, to me, was the most important thing, because that's the part that's ignored the most, right? You know, when you have people that don't know about this space, well, it just comes from the discomfort of, I don't want to lose what I have based on giving it to someone else for someone to do something that they told me that they then didn't do. Like, I was on that ground level of thinking.
Yeah.
So it took years to change
Lots
what
of
thank God it
patience.
did.
Whole lot of patience, and it's all about kind of meeting them where they are, right?
Sure.
I think in terms of just even what JP Morgan's doing in terms of financial literacy and meeting people where they are, it's as simple as, hey man, you're walking down the aisle of a grocery store picking up the same toothpaste, flip that box. Procter & Gamble, can you buy that stock? What is stock? What is, so it starts kind of
Yeah.
that level of simplicity, I think. I think a lot of times investing is overly complicated in terms of how that's delivered. The reality is it doesn't have to be.
Absolutely.
So Heartbeat Ventures takes on a pretty quiet vibe online compared to how you act online. And I'm curious if that's intentional.
I don't know what that means, but let's just... a little shot
mean-
right there. Go ahead.
At Kevin Hart for real. But so is it intentional to be a little bit more mysterious?
Yeah,
or
it's
it's
by
35 companies
design.
to date, correct?
Yeah. It's definitely by design. I mean, look,
Okay.
I think for Kevin and I, it's really important to really prove out a blueprint.
Okay.
To make sure that before we actually do something in a big way, that we have proven numbers, that we've done what we set out to do, that the mission statement aligns, and that the partners are in place. And I think it took us years to do that. Trial and error, you know.
Absolutely.
But the reality is, I think we've done an amazing job on the Heartbeat Ventures side in terms of what we've done prior to, and now we're ready for the big stage.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, before we get to that, how much have you invested to date from Heartbeat?
So a lot of it has been personal capital.
Okay.
Because
Who's-
it's been, I don't, yeah. I don't necessarily want to get into the numbers in terms of, because it is personal capital, but we've done incredibly well. And
Kevin, do you want to get into the numbers?
Well, I don't know why you're trying to get me knocked in the head here. You're not going to get me robbed on the stage. I don't trust these people either. But what I will tell you is that when he says the patient side of our business, well, it came from me understanding how I wanted to personally navigate with my finances, right? What is overexposing myself? What is the right level of exposure? You know, and how are we building off of it? And I think through the years, yes, we've done extremely well. In us doing extremely well, the knowledge that I gained was the one of, this has to be bigger than me,
Yep.
right? This isn't a Kevin Hart opportunity anymore, right? It's something that is underneath the umbrella of Heartbeat Ventures, but now paying attention, watching how other VCs have navigated in this space, why can't we do the same? Why can't we play the same type of ball? And to play the same type of ball, well, let's make sure that we share a significant amount of wins that act as justification to what I want to do. And that's the infrastructure that I feel like we had to put together.
yeah, and it was an evolution, right? So initially it was simple in a sense of investing, and that became quickly a now we're in the world of venture, right? And I'm fast forwarding. We're in the world of venture. We've got these partners that are, the top VCs in the world that are showing us deal flow, that are showing us their infrastructure, that are sharing their resources with us. And even as who we are, we were able to capture that, leverage that, and then also create some level of halo effect because of the enterprise value that Kevin has created. And when I say that, it's not necessarily Kevin, the comedian, the actor, the star. It's truly the enterprise, and it's truly the infrastructure, right? The team that we have behind us, they all have financial backgrounds. I've been in the financial industry for 23 years, and so this is my background. And adding that infrastructure and that expertise towards investing really has helped us drive companies to kind of a new level. And for us, that we see that as a great kind of competitive advantage in terms of what
Yeah,
we do.
so I mean, Michael, you are helping Heartbeat Ventures grow from being based off of Kevin's personal capital to taking on its first institutional money. So tell us about kind of what brings you on stage and what's happening there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a lot of the things that Kevin and Robert talked about in terms of lack of education, lack of awareness, how do you invest, that applies to companies too. And so I think what attracted us about this relationship is we share a very similar mission statement, which is the best companies, the best founders, the best people should have the best opportunities. And particularly when it comes to early stage ventures, we all know the capital raising process is really important, but it's hard, it's confusing, it's limited to your personal network. It's time consuming, and you need to figure out, as a founder, your time is best spent building and running and growing your company. So when we thought about how could we help play in the venture space, we think about the services with our venture banking effort in terms of banking and payments and venture debt to some of the best startups in the world. We think about our investor footprint, both in terms of numbers and size, whether it's asset managers, hedge funds, private equity, VC, family offices. They all want better access to the people here and to the venture community. And so the question that we had was, how could we find a way to bring these things together into one holistic digital solution to really bring our services and our network to the venture community at scale? And that ultimately is the thesis behind a business that we're launching called Capital Connect, which is our digital private market ecosystem to really help companies and founders get access to capital, standardize and streamline the raising process, get access to the JP Morgan network, but importantly, as Kevin mentioned, get access to our network, our data, our insights, and our content so we can really help companies and funds grow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of trust issues around this, and it's so exciting to see it being productized in this way. I got a sneak peek during one of our prep calls of what the platform actually is. So tell people how this is different than, just saying, hey, I have a few friends on speed dial. You can talk to them sometimes when they're free.
Yeah, certainly. Look, I think JP Morgan is a great brand, right? People like us, they trust us, we have a really stellar reputation. We don't take that for granted. And so one of the things that's really important is we talk a lot about relationships and who you know, right? 30% of venture deals are from people who know each other from some previous life. And so that network is really constrained. So how can we find a way to open people's horizon, help them meet other founders who have been in their shoes, other investors who were there, but how do we make sure that we get you in touch with the right people, with the right connection, with a warm introduction, with people you know, guide, and trust, and that really ignites this whole atmosphere.
Kind of going back to this idea of taking on institutional capital for the first time, it's giving up some control. I'm sure it's not these guys that are the worry, but let's say down the road Heartbeat Ventures has 100 LPs, 200 investors. What do you think about control and kind of expanding it and making sure that you don't lose as much say as you had maybe during iteration one?
Well, I spoke on this a little bit in the beginning, just saying this is a space and world where egos can't exist, right? The only way to improve is to empower. And I think the beauty of aligning yourself with people that have operated in this space at a high level and who have done the business well over the years is trusting the direction in which they feel we can go, or the trajectory that they feel we can have. This is not a Kevin Hart machine that Kevin Hart stands in front of, and if I say it has to happen and there's no other way. This is a table. This is a table where we sit and we talk, we ideate, and we come up with the best possible solution-based ideas that we feel ultimately help the entity that we all stand in become successful. That's something that I've done very well over the years. I've aligned myself with people who have done it right. And also, that's how I've learned. That's why my, the world of information that I've been able to embed into my mental, it's come from being a sponge in some of the biggest and best rooms. I say it again, where I come from, I'm not supposed to be in those rooms. I'm not supposed to be at those tables. But the fact that I am is insane to me. So being at those tables and trying to talk the most would be the most ridiculous thing ever. I listen the most. I take away what I'm supposed to, and in return, those relationships have become some of the most valuable pieces to this puzzle, and I'm beyond grateful for. And when Robert talks about the world of experience and expertise that he has, well, that experience allowed us to come and embed and embody some other people from that portfolio.
Take some JP money.
Yeah, well, listen, we were able to do some really good things, but it's all relationships. It's all, you said it, and I mean, you can't say it enough. It's a relationship business, and it forever will be. And I am true to the world of taking a back step when needed. I do not believe in
I'll
being
validate that. Yeah, I mean, in terms of one thing I love about Kev is, just in terms of what he's done and why he's been so successful as a businessman, is he truly surrounds himself with the best people around him and allows for them to work. He gives them the freedom to do what they do. And I have a high degree of respect for you in terms of what you've done in that. But that's been kind of a key to the success of, I think.
Yeah, people have titles for a reason.
Yep.
I don't believe in ignoring the title, right? You are what you are for a reason. That description attached to your name, the education, the college background, your resume, it's there for a reason. So if I'm aligning myself with you, I want you to be the best version of yourself. And if I have you in a situation where there is a leash attached to what you can do based off of what I'm controlling or not, well, then I'm not allowing you to really flourish. If you win, I win. That's how it should be, right? Our wins have to come from a collective world of success that we all are able to share and celebrate. That's how companies become successful. It's by understanding the world of we and not me. It's a team sport and forever will be. That's how I've always looked at it.
It's this really unique tension in venture where the warm intro and the network are these words we use to kind of say we're going to invest in our friends. And I think when I think about how any celebrity who starts a venture firm, you have so much access to so many people. How do you make sure you're meeting the people who don't have your cell phone number or who don't have your cell phone number or your cell phone number? Like, where are you finding founders? Where do you guys source?
I mean, it goes back once again to the world of relationships, right? I don't know who they all are. But when we're at a table and we're talking, well, there's a world of opportunity that comes from, Kevin, these are the people that you need to meet. Mm-hmm. Now, when you talk about the celebrity, I don't like to use the phrase celebrity because I'm not a celebrity. The celebrity was once a thing.
Okay.
At this point, I'm a business. I'm a brand, right? There's more underneath the title than just the celebrity. So my time has to be spent correctly, and I'm willing to spend it, right? I'm willing to put in the hours. I'm willing to sit at the tables. I'm willing to shake the hands. I'm willing to have the long discussions. I'm not too good for that. I'm not too good for the stages of meet and greet, for the stages of generals. And that's the real work. The real work is understanding the value in that time. And when they come and say, Kevin, we're going to need you for 2 days. And in those 2 days, we're putting you through the wheelhouse of conversations because we believe that these are the conversations that will better suit our needs in the future. All right, guys. Well, my team has spoken, and now I need to do my part. I need to now execute on the directive that I've been given. So I don't know all the people. I'm never going to know all the people. I know some of them. I know some. I'm happy about my some, but I want to know more. And in this space, if I want the right relationships, I have to be willing to do the work to obtain the more. And that's what I do very well. I think that's the separation from the Kevin Hart and the world of the celebrity.
It's clear that it's an ecosystem and empire behind you and with you. And I think a lot about what you're saying about you want it to be beyond you. Mm-hmm. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, Hart's in the name. I like the name. Mm-hmm. I think about, like, you know, people love a lot of the things you do. They don't love some things that you do. Does that ever distract? Is it ever like, hey guys, like, yeah, it's Heartbeat Ventures, but it's not just about Kevin Hart. How do you balance that out?
Well, I mean, listen, we all know that we're in a world of opinion, and you can't let opinion, deter you from what your ultimate goals are, right? Everybody's not going to like everything you do. It's just the way of the world. Some people are, some people aren't. What I want is the same level of success that I've seen others have for so long. And I want it because I know that it's obtainable, right? When I look at names on the top of buildings, when I look at things that have been there for years, well, my mindset is, why can't that be a Heartbeat Ventures? Why can't that have a name attached to an entity that I helped build and create that now has longevity and is evergreen? Why not? Why can that not exist for myself? And if I think that way and I believe that, then I can and will achieve that. So Heartbeat Ventures, you will detach the Kevin Hart equation to it because I'm not standing in front of it doing a move, or I'm not on display. It's a name, and under that name, you'll respect the infrastructure that we've built and the personnel that works underneath it, and more importantly, the success that we've had over the years. That's what I want. I don't want the Kevin Hart star factor attached to it because it's bigger than the Kevin Hart. If it's just about the Kevin Hart, well then I'll go and I'll just do shows. I'll go and I'll do more movies. That's not what this is for me, and that's the difference, right? But there has to be a clear understanding in that, which is why we've positioned the business the way that we have and built it the way that we have over the years.
Right. Yeah, Michael, it's kind of a statement that they're taking on outside capital for the first time. So tell us about your investment in Heartbeat Ventures. Maybe let's start with the number.
Well, so like one of the things.
I'm going to try.
No, I don't trust him either.
It's my job.
Well, let's start, right? So Kevin talks about wanting to be a brand and a businessman. That's one of the things that attracts us the most about Heartbeat Ventures is it is more than just Kevin Hart, right? You look at Robert, you look at Tosh, you look at the team that Kevin has built around them. They're all savvy, sophisticated financial investors with good track records. You strap that to Kevin's operating enterprise, his media empire, the infrastructure that he has, how hands-on he is. There's a lot of weight that Heartbeat Ventures can bring to their portfolio companies to really help them grow.
Yeah.
Now, Kevin also mentioned he's from Philadelphia, and we talk about financial inclusion, we talk about diversity and where people are from. Diversity is not just about diverse companies, right? We all know less than 10% of VC funding goes to diverse companies. The same is true with diverse investors, right? Diverse investors are less than 10% of the investors out there, and they represent less than 1.5% of the AUM. And so one of the things that we've been very focused on is this is a multifaceted problem. So not just helping companies, but diverse investors. So we created an initiative a couple of years ago called Project Spark, which is how can we give diverse funds capital and first-time fund managers to change that equation.
Yeah.
And over the last few years, we've put $90 million into 23 funds that have gone on to raise over $900 million of capital. And so through this project and through meeting with Kevin's team, we're super excited that as of yesterday, we just closed and JP Morgan is now the first investor in Heartbeat Ventures' new fund. And we're very excited for the things that we can do together.
Yep.
Yes.
It's the biggest check you guys have written to date.
What's the question?
It's the biggest check you guys have written to date.
It's the max allocation through the diverse emerging management program.
What's really important?
Good. You're good.
I will talk offline. I want to, if we have a few minutes left, I want to end, we're talking about inclusivity, but I want to kind of talk about exclusivity as well. What are we not touching? Like what sectors, startups, ideas will we not see the Heartbeat Ventures name associated with?
I mean, that's a difficult question, right? You know, to come out the gate and say what you're not going to do, it's ultimately saying what you're not willing to do. It's like it's a weird thing. I don't approach business or opportunity.
But I'm sure
that
you have
way.
opinions on, I guess, sectors that you're not interested in investing in currently.
I mean,
we can hedge it.
I mean, but I can say that that's stuff that I don't know about because I'm not educated properly. So if I were to sit down and come with a different perspective based on the conversation, then maybe the opportunity presents itself for me to be different. So I can't answer that and say, here's what we're not doing. What I can say that I'm excited about, just to touch on what was just said, is like, look, when it comes to the world of bridging the gaps and being a part of change, what are you doing, right? There's a lot of conversation where people are like, this needs to happen, this needs to happen. And those conversations are had on the outside, but ultimately I get to ask myself, what am I doing? well, I now have a action item attached to what I'm doing, right? And if we can be a part of embracing that world of young entrepreneurs and investing in the future, and that future sees a significant return of opportunity based on the initiative of Kevin Hart's company that started out as this thing, but now it's going back, and I'm back to my community, I'm back to my culture, I'm back to the space of young, well, I'm doing my part. I'm trying to close a hole that's so wide that over the years, you know, everybody's now pitching in however they can. And if we all do our part, well, we'll see it. We'll see a major difference in you know, the circumference of that hole. It'll start to close. But you have to take responsibility some way, somehow. And I love that myself and my partners are prioritizing that, right? That, to me, that's the W out the gate. That's the big part out the gate.
Yeah, and I will say that, you know, the reason why we're so excited about this partnership is because of, you know, their initiative on inclusion, and, you know, it aligns with us and aligns with Kevin's mission statement on bridging the gap. So, you know, a portion of what we'll allocate as a fund will go to minority founders, underrepresented founders.
Okay.
On top
Do
of
you
that,
have specific goals around that?
I will, but let me finish. So
Okay.
on top of that, we're looking at companies that also have the initiative and a mission statement towards empowering minorities. So what I mean by that is having their own layers to allow for not only leadership, but equity in minorities. So people that have kind of programs or companies that do, that aligns with what we're doing. Again, it's all about kind of bridging the gap.
Yeah. And I think we're very focused on the same thing, which is bridging the gap wealth. And if you look at the current market environment, right, there's more private companies, they're staying private longer, there's more employees working at private companies, more
Sure.
private companies are issuing stock to attract, retain, and incentivize employees. But if you look at the market environment right now, there's not a lot of exit events happening, M&As or IPOs. So there is a lot of wealth sitting illiquid on paper in people's hands. And so one of the initiatives that we've taken on recently that we're very focused on is we just bought a company called Global Shares. We closed 2 months ago. It provides cap table management services to private companies, but we don't just want to help companies get access to issue equity. We use this as a way to get access to the underlying people, the management teams, the employees, to understand what is that equity, what does it mean, how much it's worth, what are the liquidity options to buy a car,
Sure.
buy a house, tax implications, and match them with a wealth advisor to really help them understand what they have.
Let's end with the best way to reach you guys. What's the best way to reach you right now if you're a startup that wants?
Call Robert. Robert, you mind if I give you a cell out?
Quick
Is that-
cell.
You want to do that real fast?
I'll tweet it.
please.
I'll tweet
Yeah,
it.
guys, you can reach Robert directly at 213.
There's a site up, there's a contact there
Okay.
on heartbeatventures.com.
All right, you heard it here first. Thank you guys so much for your time.
No, thank you.
Kevin, Michael, Robert.
And before we go too, I just want to say, you know, this is big, man. TechCrunch, you know, as a guy that's seen from afar, that's been a fan, you know, it does mean a lot to be on this stage. So thank you to you guys for allowing us the opportunity to come on here and just simply talk about what we're doing and what's going on in the world of. But this is something that I do not take for granted, humbled by it. So thank you to you guys as well.
Come back soon.
Yes.
have your attention, please welcome back TechCrunch Deputy Editor, Jordan Crook.
And the crowd goes wild. No? Thank you, TechCrunch staff. Quick note from the fire marshal. Not cool with all the standing. So if you have a seat near you that is open, please raise your hand. And if you're one of the folks that is standing, please find a seat. That'd be great. I know we're all excited. I'm definitely excited, but let's try to get positions, please. Okay, I'm very, very excited to bring up our next guests. One of the world's greatest athletes of all time, and her business partner, Allison Rappaport, Serena Williams from Serena Ventures, and I'm gonna be moderating it. Let's get them up here, let's go. Come on. Oh. Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. What's up? Okay, let's start with the kind of like elephant in the room, I think. A month ago, Serena, you walked off of the court for what was theoretically the last time at the US Open. And for the first time, there wasn't another tournament kind of on the horizon.
Yeah.
So it feels a little bit like the first 4 weeks of the rest of your life, and I'm just wondering how you've spent it.
Yeah, it's been interesting, you know. It's like, so, you know, as you may know, I started this company, Serena Ventures, a while ago, and a part of me just kind of jumped right into that. Actually, Allison and I, we were in New York at the time. We were just having tons of meetings, and it was really great because it was like, I didn't really even think about the whole retirement. I still haven't really thought about it, but I did wake up the other day, and I went on the court, and I was like, oh, for the first time in my life, I'm not playing for a competition, and it felt really weird. So it is. It was like the first day of the rest of my life, and so far I am enjoying it.
Okay.
But I'm still trying to find that balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You called it weird. I like that it's weird because you are such a competitor, and I want to talk a little bit more about that. You wrote in Vogue that you never wanted to have to choose between tennis and a family or
Right.
tennis and anything else, really, but that something had to give. And I'm just curious your thoughts on, because Serena Ventures is so invested in diversity as well, what does it take to make sure that no woman ever has to kind of choose between one thing or another?
I think, just really putting yourself first and really just understanding. And I think planning is obviously, if you have those opportunities, I think planning is something that is so vital and so important. And that's one thing that we do. We really plan so much. And it's hard because as women, if you do want a family, you can't always put yourself first. And I think women in general, we tend to put ourselves always not first, second, or third. And it's when you have a kid, it's like you don't really even show yourself enough self-care and love. So I know I don't. I'm really bad at it. So, but at the same time, I'm so happy. Like I really want my daughter and my family to be ahead of me. And but yeah, it's interesting how just women think, and I like that we think that way, and I think that's what makes us special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 100 million. More than 100 million.
Yeah, 111.
Yeah, wow.
We like to be number one.
Yeah. I have so much to ask about being number one in VC because it's a totally different game. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think are the most important trends? We have a audience full of founders. Raise your hand if you'd like to raise money from Serena Ventures. Yeah.
Got to raise more money.
There are
this time.
plenty of them out there. What are you looking at, right? And when you think about tech trends that might be interesting for the portfolio?
Yeah. Serena Ventures, we really want to invest in companies that make everyday lives better for the everyday person and solve problems that disproportionately affect women and people of color. They're systematically overlooked within the venture community. It's an opportunity to do good and do well. One doesn't have to come at the expense of the other. And when we're meeting with founders, it's really early stage. We're doing things at pre-seed, seed, and Series A. So what we want to see is a personal connection to that problem. Why are you uniquely qualified to solve it? And we spend a lot of our time in consumer-facing technology because we want to build products for the communities we want to serve. So it's really important for us, whether that's in financial services, health and wellness. We spend a lot of time on gender and racial equity within the healthcare system, mental health and wellness. These are problems that are facing every community, but especially facing women and people of color. There's not enough tools and services there for them. So that's something we're really focused on.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And something that we're hearing a lot in the last several years has been around crypto and DeFi and Web3 and what that means in terms of kind of serving disenfranchised or underserved communities, because kind of decentralizing and letting you own your data can be a game changer. And I'm curious how Serena Ventures is looking at Web3. Serena, is that something that you guys are interested in?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a meeting a long time ago, and we can't have a VC company and not have a foot in Web3 at all, because it is the future, it is something, but we want to make sure we're really thoughtful about the process. How are we investing in this space? I mean, this was actually created to create more opportunity, and it ended up being completely opposite.
A bunch of white guys.
Yeah, it ended up completely separating it even more. And so how we always think of how do we actually have a foot in and to continue to invest in things that make everyday lives people better, but in the Web3 space. And we have a few investments that are Web3. Yeah,
on communities that focus on women. We've done some stuff on the continent in Africa with dealing with on-ramp and off-ramp in the crypto space. So really trying to level the playing field, make an inclusive space for everyone, because that was the whole goal of Web3, and I still think it is in crypto. And so how do we just make sure that we don't lose that in the hype and that had happened, and kind of the original first movers weren't necessarily the masses that we're going to serve, but we're still in the beginning stages. There's a lot of opportunity for us to really make it a unique opportunity for everyone to have a seat at the table, which is what we've always wanted. We never want just one type of person there.
And I think that's clear from the makeup of the portfolio that you guys have right now. How do you think about diversity from the LP side of things? Because the founders win, as GPs, you guys win, but the biggest winner financially is the LP.
It was super important to us and something we spent a lot of time. I think people sometimes assume we had a really easy, really quick fundraise. That wasn't the case because, one, it was a first-time fund, but two, we wanted women and people of color. That was really important to us. About 40% of our LPs are women or people of color.
Wow.
So made a really big effort to include people who looked like us and looked like the people we were serving, and made strategic decisions about how we thought about check size and who we let in, because we wanted to open the door. We wanted to open the table up to everyone. So took us a little longer, but we're really proud of that. We love when we have our LP events that we're seeing people that look like our team, that look like our founders.
And it's unique.
It's
super unique. We don't get to see that often. And so what we do at Serena Ventures is really important for us to make sure we invest in all types of founders. But one conversation that Allison and I had early on was that, listen, we also want to just figure out the problem as a whole. We want our LPs to also be women and people of color. And like Allison said, yeah, it definitely took us a little bit longer, but you don't see these kinds of numbers. And we honestly are super proud of that.
Even our service providers, we had an all women of color legal team do our fund formation. And that took us a while to find, but was awesome to do.
Yeah, it's clear dedication, right? And I mean, Kevin and Natasha were talking just a minute ago, and Natasha was spot on. Inclusion is a word we use so much that we almost have sucked the meaning out of it. It can feel really performative, and it sounds like you guys are top to bottom committed. So kudos, 100%. Serena, you are famously competitive. Everyone talks about how much you hate to lose, and it's very clear from your record of winning. You clearly hate it. Most startups fail, right? And in VC, winning is, 20%. A couple companies get a big win and it returns the fund. That feels like it might be a hard adjustment.
It is, and it's interesting because I look at it and I'm thinking, well, I want everyone to win, and at least everyone that we invest in, and we've gotten really we continue to grow, but every quarter it seems like we get even more diligent with our due diligence, and we just look more and more as to, because we really want to change those numbers. We want all of the companies that we invest in to be successful. We spend countless of hours talking to our founders and helping them and asking them questions, and how can we be helpful to, to make this successful? Because you're right, I'm used to just really having everything have success, and I understand, and that's something I definitely need to continue to understand, that usually when you're investing so early stage as we are with pre-seed and seed, you don't get 100% winners. But I'm just like, well, did I do something wrong? I'm starting to, I'm like, wait, is something happening? And so for me, it's still about, okay, we still want to have as many winners as we can. And then winning looks different. A lot of times, sometimes winning isn't about having a unicorn or having like a $500 million company. Sometimes winning, it looks different, but you know how winning looks for me. So I'm just like, still trying to find that balance of, understanding that you can't pick 100% winners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the timeline. I think that could also be a thing, right? Because when you are training for a tournament, I have to win 7 matches, and you play for 3 hours, 4 hours, hopefully fewer, and win, and you go on to the next one. And in VC, it could be 10 years before you kind of know for sure. Maybe on paper, it looks like a win right now, but anything could happen.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I say that we bring a lot. We bring a lot of experience. Alice and I have actually been working together for 5-6 years now, and we've had lots of success, and we've seen how long it takes for some of our companies to have realizations.
Yeah.
And so, and Allison's been such a champion with helping me understand so much in the tech space for so many years. And it's just, it is a difference. It is a difference. But once you understand that and you get it, it's just like, okay, you just wait. It did take me 17 years to win my first Grand Slam, so I can wait. I'm good at waiting.
17 years since birth, not 17 years playing tennis. 17 years since birth.
Of life.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A little different. A little different.
Ridiculous. Oh, I'm patient. Sure.
I am.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
could've
all
been
feel
16,
that. Yeah, totally. The most
Should've been
patient
16.
winner ever. Should have been 16. Get out of here.
17, yeah, wow.
Allison, what is the kind of strength-weakness dynamic between you and Serena, right? Who picks up the slack and who is kind of covering for the other in terms of just areas of expertise and kind of, that balance?
I would say Serena is the best picker I've ever met.
Really?
She can meet a company, and with it, she reads people better than anyone, and that's probably because you've met more people I know than anyone in the world, but she can meet someone and instantly know, I want to know them more, I want to know their story, or just say, this isn't for us. She's amazing at that first meeting. And so I always love to do those with her. I always learn from her in the way that she's able to ask insightful questions, understand someone's true motivations, really see if they're the type of founder we want to work with for the next 7-10 years.
Right.
Branding, marketing, who's built a better brand than her. Obviously, she understands how to do that, how to be strategic and thoughtful with time and energy. And again, championship mindset. Being a founder is a very long journey. It's very lonely. I imagine it's like what it's like being on the baseline at the US Open. I've never been on the baseline of the US Open, but I can imagine, and having someone who understands that, how to get up when you fail, not that she's failed many times or at all, but understanding that. So those are, I definitely think, her strengths. I'm a little bit more of a nerd, give me the operational stuff, give me the how do we think about our next round of financing, what are the metrics we need to hit, talking to him about the current market environment, and then go to market kind of in the weeds. And so having that nice balance, but the good thing also is we've been working together for 5 years, so I've learned some of the tricks, she's learned some of the tricks, and we're really able to divide and conquer and be the best we can be for our entrepreneurs, which is really nice.
Yeah, and I think Allison's definitely selling herself a little short here. I mean, she is really such a great leader, and she's really, my goodness, sometimes when we're meeting investors and she's just talking, and I'm literally sitting there thinking, wow, I'm so happy that she's on this journey and that she's part of Serena Ventures, because it's just to listen to how brilliant this woman is like exactly the reason why Serena Ventures exists. I really want to be able to have these amazing voices that can really bring so much to this industry. And the way she is committed is almost, I'm the one telling her, Allison, take a day off. Or Allison, why are you? And she's like, I can't come to work today, but yet I see her little Slack light up. And I'm like, I really want to write her, get off of Slack. But she's still there. So the hard work is, you can't replace hard work. Everyone's like, well, every founder's like, what do I do? Nothing replaces hard work and dedication. And that's another thing that she brings in addition to just the sheer brilliance. And so when you have that right hand next to you, it's really great.
Yeah. So you read people is what Allison said that your strength was, which I am trying to not think too hard on because it felt like you were distrustful of me back there. I'm a good person, you could trust me. But I'm curious what qualities you're looking for, like in a founder, because it is just the founder, and an idea at
Well,
that
I think
level.
that experience shows. So I always look at what have you not been successful at, because that shows me that when times get tough, you know what's coming and you know what to expect. And failure is great. I think it's a great opportunity to learn. And I don't even like the word failure. I feel like it should be called, I had an opportunity to learn. That's what it should be called to me, because I feel like that really creates the very next best thing. And so I always look at what are some big learning experience that you've done, and what just experience in general, like where's your experience been? And one thing that I really like to look at is, are you doing this because it's a white space? Are you doing this because it's something that's near and dear to you? I've found that usually when it's near and dear to you and there's a space available for it,
That's the winning combo.
That's the winning combo. But if you're doing it because, you see it's a great opportunity and it's a great, something that can be done here, then no matter how big and open it is, it generally is never as good as someone that really has something to, that is passionate, that they're actually passionate about. So I ask a lot of questions to bring out those answers and try to fill that around.
Yeah, I think that there is, with the exception of some serial entrepreneurs who know how to be an entrepreneur, that personal connection is a really important thing to a lot of VCs. And you kind of feel like if you're trying to be a founder for founder's sake, there's so much that can go wrong. And I'm curious for you if you have kind of an instant litmus test or an instant understanding when a founder is coming to you and it feels like what they want most is for you to tweet or to be in a commercial, right? To use the Serena megaphone. Is that something that you're keenly aware of and feel? Has that happened much?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we deal with pretty much every day.
Yeah.
But we have a way of how we deal with it and how to use our brand, but really we really are putting our SV brand front center, because that's what we're here for. We're here to invest in founders, and we have a really amazing team, and we really want to just continue to do what we want to do. We want to make the lives of everyday people better. And so there are times where there is that opportunity to use Serena Williams brand, but we kind of just keep it as less as possible.
That's not that's not the value add that you're trying to bring forward. That's a bonus for those who get invested in potentially.
Exactly. I mean, I think we wouldn't have started a venture firm and raised a fund if we were just trying to be a Serena Williams Adstagram.
Yeah,
that wasn't the goal of this. The goal was to really take those board seats, help people build companies, and the value that they should really be thinking about at Serena Ventures is that Serena, because she's been a celebrity for so long, has these amazing connections. So if you want to talk to someone at Nike, I think she might know somebody. If you want to get in the door of a big box retailer, they're probably going to take our call because of who we are. But it's those connections, those business opportunities, those potential acquisition opportunities, the advisors we're able to bring to the table to help you get to where you need to be. That is so much more valuable than one tweet or one kind of quote. And so we want to support our founders. We love them. We invest in them because we believe in them. So naturally, we are going to talk about them because we're excited about them. And so that kind of happens naturally. But if someone wants us our money so that they can get 4 posts, like that's not what this is. That's not a partnership. That's not something we're going to want to invest our time and energy and resources in. So we want it to be a mutual discussion about how can we add value and what are the things you're looking for, and making sure that aligns so we are the right fit for the investment.
And that doesn't present as hustle to you, right? Like that's the idea, because I think that sometimes it's like, oh, look how hard I'm hustling. I really want you to tweet about me, and that's not how it reads. I'm just making sure that everyone hears that part.
Yeah, and then we like to keep things very authentic.
Yeah.
And SV has its own brand, and we want to keep things really authentic. We're not going to do something that isn't authentic to us or isn't authentic to things that we don't believe in. So for us, it's really about keeping that as well.
Totally. So one question that I wanted to ask you, Serena, is like how your persona as a tennis player, which is very aggressive, takes risks, wears emotions on her sleeve. How does that translate, if at all, to you as a VC?
Yeah, I'm quite the opposite. I think that's a different Serena, like in general.
Yeah.
That tennis player is very intense, but me, I'm very serene. I remember when I used to ask my mom, why did you name me Serena? Because I'm like I'm the most opposite of that. But as I got older, I mean, it envelops me. I'm very serene and I'm very calm. And even yesterday, I had nightmare travel schedule, and I was just like, it's okay, we'll be fine. I was super chill throughout the whole thing. And I just feel like that's a good way to approach this industry in particular, because there's a lot of ups and downs. And in particular with us, we're doing so much early stage that there's a tremendous amount of ups and downs, and we're dealing with a lot of founders sometimes that really are against the wall and they don't know what to do, and they are, emailing and texting you 100 times a day, and it's like, well, how do you deal with a lot of these situations? So, and I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
a little.
Just a little bit. But, I think I'm the one that brings this very chill kind of, I think actually a lot of us on the team brings this a very calm disposition, and yeah.
You always say leaders lead. That's one of the things Serena always says, and I really internalize that, is you have to lead the way you want the rest of your team to perform. And so she is always very calm. She's always very clear-headed about what are the next steps. Let's take a breather here. And having that, one, helps us as a team think that way, because I can get a little chaotic sometimes, and having a partner who's very serene is lovely. But I think the other thing is you're who you are 100% of the time. You're very authentic. So I think who you are on the court is a little bit different than who you are in the boardroom, but it's also, you want to win, you think strategically, you kind of always think about the next step and planning, and those are things that you did on the court that transfer perfectly to being a leader in the venture space.
Well, there we have it. Beyond Alexis, who are you getting mentorship from? I mean, I assume, right? Alexis has been a founder and a VC for a long time.
No, we don't
You're
talk about business at
no
all.
way.
No, not at, like, Allison, no, not at all.
Separation.
I will ask him one question. I'll be like, tell me about this founder. Do you know like this? Tell me about him. And he'll give me like a whole plethora of information.
You're like,
and
that
I'm
was
like,
not
okay,
what I
thank you, all done. Back to family life.
Wow. I would have thought that the dinner table conversation would have been very startup-y focused, but it's not.
We're very competitive.
That's what I was going to ask. Are you
Alexis is
competitive?
So competitive, and I'm internally so competitive. Like, you can't read my face, but inside I'm just screaming and dying. And and saying, "Oh,
Not
I
dramatic
got this,"
at all.
and we don't want that. We definitely keep it very separate.
So you've never done a deal together?
We have,
in
but
the
it's
past, but not this fund, not this.
it's Alexis is very smart. We like them, so we like to work with smart investors.
Of course.
But we don't target the same things, and we stay in our own lanes. So there are times where it crosses over, and that's great because we love to partner with smart investors. But
It would be nice though, actually, because he does a lot. So
yeah,
it
we
just
have
hasn't
we have
happened,
two deals with them.
in this
Yeah,
one. Oh.
two. So
Feels like you're planning on doing more then. It feels like you just brainstorm
I didn't
that
say
right
that.
now?
We're just taking it a day at a time.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah,
Just
okay.
One step at a time here, you know.
Is Alexis as competitive with you as you are with it? You're both just like, we're
No,
going to
he's
win?
so competitive, so we don't bring that into
Yeah,
our
you
household.
just leave
so
it.
we just keep it very separate, and I like that. I think that's we want to put our relationship before anything else, and so yeah.
That's probably smart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's probably for the best.
I approve. So can we have a couple minutes left. I have a few rapid fire questions for you, Serena.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, Reddit or Instagram?
I mean, obviously Instagram.
Yeah, she's like, screw Alexis.
Got a little loaded there.
Okay, tutu or catsuit?
Oh, I was just gonna say tutu, and then I said catsuit. A longer short.
A longer short. So we're just ignoring
I'm
my
saying longer
options.
short catsuit.
She's had multiple.
Oh, a longer short catsuit.
Yeah, which one? I'm asking.
She's
you.
had multiple.
I'm asking you long.
I'm gonna go with tutu.
Tutu.
Yeah.
If I had said short, would it have been different?
I probably would have went with tutu.
So there was no reason to clarify. You were buying time
Yeah.
in our rapid fire.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I'm not going to let you do that to me again. Your best investment to date?
She's asking you, not me.
No.
Doesn't want to pick favorites, but I'm going to ask
I know.
you
I
to.
do not like picking favorites.
Let the competitor in you fuel you.
I can't pick favorites. I mean, I don't know. I love Masterclass. It's because it was one of my
The earliest ones.
Yeah, and it was one of my earliest, so I'll say that.
Sentimental. I get it. And also like a unicorn, I'm sure.
But that's not fair, though. You can't, no.
Okay, how about this one? The company that you most regret turning down for either of you? Is there one that blew up that you said no to?
in the original portfolio.
Yeah, it is.
Because we have to understand,
Yeah,
before
it's
we built
9
Serena
years.
Ventures, we worked for 4 years to build our track record before we actually decided to go for outside capital and an outside raise. So we worked for a very long time to build our track record, investing my own capital, and just so that made us have a really good due diligence process, because when you're investing your own capital, you have no other option but to get it back. And so so we did a ton of work behind that. And then what was the question?
The company you,
I know the answer.
are you with me? The company you most regret turning down.
Oh, so so I don't even know if I ever told you this, because I don't even tell people.
Oh, I have. I thought I knew. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't
You
think
both
I
have
ever
to
speak
answer.
about it. I actually don't say, and I won't mention the name. But there is a company that I was in France, and I just wasn't set up enough at the time. It was probably year 3 or 4 of me, and I didn't have Allison basically at the time. And there was this amazing company, and I met them, and I really wanted to actually invest. And it wasn't that I passed on them; it was that I just wasn't set up. But you know what I took from that is that I knew it was going to be a good company, and I wanted to invest in it. And it was before people were doing ride shares.
Oh, okay, that's a
it
different one
was-
than I thought.
Yeah, and I really wanted it, but I just didn't have the infrastructure, and I ended up not doing it because I was playing the French Open, and it was just like, oh my gosh, I just didn't have time.
Yeah.
And I probably
But it's
should
like
skip that and just
It's like a trust your gut thing, though, because you were like, oh, I was right.
I was absolutely
need
right,
to
and I
always-
knew I was right. I just literally didn't have enough infrastructure or time at the time to do it.
Yeah.
But so I didn't necessarily pass on it. I just wasn't ready for
And you
it.
still haven't said what the company's called.
I'm not gonna. I don't talk about it. 'cause
Okay,
it's very
fine. I don't want to
heartbreaking.
fight with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tired
I
of
didn't know that
fighting with it.
What about for you?
I thought it was we saw Instacart, but it was a little bit too late for us, and that
yeah,
there
that's
was
another
that
one
was
that
another
hurts,
one that
yeah.
there was still a lot of room for growth there. We kind of could have made the exception there, I think.
Yeah.
But it was, I think, their Series B, and we were like, no, we're early stage, and that would have been a nice one to get into.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we crushed the lightning round, so I have my final question, and then we'll all leave. There's a reason that you use the word evolution and not retirement. I don't like the word retirement either. You never use it. I'm telling you right now.
No, I'm not retired.
No, don't. I'm telling you, I don't want you to ever retire from anything.
Yeah.
But it sounded like you were on the fence a little bit at the U.S. Open, and I know you haven't thought about it much in the last 4 weeks, being so busy. But what are the chances that we get to see you play Again, I'm gonna cry asking.
Well, the chances are very high. You come to my house, I got a court. I got you.
We have 1,000 witnesses to you saying that. I'm definitely cashing in on that.
Yeah, hey, you know. I'm
Don't walk it back.
invite. I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm saying you know where to go.
Okay, well, I'm gonna show up and probably be beat up by like security guards or something. She said I could play!
I said you can watch.
Oh! Wait. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be the last question, but I have to ask you this. I once saw a tweet that was like, how many amateur men think that they could beat Serena Williams in a game of tennis? And it was like 84%.
Wow.
Can you just say something to those dudes, please?
Okay, let me clarify. When you're talking amateur, are you talking about college players or are you talking
Does
like...
it matter?
It does, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it was just random guys on Twitter. Like, it was like a poll where it was like, do you think you could beat Serena?
Yeah.
And the answer, 84 people said yes, 84%. That's crazy.
Well, any day, I'm ready. We should start doing like a big challenge. Come over to my house. I take them down one at a time.
I'm only allowed to watch, but I'll watch. I'll live tweet
And you
it.
can watch,
I can watch.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. Round of applause for Serena and Allison.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
How do you build a company that lasts? One with a solid foundation that gets better with time. Transforming the first dollar in your bank account into something more. Building a product, a team, a culture. Expanding to new countries, currencies, and customers. And accessing the capital you need to grow. How do you do all of that? With powerfully smooth banking that keeps you focused on bringing your vision to life.
You can't scale a big mountain if your institution is small, but a big institution that acts very small to clients can scale large mountain.
We often get asked the question why JP Morgan is focused on the innovation economy today. And my answer to that is that this is not a new business for JP Morgan.
The bankers have not just the ability to advise you on treasury services or cash management or traditional banking subjects, but are able to then relate that to a specific sub-industry.
If you think about that scale and pace, you gotta start small, but you have to get big really quickly.
Literally impossible to outgrow JP Morgan. From again, your very basic banking needs to as you grow over time, we can really scale and grow with a company through every stage of their life cycle.
Every time I meet a founder, I'm energized by their vision. Although they see the product around the corner, I'm actually helping their company itself look around the corner. So I feel like we're partners.
The world is rapidly electrifying. And as a result, millions of things we use in business and life are becoming electrified too. And all these devices need motors. ECM PCB Stator Technology is a US-based startup that sits at the forefront of electric motor innovation. ECM's software platform, PrintStator, enables engineers to rapidly design, model, and prototype optimized printed circuit board stator motors. Electric motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to 80% less raw materials. ECM creates perfect fit PCB stator motors for multiple applications. These include robotics, e-mobility, consumer electronics, and UAVs. This allows you to design an electric motor around your system instead of designing your system around a motor. Join us at PCBstator.com to design your own custom motor with PrintStator.
have your attention, please welcome back TechCrunch Deputy Editor, Jordan Crook.
Feeling myself. That was cool, right? Yeah, I thought it was super duper cool. Okay, we've got another super duper cool one. You might notice this exceptional SUV right here. And we have the founder and CEO of Rivian. We're going to bring him out on stage. Please welcome RJ Scaringe and your moderator, Kirsten Korosek.
We all heard that, right? 1 second. I'm going to get the sound taken care of. 1 second. RJ, you can hold court.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good? We're on? Yay! All right. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming. RJ, thanks for coming.
Yep.
I made a huge mistake yesterday, and I put out on Twitter, what should I ask RJ? And I got something like 75 responses, so we are not going to get to all of those today. But we've got the SUV right here. It's been a long time coming, and now I want to know what's coming next. You've talked a little bit about the R2, the second platform. And what are your priorities for the pipeline of what we should expect?
Yeah, I mean, as you look at this vehicle, this is this is our R1S. We have a sibling product in R1T. And the way we developed is we developed all the core technology, the compute platforms and electronics to the software stacks. And we developed it with the idea that a lot more stuff would come. So what's next is smaller vehicles, different form factors, but also the technology stack that exists even in these vehicles is going to continue to get better and better. So updated drive units, updated electronics, updated features that come from that. And it's interesting because there's so much sort of interest and focus in this, and a lot of the team is now focused on what's next, and we haven't shown that yet. So we're really excited about showing that sometime soon.
So you have about 13,000 employees. So what would you say, like how many people are focused actually on the future product and not so much anymore on the SUV and the pickup truck and the delivery van?
Yeah, so organizationally we're set up with about half the company is involved in some part of product development, and vast majority of those resources, so 6,000-7,000 people are focused on what's next. So that's updated compute, updated drive units, really important updated battery packs. So a lot of that effort has been underway now for a while.
I think I got like 20 questions, either DMs or texts or on Twitter asking about the Max pack. So since you brought up battery packs, is that on the horizon, or are you looking for
a bigger battery, more range for that, as well as for our truck? Yeah, for sure.
You talked about going smaller, and I want to go real small because you did file a trademark for an e-bike, I believe. Mm-hmm. So is that part of the plan?
Well, when you look at transportation over what we think of as like the next 10 to 15 years, core to part of the way we think about our product portfolio is that increasingly we're going to go towards multimodal. So we'll be using vehicles sometimes, public transportation other times. We think increasingly e-bikes, so electric assist bikes. And so for us to be part of that sort of mosaic of different mobility solutions, we have a whole host of products that are, a number of which are pretty far from what you see here. And in the e-bike space, it's something we're super excited about, but we haven't announced anything or said anything there. But I do think it's going to play an increasingly important role for transportation, and both in the movement of goods, so for commercial applications, but also for the movement of people.
I'm glad you brought up the movement of goods part, because Amazon, which is a major stakeholder in Rivian, and also you have a commercial relationship with, I mean, they talked about their sustainability goals in Europe, investing, I think, €1 billion or so. This was last week. And they did talk about using e-bikes for delivery. So while you might not be able to say, we are going to make that, be the supplier for that, where does Rivian fit in on these like multimodal commercial side of things in terms of like, is it an e-bike? Is it a smaller van? What does that look like?
Yeah, so in addition to this product and its sibling, the truck, we have, as you said, a large set of commercial vans, and they're really large. So 700 cubic feet, 900 cubic feet, and 500 cubic feet, so very big. In our product portfolio, we have smaller vans as well, one of which we've announced through a partnership with Mercedes that'll be produced in Europe. But of course, we'll be moving to even smaller form factors, and the way we see it is a lot of our deliveries are going to increasingly move to things that are very small. So bikes or e-assist bikes, performing a lot of urban deliveries. And so as a product portfolio, we've certainly thought a lot about that.
Are you a scooter user? How do you feel about the scooter movement?
I think, it's obviously people are using it heavily. I think there's the challenges around safety and security of the platforms is a real thing. And I think what we're going to see is a lot of changes just in terms of how policy ingests some of these new modalities. We've sort of are living in a world right now where a lot of these new types of mobility that are emerging weren't contemplated in how we designed our streets, our parking, certainly policy. Talking about e-bikes, this is a really key one. There's a loophole where kids can be on a bike that can go 20 miles an hour because it's a bike. And so we're seeing like the regulatory framework, I think, is going to do a lot of catch up over the next couple of years around these spaces.
On the regulatory front, I do want to briefly address a recall that you had earlier this month. Nearly all your vehicles, 13,000. It was a quick fix, right? It was a torque fastener bolt. How was the customer response to that? Did they give you the leeway that we oftentimes see happens with, earlier stage or early adopter type customers?
Yeah, it's a complex product like a vehicle. There's going to be, unfortunately, recalls or they happen. Every manufacturer deals with some version of this, and so for us, this was something where we identified a potential issue. We said we want to get out as early as possible. So the moment we saw a potential issue, we made a decision. It was on a Friday afternoon to make this move, and by Friday evening, repairs were underway, and we worked through a significant majority of the vehicles over the next 10 days. And so for us, one of the really powerful things was having our direct-to-consumer model where instead of having to go through third parties or dealers or different entities, we literally mobilized our whole service network to say, let's go move through these vehicles really quickly. In this case, it was it's like a minute fix. It's just checking the torque on a fastener, but it was really powerful for us to respond so quickly. And I think what we saw from customers, of course, there's frustration around anything like this, but that we were trying to do the best possible job we could. We were authentic about it. We didn't sugarcoat it. We said we're going to go fix this, and so the reaction has been really quite positive.
Did you, based on what you learned, have you changed, was it necessary to change any company policy or just how you will do this again if this happens again?
No, so if you take something like that, there's thousands of parts in the vehicle. And so there's certain types of joints where we call safety critical joints or critical joints. And every one of those has a torque measurement. So when you put the fastener on, we actually record the torque, it goes into a database, and we have traceability. And what had happened on this is the traceability element of this was lost in some of the way that the back end was working. So we had to check that. But we have traceability on hundreds of fasteners in the vehicle, and this was one that we just had an issue with.
Okay.
So it shouldn't happen again.
I do want to talk a little bit about autonomous vehicle technology. And we've seen a number of automakers actually go from just having interest in advanced driver assistance systems to actually saying, no, we're going to sell personal autonomous vehicles. Mm-hmm. At the same time, there's been a report out maybe about a week ago or so kind of quantifying that like $100 billion has been spent on autonomous vehicle technology. And the claim was that, what do we have to show for this? And with Rivion's perspective, I'm wondering, one, how has your view of autonomous vehicle technology changed? Do you see progress, and does Rivian want to be part of that progress?
Yeah, it's appropriate at this event to talk about this. It's, autonomy has been such a focal point from a technology point of view, and I think we've confused the world. You and I have talked about this before. We've confused the world by sort of lumping all different types of autonomy into one category. And what's really, if we're more accurate, there's really two very different topologies to achieve self-driving capabilities within a vehicle. There's very hardware-heavy systems, vehicles where you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in perception and compute in a vehicle to achieve a very high level of autonomy, what's often called level 4, level 5, where you could remove the driver and even the steering wheel from the vehicle. And then there's hardware-constrained systems, like what's on the vehicles we can purchase, like what's on a Rivian, where you're able to spend thousands of dollars on sensors and compute, but you can achieve then like a level 2 or level 3, so the ability to take your hands off the wheel, eyes off the road, and have the vehicle drive. But there are a number of circumstances where, of course, you as the driver of the vehicle still have to participate. And I think what we've seen happen is the hardware-heavy systems it takes a lot of capital, and the roadmap is much longer than most anticipated. And the hardware-constrained systems continue to get better. So the benefit of something like this is it keeps getting better and better every day. And we get to leverage the learnings that occur between our consumer vehicles and our commercial vehicles. And the commercial vehicles, which are driving on many different routes, frankly, all day long. So there's this wonderful learning loop that you get from the deployed fleet. And so while there's less hardware, the role that AI and ML can play in training your cameras, training, therefore, your planning algorithms, is really quite powerful. And so our view as a company is really a more hardware-constrained system that can be applied across a lot of vehicles and millions of miles is a platform that's going to have the better long-term potential. But I think that's the world we're in now, is we're now seeing some of those more hardware-heavy systems find it to be more challenging than they had originally anticipated.
Do you think that automakers are going to be able to deliver personal autonomous vehicles that they sell by middle of decade, which some automakers have said that they will do? Like, is that technologically possible?
But at what level? Level
4?
Level 4? I think we may have, if you geofence, if you sort of create a digital fence around something, you can achieve level 4 today pretty easily. I think it's just a question of how broad the capability is. And that's the part that's been, I think, for most surprisingly difficult, is to expand the operating domain beyond a limited set of either roads or highways or circumstances. So I think we'll have fairly limited level 4 by mid-decade, but certainly in my lifetime, this is going to happen. It's just a question of when, it's not if.
Back to Rivion's approach, we've talked about this before. For people in the audience who don't know, level 3 is this one weird in-between spot where there's this question of it is autonomous in certain very specific driving conditions, but then the driver needs to go back into the loop. Mm-hmm. And some automakers are pursuing that, but others have stayed completely away from it, and they're really kind of going a little bit more constrained than that. Where do you fall? Do you plan on putting level 3 autonomous or automated driving technology in your vehicles?
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting and exciting about putting level 2 or level 3 into a consumer vehicle is it creates immediate value. You get time back. So if you're going from here, on the 280 down to Palo Alto, for example, the idea of having an hour back is really, really interesting and compelling. I think when you move into the level 3 domain, the challenge is just the handoff between the vehicles operating to then say, hey, occupant, retake control. So our view is that that's something that's worth doing, and the hardware set that's going into our vehicles, and then the increasingly capable software that runs on that is driving towards that for sure. Now we do think that like the hardware limitations of what's in our vehicles today will limit them to level 3. But over time, of course, as we add new sensing modalities and as compute levels continue to rise, the ability to expand into level 4 is certainly there.
Right, but are you worried or have you thought about just the handoff issue? I mean, it's a liability question. It's also just, will people be paying attention? And do you even want to mess around with that really as a company? Is it too risky?
I think the UI, so to speak, on the handoff has to be done really well. The other thing to keep in mind is we have an insurance product that we offer with the vehicles, and your rate actually goes down the more you use what we call Driver Plus. It's our level 2 feature today. And the reason for that is it's much better than the best human. It doesn't, the vehicle's not going to check its phone for a text. It's not going to get distracted by something out the window. So the safety aspect of moving into these level 2, level 3 systems that intentionally drive towards more and more time being driven by the vehicle itself is meaningful and real.
I want to shift gears a little bit. Sorry for the pun. I was going over the list of all the locations that you're in, something like at least 10, I think, in terms of offices and factories. You have about 13,000 employees, and you have a reputation of actually touching like every part of the company, and you're one person. That seems very unsustainable.
Yeah, it's a lot of travel. Yes, it's actually now close to 15,000 employees, but big center of gravity here in the Bay Area, another in Southern California, and then we have a production plant in Illinois. So I do sort of like this crazy triangle every week. So this afternoon I'm flying to Illinois to be in our plant. But that's it's sort of rhythmic. With COVID, it was like a little less travel.
That does not sound rhythmic. Like being on a plane constantly does not sound rhythmic. It sounds like how do you avoid burnout? There are a lot of founders here, I think, who want to know that.
I mean, I think being excited about what you're doing helps avoid burnout. I was in our design studio in Southern California earlier this week and looking at future products. It's like so exciting. And then with our software teams doing a whole host of software demos yesterday, and then in the plant tonight, which it's exciting to see all these different parts of the business. So I think if you're passionate about what you're doing and excited about what's being built, it sort of is the anti-burnout antidote, if you will.
Well, I was going to say that to avoid burnout, you need to share your excitement and all the future products and pipeline with the audience, and that's like key, right?
That'd been cool. We drive something new up on the stage
yes,
here.
Yes. But really though, you have been actually wanting to build a car company since you were a child, and it has been a long road. So how, aside from future products, is there anything else that really like allows you to maintain this sort of work-life balance of running a massive company, growing it, really getting pressure, and having like a ton of attention on you? I wonder if you miss those days of when you were working in stealth, the freedom that you had.
Yeah. I mean, we went public late last year, and as a private company, we were a fairly private company, which was really nice. We sort of kept to ourselves. We let the product and what we were doing speak for itself. And then to go public, and we had a large IPO, and there was a lot of like eyes on it. And then, of course, in this market, it's been really interesting for me and for the organization to sort of have our first year as a public company be with this market backdrop. But I think what's been super encouraging is just the amount of enthusiasm we see from customers and how the vehicles are being used, the experiences they're generating. I got a note yesterday it was the coolest note. It was like the boost I needed at the end of the day from a customer. He sent me a picture of his daughter, his 2-year-old daughter, who ran up to their Rivian and gave it a hug. And I guess she loves the vehicle so much she gives it a hug every day. And I was like, that's so cool. It was so inspiring to see. So to have that like the things that so many people within Rivian have worked so hard to try to create in terms of experiences and product and every aspect of the product, whether it's technology or experience, to have that resonate is really exciting.
In this past year in particular, since you went from, I mean, really in the last 4 years, it's been from coming out on the public stage, then being actually a publicly traded company. But in the last year, especially as you've grown, what have you encountered, like just odd and unexpected things that you never thought that you would have to deal with that may even be, the harder parts of running a company? Like just is it HR stuff or on the manufacturing side, things that you just never even considered when you originally founded the company?
I mean, the obvious one I think all of us, I'm sure, have gone through is just we didn't plan for the supply chain challenges and the COVID that precipitated that. I mean, we were originally set to launch this a little earlier than we did, and we had like designed our whole production facility, laid out all the equipment, ordered the equipment, and beginning of 2020, all that equipment started to arrive. And I remember, March of 2020, when everything sort of shut down, we had like 90 trucks of equipment that were like basically just drove to the plant and sat there. And we had to then figure out how to like launch the plant, hire a workforce, train a workforce. And we're doing that across 3 different vehicles, the truck, the SUV, and the commercial van, in the middle of trying to figure out how does an industrial operation run in a world of COVID. So that was like enormously challenging and enormously frustrating to just look at sort of the perfect storm of challenges that emerged. And sort of the afterburner on all that was the supply chain, which we'd figure out how to run the plant. The plant is now running, and then we've just in the last 6 months for us, we had it's now improved a lot, but I should say the first 6 months of this year, it was a really challenging supply chain environment, particularly in the world of semiconductors. And some of the commoditized semis that we would have never even thought about were holding up ramp in a way that I would have never imagined. If I had, I would have bought a lot of semiconductors and put them in a warehouse, but I think that probably surprised all of us, certainly us.
Or you could just build them, right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad you brought up supply chain constraints. There's been a lot of attention, obviously, on the Inflation Reduction Act, and you personally just talked to us about like how you suffered and the company suffered from this. Is it going to be enough to solve the problem of supply chain constraints, which are being felt throughout the industry, by onshoring, bringing battery production and chip production to the United States?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the semiconductor shortage we've just gone through, and everyone in this room can probably relate to some of those challenges in different parts of your business, or in your businesses, I would call that an appetizer to the degree of sort of supply chain constraint we're likely to see across the battery supply chain over the next 15 years. The battery supply chain as we know it for lithium-ion batteries, whether you're looking at lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate, it was built largely around consumer electronics. And so it's very small. It's not a huge supply chain. And so it has to grow by 20x, or on the order of 20x, over the next 10 to 15 years. And so the level of investment needed to go build that is staggering. And moreover, I think the level of risk concentration, given that it hasn't been built in the United States, is a real thing. So, the IRA bill that recently passed, which affects many businesses, it has a huge impact on the transportation space because it creates very large and very helpful incentives to go build and create this supply chain that doesn't exist today. So, I mean, we're ecstatic with the fact that this has been sort of put in place, and it positions us as a company, and I'd say the industry, to now go deploy, I mean, truly trillions of dollars as an industry into creating a supply chain that doesn't exist.
But can the automotive industry actually reach the goals that it wants? Because literally every single automaker in the past 18 months or so has, basically said by the end of the decade, a few past that they are going to be all electric. I mean, based on what you know, especially around the lithium side of things, is this possible?
I think it's awesome. I mean, we should accept. This is like so cool. It's insanely awesome that we went from a world where a few years ago I would go to meetings and people would sort of laugh at the idea of electrification coming to, broad-based vehicles or large format vehicles. So the fact that like societies move this way, policymakers have, and even the companies have, is awesome. The challenge we now have is a supply problem. There's going to be demand, but can we create enough supply? And I think it is. That's why I say it is going to be a constraint. The number of cells that we can produce is going to constrain, as an industry. This isn't speaking to Rivian, but as an industry, it's going to constrain how rapidly we go from a few million electric vehicles a year to 100 million electric vehicles a year.
Well, we are literally seconds away from being, and even though I have so many more questions for you, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks for the audience, and let's thank RJ.
Be your own boss. Globalize your business. Use Shop Plaza. Source products? Build your online store. Responsive web page? Amplify your exposure. Execute your digital campaigns with AI recommendation to get more orders. Easy to sell at your choice of payment channel. Drive global sales. Real-time data monitor. Not complicated, but powerful. With first-level PCI certificate. Fast page loading with Cloudbase. First-class firewall. Make sure global transactions are totally safe. Start your web store with Shop Plaza. See you there.
may I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch Managing Editor, Matt Burns.
What a morning! And this is the best part. Serena Williams, Kevin Hart, and now Startup Battlefield. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited. I hope you were here yesterday. If you weren't, I want to bring you up to speed. We had robots. We had implantable heart monitors. We had AI-generated content for ad copy. We had smart, quick flashcard makers for students. It was wonderful, and we're going to have more of the same today. So I want to review the rules real quick. The companies have 6 minutes to present, and they're going to get 6 minutes of questions and answers. You, the audience, I need you to bring the energy. These startup founders have worked so hard over the last 6 weeks to perfect their demos and their pitch, and they need that energy to thrive. So when we clap, you're going to clap hard, okay? With that said, we need to bring out the judges. We'll get this thing going. Okay, number 1, as I read their bios, we have Jameson Hill. Jameson Hill, partner at Base 10 Partners. He's as a partner to lead the advancement initiative after spending 7 years at Bain Capital Ventures, where he led growth investments into marketplace businesses, in leading software companies and fintech companies. Prior to Bain Capital, Jameson was an early employee at Bonobos and started his career as a management consultant at Bain Capital. Next, we have Charles Hudson. Charles Hudson is the managing partner and founder of Precursor Ventures, an early-stage venture capital firm focused on investing in the first institutional round of investments for most of the promising software and hardware companies. Prior to founding Precursor Ventures, Charles was a partner at SoftTech VC. Next, we have Dave Municello. Dave is a GV's general partner who leads the firm's digital investment team, spanning its consumer and enterprise and frontier practice areas. He prioritizes time spent building long-term relationships with technologists who pique curiosity, drive, and vision. Dave himself is deeply curious about data platforms, data science, developer tools, infrastructure, and enterprise software. Next, we have Emlyn Shaw. Emlyn co-founded Flourish Ventures, a $500 million global venture firm that invests in fintech and purpose. She leads the U.S. portfolio team and sits on boards of Unit, Kin Insurance, SeedFi, Clerky, and Cushion. She led the firm's investments in and provides guidance to Bright, Chime, and Propel. Last, we have Milo Werner. Milo is a general partner at The Engine. She serves as a board member for Mori, Atlantic Quantum, and Foundation Alloy. She sits on the boards of UVM College of Engineering and Mathematical Science, Axo Hire, Informative Electric, and a board observer online. Previously, she was at Ajax Strategies, where she was a partner, leading mid-stage investments across energy, transportation, agriculture, and industrial applications. Give them a round of applause. Thank you for being here, guys. So once again, we're going to bring out 5 companies during this round, and then later in the day, we're going to have 5 more companies. After today, the TechCrunch editors are going to narrow down the 20 companies you saw over the last 2 days to 5 companies who will present again tomorrow to a new round of judges. But let's get this round started. First up, from Bellevue, Washington, we have Ally Robotics. Presenting for Ally Robotics is Mitch Tolson and Jennifer Christensen. Come on out.
I was a laborer. Everything I know about the future of robotics comes from my days working on the manufacturing line and the job site. I think about how I learned how to lay brick, wire electrical, and frame a house. People showed me how, and we used the right tool for the right job. I've worked on robotics projects for over 20 years, and I've repeatedly asked, why can't robots learn the same way? Why are they so expensive and difficult to train? So why is this important now? There is a labor crisis in the US across the construction, agriculture, restaurant, and manufacturing industries, having a $1 trillion negative impact on the US economy. So what do? Robotic innovation has focused on factory automation that doesn't translate well to everyday automation. These industrial robots have big external control boxes with difficult to manufacture strain wave gears and legacy PLCs, limiting where robots need to go in the future. These robots are also focusing on costly, extreme precision. Let's say I want to cook French fries or install solar panels. I don't need plus or minus 0.01 millimeters of repeatability when 1 millimeter is good enough. We must create the right tool for the right job. Introducing the Ally Arm. With a combination of machine vision, imitation learning, AI, and hardware innovation, we can significantly expand the market for robotic technology and everyday automation. So how do we do this? We've opted for proven planetary gears that are 97% efficient and 20% the cost of strain wave gears. We've removed the external control box, and you can power the Ally Arm from a standard 110 AC outlet, or for those in mobile applications, natively 48-volt DC. We've developed a novel joint that allows us to put more electronics into the base, improve wire routing, and mechanically couple joints 1 and 2 for smooth motion, double the torque at no velocity loss. We've even invented a quick change actuator. Now, anyone will be able to service the robot, just like replacing the batteries in your flashlight. We even use something called the endoskeleton-based design. So think of a human arm. You have your skeletal structure, you have skins. Just the same, we have robotic skins that can be adapted to the application requirements. So whether your scenario is clean food automation or pulling recyclables from a landfill, we have the skin for you. The opportunities are endless. The most challenging aspect of robots today is they take hundreds of thousands of dollars to program and train by experienced professionals, greatly limiting automation for everyone. Until now. The Ally Arm is both smart and simple. What you're seeing here is just the beginning of translating human gestures into robotic motion. Oh, here we go. There we go. We even have control over the end effector and other devices connected to the arm. I started the company 9 months ago, and what you're seeing here is 3 months of our effort. When we are done, even my 5-year-old will be able to program the robot by showing it, and the robot will then repeat that task. There it goes. So this is what we call a micro behavior, and you can create a bunch of these. Grabbing cups, grinding, sanding something, and then you can repeat that. The Ally, can I go to slides? The Ally Arm is the first robotic arm designed from the ground up with AI and learning at the core. We are collaborating with NVIDIA to adopt the Isaac platform for edge compute, AI, and simulation to accelerate our development and provide the best development tools, not just for developers, but anyone. We also have customers. We have a $30 million letter of intent with Miso Robotics, and we have $400,000 a month in monthly services from Bobachino, Ryko, and others. The Ally Arm is the smartest, most affordable, easy to service, and simple to train robotic arm, and together, we're enabling robotics for anyone, anywhere. Thank you.
Mitch, that was wonderful. 9 months and we're here?
Yes.
That's great. All right. Well, Dave, let's start with you.
Yeah, sure. Prior to my time at Google Ventures, I was at a company called Kiva Systems, automated warehouses with robots, and have spent a bunch of time thinking about sort of the balance of specialization with robotics and being more flexible. It seems like you've erred towards being more flexible, able to be trained by humans.
Yes.
Does that change the way that you go to market with a company? So if a company's really excited about purchasing your robots, working with your robots, don't they require some sort of specialization, integration, specific training for their workflows? And how do you think about the balance between specialization and more general approaches?
Well, I'll start and then you
great.
add on to me. So I do not have any programming background. I have an engineering background, but skip the programming side. I train it via, right now, sign language, right? It's a step to where we show the robot what we want it to do. So down the road, we would take the arm and I would just pick up the brick and move it, and it would do that. So as we go into any type of workflow situation, it would be similar. If someone needed something different, of course, we'll work with a customization piece to that. But otherwise, it will really be as simple as showing it what you want it to do. You want it to grab from that shelf and move it over there. You want to move it from that bin to that bin. You don't need a technical background to be able to do that. So it's part of the anyone, anywhere, concept.
And just given that, can I ask a follow-up? Sorry. And just given that it's generalizable, are you finding that often the applications are similar to what a human would be doing? Is that the alternative?
Absolutely, right? I mean, so when we look at cooking French fries, for example, if I'm standing in a quick service restaurant, I'm having to grab the basket probably with 2 hands. I have to shake it, I'm around the oil, I have to make sure I'm hitting the timer, helping people doing these other things. A robot does that so much better and can do it consistent, and my background's in ergonomics, so you don't have to sit there and do that. The robot can do that. I can focus on managing the process, helping people, and doing what we're better at as humans.
Cool, thank you.
I did French fries at Wendy's, and I was pretty good at it. Jameson, let's go to you.
Yeah, thank you. Remarkable for 3 months of effort.
Thank you.
I'm curious, with the sort of initial customer set that you're talking to, can you speak a little bit about implementation? And I'm particularly curious about time to value, and then also how much behavior change is required on the part of the customer.
Take that one.
So first, before I started Ally Robotics, I wrote a white paper on why robot companies fail. The key thing there is I saw my research showed a lot of companies don't focus on the customer.
That's right.
So that's how we started. We first found the customers, deeply understood their problems that they want to go solve, and then we've then taken those sort of, here's what market and industry technology is not doing, and here's how we can go about solving those. So when we look at food automation, this is where we're starting. It's what are the intrinsic things within this environment, and how do we develop an architecture that scales beyond food automation when we're solving for food automation initially. So as an example, our endoskeleton design with the shells, in clean food automation, you need NSF 169 certified skins, but that's going to be a little bit more expensive for that type of skin, right? But if I'm putting this arm in some other environment that doesn't need IP65, why pay for that? And so that's kind of a little bit of the integration effort that we're doing.
Terrific, thank you.
Milo?
Yep. Great work, super impressive. You're not the first ones to try and crack this nut. Think of Rodney Brooks, phenomenal roboticist out of MIT, founded iRobot.
Yeah.
His next company was Heartland Robotics, right? And that was a multi-purpose robot that was meant to work alongside people and easy to train. Very similar. Could you just talk a little bit about how you feel you're solving this problem in a different way that's going to be successful?
I'll build on what I said just before. It really starts with our initial set of customers and designing to that first that allows us to solve their need immediately, bring in revenue, and then integrate and implement to solve their issues and their challenges incrementally. So it's things like, we're not trying to tackle all the problems all at once. For example, with Miso Robotics, they have an opportunity, a new client of theirs might come in and say, hey, I want to cook a different style of French fries, right? They need a different dwell time and I need a different behavior. So it's then we focus then on the problem of how do we help them speed up the training of that behavior with visual training? And then it's a discrete problem to solve, and then over time, these solved discrete problems amalgamate into a larger set that's more agnostic.
Great, thank you.
Charles?
Can you talk a little bit about the
cost profile and the payback period for your customers? How they think about ROI?
Sure. So we have not set pricing yet. That will come as we move towards manufacturing and have that. But we have kind of two paths for customers right now that we're envisioning. One where they could purchase the arm or arms, multiple outright, or they could do robots as a service, and we would work with them on, monthly, yearly, whatever that may be. The return period, part of our pitch is that it's affordable. So that's a big piece of what we'll be trying to drive home and competitive with our customers. But as we move forward, we will also we'll have a return period, but the money that we get net is all going to flow right back into Ally because we want to be able to scale and grow and go faster. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. That ends our time with your company. Appreciate it.
Thank
Give
you
them a
very
round
much.
of applause.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next up, all the way from Argentina, we have Natfor Bio. Presenting for Natfor Bio is co-founder and CEO Joaquin Fish. Come on out.
All right.
Go ahead and start. Oh, if we can start the slides, please, and reset the clock.
No.
That would be lovely.
All right, so we all know that food waste is such a huge issue. In fact, if it were a country, it would be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter after China and the US. Almost 30% of all food produced is lost or waste every year. And this is worse for fruits and vegetables, where almost half of all that is produced goes uneaten. Now, imagine a perfectly looking and juicy lemon waiting for you at your grocery store. This lemon had to go through several different stages before arriving at the shelves in perfect conditions. And most produce is not grown everywhere in the world, so they have to be shipped over long distances. Now, how do they arrive looking like this instead of this? Well, that's partially thanks to pesticides, which take care of biological spoiling factors, such as the attack of microbial pests, and waxes and coatings, which help in retaining weight, moisture, and flavor. But the problem is that currently used pesticides are synthetic compounds, which are harmful to human beings and the environment, so they are being banned. And even though there are natural waxes available that might come from plant or insect compounds, scaling up these solutions is a real challenge. My name is Joaquin Fish, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Natfor Bio, where we harness the power of microbial fermentation to protect our food. Our coatings are based on biomolecules produced by non-GMOs, which were isolated from nature. These coatings are transparent, odorless, and tasteless, so they don't alter the customer experience. How does it work? The coating is made of a glucose-based biopolymer produced by fungi and naturally occurring antimicrobials produced by different strains. We combine the biopolymer with food-grade excipients, forming a coating that regulates the gas exchange between the fruit and the environment, delaying the ripening process. The coating also provides a structural matrix, preventing the drift and enhancing the delivery of the antimicrobials, allowing us to use very little doses of these molecules and still get meaningful results. Even though the coating is fully edible, it can be easily washed off with water if desired. Our MVP is a food-grade coating for citrus, and we perform curative tests by first infecting lemons with a concentrated solution of penicillium and then applying the coating. As a result, our formulation showed to be as effective as the most commonly used synthetic fungicide in citrus. And this means that our customers will be able to market their produce as zero chemical residues, capturing a price premium and without compromising decay control. A similar formulation also showed a good performance protecting berries, and our coating also extends the shelf life of produce, like climacteric fruits like avocados, gaining up to 5 days of shelf life in ripening chambers, reducing 15% the weight loss, and increasing firmness and browning, which are all big concerns in long value chains. Now, considering that our product cannot be seen fighting infections in real time, we prepare a time lapse as a demo. So what you can see here is a lemon being infected by a strain of penicillium and start dehydrating. Look how well the coated lemon retains the color and moisture, And after 21 days, there are no signs of infection whatsoever. But there is a thing we can see in real time. So 8 days ago, we launched some avocados, launched some tests on avocados at the lab, and now we're going to cut them in halves in live so we can check the pulp. So close-up camera, please. Let's switch to the close-up camera, please. Yeah. As you can see, there's a clear difference in coloration between the green ones, the coated ones, and the uncoated ones. At camera a bit higher, please, Emma. Yeah. And now, cut it in half, please. It's like Schrödinger avocados. They are both green and brown at the same time. So the pulp on the coated avocados are far more greener and firm than the uncoated ones. And this is purely the effect of the product. All right, so let's get back to the deck, please. Regarding our traction, we have 3 R&D agreements with citrus packers, potential customers for our MVP. And now we are already field testing on lemons in Argentina. So this is an actual video of our product being applied in the facilities of one of our partners. The product integrates seamlessly with existing machinery, so there is no need to invest in special equipment. The market potential for this technology, we estimate that it's a $3.5 billion opportunity, but initially we're targeting the most exported fruit classes in Latin America, which are citrus, avocados, and berries. And apart from traditional chemical companies, some competitors provide shelf life extension, but no natural protection against microbial pathogens. And there are other competitors focused on biological control as well, but they use living microbes in their formulations, which require special storage and logistic conditions. Our cell-free formulations are stable and can be easily stored. We are a science-driven team, and our team has extensive expertise in working with microbes, the compounds they produce, and their applications for the agri-food industry. And our next steps are finishing field testing and having the MVP ready to scale up, securing and protecting our IP, and continuing screening our culture collection for promising microbes and biomolecules. At Natfor Bio, we want to help fight against food waste and food insecurity without compromising human or planetary health. And we are looking for partners to help us test and scale up our technology. So please go to natforbio.com and drop us a message or pay us a visit on booth L7. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Emlyn, let's start with you.
Great presentation, first and foremost, and thanks so much for pulling up the competitive slide. You know, folks like Appeal and Movie have been around for quite some time. Appeal, in particular, a pretty well-funded competitor of yours. They too claim to be, you know, non-GMO, use monodiclyserides. I'm curious, how do you think about? You'd mentioned the difference being the natural antimicrobial. What is the value proposition? And as you think about the top 3 things that ultimately suppliers care about when making that buying decision, how do they think about that trade-off? How does it translate to price, availability, et cetera?
Well, that's a good question, and it has several different answers. So first, regarding our difference against coatings that extend shelf life of produce, having the ability to effectively replace synthetic pesticides is a huge value added in the midstream. Not so much from a consumer-facing standpoint, because the product, it's arrived at the shelves after a lot of different stages. But from having, for example, a packer that can replace a synthetic pesticide, it can be a way to unlock new markets that are very demanding in terms of how many synthetic molecules you put in the food, and also like capturing this price premium from the zero residue market, which is an in-between between conventional and organic produce market. Following up with the other part of the equation, according to our customer discovery process, there is a huge need in replacing these synthetic compounds. But the problem is that there hasn't been a lot of innovation in the post-harvest stage. So pre-harvest, like crop protection is packed with amazing companies doing a lot of biological control, but in post-harvest, this is not the case. So we are capturing an opportunity which we know we think is a huge game changer for a lot of companies.
Thank you. Milo?
Yep. Great work, super exciting. Can you talk a little bit about the application process?
Yeah, so the good thing about the formulation is the film forming properties. So this translates into a liquid that when it's sprayed, it has a very strong capability of forming a film around the fruit. So that is actually what ultimately provides the optimum protection for produce. So we are testing, of course, this is the first time we left the lab bench. So it's going to take us some iterations to iterate with our partners. But field tests are going great, and the product is showing good progress and good function. So it's just spraying. It can be also applied by a dip or submersion application, which is not optimal in terms of yield coverage from our standpoint because it requires more product per ton of fruit, but it can be an option as well.
And are you thinking it's going to be done in the field, at the packing facility, like?
Yeah, we enter the value chain at the midstream, which is the packing lines between distributors and after farmers.
Oh, interesting.
Great question. Dave?
Yeah, I never imagined that we'd be talking about avocado weight loss in this setting, so quite interesting. Curious to know, so in those lines that you're talking about where the application is done, are they already applying things to fruit and vegetables in that kind of process today?
It depends. On citrus, there is a heavily automated packing lines for treat citrus. Avocados, it depends on the customer. Some of them have facilities to apply a liquid, spraying liquid, and some of them don't. And regarding blueberries and strawberries, this is a kind of heterogeneous because some of them, for example, very demanding and fast-paced market, actually puts the produce in the clamshells in the same field, and they pack it like in 7 or 10 days. It's arrived to a U.S. customer, for example, for a Chilean producer. So it really depends. We're trying to make a one-size-fits-all formulation, so we can grab the most sizable part of the market right away, and then start iterating in maybe more specific formulations. Thanks.
Jameson?
Could you talk a little bit about sort of early customer conversations? What do customers really care about here? And then have you done any exploration around pricing?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's something that we are doing right now. We are pretty much focused right now on having a functional product that can provide us a good level of protection by using the same existing equipment. So far, we haven't discussed price yet. According to our unit economics, we may be able to cost less than 0.5% in their cost structure, and in exchange allowing them to capture this 10 to 15% price premium. So from an exchange standpoint, it closes for them. It's good for us. We can produce our media culture cost is negligible. Sorry. So it costs us a few dollars per ton to produce our compounds. But yeah, there's something that we have to do.
Great.
Still.
Great. Last question goes to Charles.
Just really enjoyed the presentation. How hard will it be to expand beyond citrus, and how generalizable is the technology? We think about other. You alluded to this, but I'm just
great
curious.
question. Yeah. First one is we call pathogen fit, in which we have to have a molecule that can control effectively this pathogen. Mm-hmm. The antimicrobial we use has a very wide mechanism of action, so it works against pathogens at blueberries and strawberries, anthracnose in avocados, also both penicilliums in citrus. So we don't have to explore for another molecule. In terms of the formulation, it all comes down to the application equipment. So if the customers use a spraying application, the base formulation would be a slightly more different than if they use an electrostatic application, which is used in more fragile fruits like blueberries or strawberries. Mm-hmm. And that is a thing we are still on the development phase, but we're getting it. We're getting to it.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Give them a round of applause.
Thanks.
I feel like avocados are aspirational foods. I buy a lot of them, and I always aspire to eat them, but I never do. Okay, next one up, number 3, we have Minerva Lithium, coming to us from Greensboro, North Carolina. Presenting for Minerva Lithium, we have Shiba Daewoo and Hermali Brathnica. Come on out.
Today, the whole world is transitioning to clean energy, due to which the energy storage market is expected to increase in billions in next coming years. Minerals are fundamental for clean energy transition. And earlier this year, President Biden announced to bolster critical mineral supply chain for minerals such as lithium, which is expected to increase more than 4,000% in coming decade. Lithium is primary component in battery, and battery industry is expected to reach $183 billion by 2025. And this requires 1 million metric ton of lithium. There are various resources of lithium, and the primary ones are hard rock and brine. Mining lithium from hard rock is pretty much what you think it could be, very similar to traditional ore mining. On the other hand, brines are the natural resources of lithium which are present in the form of salt lake, continental brines, and oil field brines, constituting 66% of total global lithium resources. Solar evaporation is a current technique that is used to extract lithium from brine. In this technique, water is pumped into large ponds, about 20,000 acres, and allowed to be evaporated for 36 months. And to just produce 1 metric ton of lithium, they use up 500,000 gallons of water, releasing 5,000 kilograms of carbon, with a production cost of $6,000. So what we see here, that we have enough resources of lithium, but lithium brine industry lack efficient lithium extraction technology to meet the current demands of exploding battery market. Addressing these challenges, Minerva Lithium have developed direct lithium extraction technology using nanotechnology. Our company was founded from my PhD project. During my PhD, I was able to develop nano-mosaic absorbents, which are very similar to sponge. These sponge-like materials are chemically and physically designed to just attract lithium, rejecting all other minerals. So taking advantage of the selectivity, our process is just two-step. Extracting lithium within 48 hours and process it into battery grade. And to produce 1 metric ton of lithium, only 30,000 gallons of water is used, with a production cost of $1,000 with zero carbon emission. Let me show you the demonstration of our product. These are our nano-mosaic absorbents, which are made at room temperature. And these are our filter units, which are 5 feet long. In the first step, we add nano-mosaic absorbents into the filters. In the second step, we add the brine that contains lithium. After soaking for 24 hours, we collect the brine to evaluate the amount of lithium absorbed in the sorbents. ICP is an instrumentation which helps to measure and identify lithium. From our results, what we have found out that as the time increases from 0 to 25 hours, the efficiency of lithium absorption increases from 40 to 95%. And later we dissolve and convert into battery-grade lithium. Let me show you the product physically. These are made at room temperature from naturally available polyphenols. And here is our filter units. Which can treat almost 171 gallons of water per minute, extracting 2 metric tons of lithium per day, which is $40 million revenue per year. Our current customers are lithium brine operators. From lithium industry and petrochemical industries, capturing market about 1% of global lithium market, which is $13.5 billion by 2025. So comparing to traditional technologies and also recently developed direct lithium extraction technology, our company offers competitive advantage in terms of cost and efficiency. We are a team of scientists and engineers with former CTO of Halliburton serving as business advisor, former CEO of automotive industry serving as chief operating officer. I am Shiba Dawood, CEO and co-founder with PhD in nanoscience. Hemali Ratnaika is a co-founder and associate professor in nanoscience. So Minerva Lithium, with its disruptive technology and outstanding team, aims to provide sustainable energy technology to the global market. And this technology is not just limited to lithium extraction, but can be extended to various chemical extraction like nickel and cobalt. So if you're someone from clean tech space interested in investing or collaborating, sign up for Minerva Lithium. Thank you.
That was wonderful. I love your energy. Are you hiring? Okay. Emmeline, let's go to you.
First of all, so exciting. This is a really innovative space, and I know it's actually relatively early as you think about the ecosystem. I'm curious, though, there are folks who have been innovating, EnergyX probably being the one that's closest to home out of Puerto Rico. And what they found when they were actually speaking with the lithium operators was they actually needed to take their membrane technology and actually create units so that they could be within the ponds, because the pond operators weren't going to change their format. I'm curious, how do you think about your go-to-market strategy? What have you learned? And how do you think about your own go-to-market and pricing relative to competitors like EnergyX and others?
Yeah. So what we thought our go-to-market strategy is exactly, our customers are brine operators who already have inbuilt infrastructure to, to carry out the operations. So we would install our membranes, or we would customize our membranes based on their infrastructure, and that is how we are looking forward to move forward. And also regarding the pricing, we have compared to the solar evaporation, which is a traditional technique, and also the recently developed direct lithium extraction technology, and we are almost like 5 times cheaper than what they do.
Jameson?
Yeah, thank you. Fantastic presentation. And I just think the cost differential between the traditional way of doing it and what you're doing is remarkable. I'm curious, what are the biggest barriers to scalability today in terms of being able to produce the amount of lithium that we need?
Regarding the scalability, the first thing would be, I would say that the material itself, we require huge reactors, and that is why we are here doing fundraising. So where we require at least $1 million or so, where we can create these large reactors to do the extraction process. And otherwise, we as such, we haven't come across any kind of barriers. But I would say, again, the geographical location would be one of the barrier, because not everywhere we see brine operation taking place. Yep. So that could be one of the huge barrier for us.
Terrific. Thank you.
Milo?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First of all, great work. Super exciting. It's going to be a huge market, and there's going to be, I think, a number of technologies that are successful in solving the lithium shortage that we're going to face. So question number 1 is, could you talk a little bit about the reverse process, the process for pulling the lithium out of the filter?
Yeah, I can answer for that. And so after we send the brine into the filter, and so the desoak process is taking about 24 hours. So we use acidification, but we use our proprietary active acidification materials to desoak. And so the desorption is take place about 24 hours. Then after that, we can take it to a 90% recovery efficiency. And after we take lithium-rich brine out, and then after that, we convert that into with our process that developed with Minerva Lithium, convert that into PO 99% purity with battery-grade lithium carbonate. So that product also is able to sell to the battery manufacturers directly.
And a number of the competing technologies have talked about being able to work with brine that is less pure, right? So like right now, a lot of the extraction's happening in South America, but in the US actually has some of their own lithium resources, and looking at how we can extract those. Could you talk a little bit about like if you have any purity requirements in the brine?
Yes, so it's usually the most of the technologies we have out there in the direct lithium extraction processes. So you need to have a high lithium concentration brine in the first place. So that's where our technology is coming very unique. So this technology, you can extract the lithium even the very low concentration of the water to high concentration. Now, for example, the Energy X, if we talk about their technology, they use the membrane technology, but you need to start with the lithium-rich brine concentration, about 2,000 parts per million of lithium concentration to go through the membrane. We are not restricted by that the concentration. We can go from 100 ppm, for example, if there is a seawater, we can get seawater, even we can get the lithium out from that while we recycle in the seawater. So it's the extra benefit from there, and then you can go up to about 2,000 concentration. There is no limitation in the concentration with our technology.
Fabulous.
And then the converting that lithium-rich brine into a lithium carbonate, so our process is 99% purity. So that's where also we can adopt the some of the lithium brine resources people, then they have this lithium-rich, but they have a technology, lacking the technology that converting into a lithium carbonate into the high purity. We can also fit in that market segment also.
Wonderful.
Yeah, this is an inspirational story. Really, really interested in this technology. I'm curious. The lithium mining market is, it's all over the world, and also, you're talking about a massive market where there are a lot of players who could make a lot of money over technology like this. Curious, do the patents that you would need, do they apply to the locations where most mines are? And how do you think about protection on your tech against all of the other chemicals companies that would want to be in the space?
Please keep it short.
So currently, the patent, we do have our own patent, which is fully transferred to our Minerva Lithium. And regarding the geographical restriction, yes, some states have different rules and regulations, and that is where we would be facing some of the limitations and restriction there. But what we are trying to do is trying to develop or have a strategic partnership with the brine operators, and that would give us feasibility to kind of have a joint venture with them.
Well, thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Next, from Munich, Germany, we have Revion. Presenting for Revion, founder and CEO Stefan Herman and Ada Fernandez. Come on out, guys.
Imagine we were living in 1948. In 1948, our pitch could have started with a quote like this. But since we're living in 2022, the vast majority of people on our planet has bigger problems than sports cars. I mean, way bigger problems. We are facing global warming and a war-derived energy crisis with skyrocketing energy prices. Still, we are producing up to 85% of our global energy demand through combustion-based power systems burning fossil fuels, a technology that is essentially still the same as in 1948. These combustion power plants fail. They are highly inefficient, they are not flexible, and they emit millions of tons of CO2. So still in 2022, we could not find the power plant we dreamed of. So we decided to build it ourselves. We are Rivian, and we have developed a true game changer in power generation. Our solution produces power at a groundbreaking efficiency of 80%. It is fully reversible. It is plug and play, and it even has a carbon negative footprint. Let's have a look inside. Our technology combines 3 major building blocks in a new and unique way. The heart of the plant is a solid oxide fuel cell module. The fuel cells produce power without combustion, but through electrochemical oxidation. To this, we add a CO2 separation unit and a methanation reactor. But why is that so much better? Conventional power plants, like this internal combustion engine, produce power at a poor efficiency and emit vast amounts of off-gas to the atmosphere. they are inherently limited in efficiency by the combustion process through thermodynamics. Existing power plants using solid oxide fuel cells, like the very same that we are using, have a bit higher efficiency, but still emit their off-gas to the atmosphere. Their efficiency is, however, not limited by the fuel cell thermodynamics, but by their system design. I analyzed these systems in detail during my PhD and found that the main reason is incomplete fuel conversion in the fuel cells. This leads to a fuel loss of up to 30% through, again, simply burning it. This is the main thing that we have changed. In our Rivian units, we have eliminated the combustion completely. By adding the two components that we showed before to the fuel cells and operating the system in a closed cycle, we achieve 100% fuel conversion and 80% electric efficiency. On top of that, there is no off-gas anymore, but we just produce water and pure CO2, which now becomes a valuable product. And finally, our new system design is reversible, meaning it can also produce gas from excess power. Biogas plants are our first target market. Here, when there is not enough solar or wind power in the power grid, we produce renewable power from the biogas while separating pure CO2. Long-term storage of this biogenic CO2, in turn, enables negative CO2 emissions. When the sun is showing up and suddenly the grid is flooded with renewable energy, we take excess power from that to produce either green hydrogen or renewable methane. This enables long-term energy storage. For our customers, the doubling in electric efficiency, first of all, means doubling revenues from electricity. With the additional revenues from the reversible operation, they can overall more than five-fold their income. So let's have a look at the real thing. We are live with my co-founder Felix in Munich, and he's now walking into our containerized power plant. Wow. First of all, to the right, you can see the CO2 separation. This is a pressure swing adsorption system that removes the CO2 out of our system. What you can hear is the compressor next to the CO2 separation that compresses the feed gas to about 3 bar. Next to that, there's our gas cleaning unit that protects the fuel cells from damage. Then there's a humidification system that increases the energy efficiency. And behind that, you can see our methanation reactor. And finally, there are the main heat exchangers that heat the gas and the air to the fuel cell operating temperature of around 600 centigrade, and the fuel cells that are packed into a thick thermal insulation box. Thank you, Felix. Move back to the presentation, please. One single of our Rivian containers can provide up to 500 households with renewable gas and power, while separating almost 2 kilotons of CO2 from the atmosphere every year. 40,000 of these can equip all existing biogas plants in Germany, for example, and produce up to 30% of the overall German power demand, half of the last year's Russian gas imports, and reduce our overall emissions by 20%. Globally, by using the available sustainable biogenic resources, we can replace all fossil-based power plants, which is a $7 trillion market, and remove the equivalent of the entire US CO2 emissions from the atmosphere every year. In times of war, global warming, and extreme energy prices, join us to provide the world with decentralized, carbon negative, and highly efficient power plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charles, let's start with you this time.
Really impressive. Can you talk a little bit just about deployment and how you roll something like this out?
Sure. So right now we are building all of these units ourselves. So we are in a phase where we're now putting pilots out. And this is, of course, nothing that we will do for a mass manufacturing. So as soon as we have a really design freeze for a series production, we will externalize a lot of the production. We are already in discussions with a lot of partners that will manufacture hundreds of identical sub-modules for us that we will just then put together, put our software on that, and then qualify and then put to customers.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I guess I'd love to go a layer deeper into all of the different, like, what are the connections that need to come into this box? And how do you work with the municipality in order to get the clearances to provide all of these connections into the box?
Yeah, good question. So you just basically need to plug in the gas line from the biogas and the electricity. The unit is fully automated, so it can just run. You just tell it, please now produce power, and it will just ramp up. And in terms of, how do you call that, permissions, we have already done field tests and run through all the permission process. So there's, in terms of emissions, noise, and so on, you have to qualify. And but we know the process, and at least for the German market for now, it will be different in the US and so on. But yeah, it's not a big problem because we are not emitting anything. There's nothing coming out that is hazardous to the environment. So actually, it's much easier to qualify our units compared to the traditional biogas plant that would have a combustion engine, because they have to stick to certain NOx levels and things like that, which are no topic for us.
Thank you.
Milo?
Could you talk about any IP portfolio that you have?
Right, yeah. We have 6 patent families that are covering basically different aspects and the whole system design. So the oldest ones are the system design patents that are already also regionalized worldwide, and the newer ones that are still in the PCT phase that cover basically upgrades to our design. Yeah.
Evelyn?
So incredible objective, and replacing all fossil fuel plants is just no small endeavor. Curious, as you think about which markets you would likely prioritize, and what's the greatest friction points in your mind as it relates to regulatory, et cetera, to determine the efficacy of what you're building?
Yeah, so in terms of target markets, Germany by itself is 40,000 units to deploy, so quite a way to go. And we try to keep it regional first because we also have to do maintenance and so on. But then, of course, finally, we want to go worldwide. And the second question was?
Yeah, what do you think the biggest friction points are as the companies, the technologies being evaluated to determine that they'd be willing to open up and replace massive power plants today?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are stepping up against the combustion engine market,
yes.
But since our technology is vastly superior and can generate much more income, there's not really a competition. So as it more depends on how much we can produce, actually.
Are there certain stakeholders that you need to sell into to get buy-in to ultimately replace this core infrastructure? I think is what I was trying to get at.
I didn't understand that.
Sorry, are there specific stakeholders that you really need to get buy-in from in order to replace this core infrastructure?
Yes, so stakeholders or our customers are basically all across the biogas sector. So from individual farmers up to big utilities. And well, they have different cycles in terms of sales and so on. The farmers are individually owning their plants, so it's really quick. And we have quite a few of them already signed up. And for the utilities, it's longer. And for municipalities, we don't have any customer relations yet.
Great. Jameson?
Terrific. Thank you for the presentation. You know, it's rare to see solutions that have such dramatic impact, both from a sustainability perspective and from a financial perspective, you know, for your users. So kudos to you on that. I'm curious on the manufacturing process for creating one of these units. You know, how long does it take? How much does it cost today? And where do you see that going in future?
Right. So in terms of manufacturing, we are right now doing all in-house. I mean, of course, we buy things like blowers and so on, but integrate everything ourselves and weld all the containers, the cylinders that you see, and so on. And of course, as discussed, we externalize more and more of that. And the second part of the question again?
Just like the amount of time that it takes and the cost for a single unit.
Right, yeah. For the pilots right now, it takes a few months each. But finally, we'll arrive for the series production, putting out like 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to hundreds a week at some point.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Give them a round of applause. Before we bring out the last company, just a little housekeeping note. After we conclude here, you have an hour break, and then come on back here. You're not going to want to miss this. We have OnlyFans coming back up on stage. So with that said, let's bring out the last company. And coming all the way from the Netherlands, we have InCooling. Presenting for InCooling is Helena Somodeva, co-founder and CEO, and Rudy Verwey. Come on out.
In the last 2 years, we have created more data than the entire history of humankind. Now, our friend Gordon Moore correctly predicted that every 2 years, our computing capacity will double. It became smaller, faster, and more efficient over time. It was working until today, because today we are at a turning point. For the first time ever, our demand for data is bigger than what technology can handle. And it's not that technology is not there. It is, but we have a new issue, the heat. You see, the more you ask your computer to do stuff, it overheats. And as it overheats, it becomes slower. Every time during pandemic you had a Zoom or Microsoft call and it dropped, it's because a server somewhere in a data center simply overheated. Now, data centers have cooling solutions, but this heat is a new problem. And the solutions today are archaic and simply just not good enough. There is a solution in cooling. Our mission is to cool down the planet one server at a time. Now, the way we started was by partnering with the largest scientific experiment on the planet, the Large Hadron Collider located in Switzerland. Now, as a particle accelerator, they have these sensors inside the experiment itself, and they track the activity of the particles, and they needed cooling. It was quite interesting because it's located 16 meters under the ground, there's radiation, it's vacuum, and very, very high heat. And they themselves struggled with cooling, so they had to design their own two-phase cooling system. Now, what is two-phase? Two-phase simply means it's going from liquid state to gas state, simply like your kettle when you're making your tea, so it does the same here. The difference from air cooling or water cooling that's used today, this can allow us to go below ambient. That means we can go below room temperature, and that is no cooling system in the market can do that today. Essentially, what they built and what we're building is a fridge on the CPU. Now, by partnering with them, we realized there is a need in the data center industry, so we took the same approach and developed our own two-phase cooling system. And with our partners, we integrated it in our own InCooling server. Now, what does the server look like? Let's look at the demo. So, this is my team streaming live from Eindhoven in the Netherlands in a high-tech campus. As you can see, it's middle of the night there. They specifically came in to run the test, and show you how it works. So this is our server. It's a standard server. You can insert it in any data center today, so you don't have to change a thing. And inside is our magic cooling system. What we can do with this server is run a number of tests. So right now they're running a test. It's called Cinebench. It's modeling a 3D animation, how fast you can do it. So it works in engineering, movie industry, banking, and whatever. So the important thing to look at now here is the CPU temperature that you can see at the top left corner for you guys. It says 13 degrees Celsius. That's around 30 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, in the US. That is lowest temperature you can ever get on a CPU. No system in the world can do that. And why do we need it to go so low? By going lower on the CPU, we both accelerate it, so we make it go faster, and we can actually make it more energy efficient. End of demo. So, we took that server you just saw, we put it in our client's location, we ran a similar test, and with our system, we were able to run their computing task almost 50% less time, whilst using only half of the energy. This is a wow moment. Yes, yes. Now, who needs this? In banking, you want to buy stocks, right? You want to make sure you're the first one. You really need fast servers. You're running innovation. Almost every startup here on the stage today uses computing, and to be able to do that, they need fast compute, so we can accelerate their innovation as well. or anything that uses real-time data and needs reliability. I am Helena. This is my co-founder, Rudy. And together, we're the co-founders of the company. And we have team members with more than 20 years of experience in semiconductors, as well as serial entrepreneurs. Together, we have around 3 more spots left for pilot projects. We're in pilot stage. So if you want to have the world's fastest and most efficient server to accelerate your innovation, then get in touch with us. And by joining us, you will also join us in our mission to cool down the planet one server at a time. That's in cooling.
Elena, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. Milo, let's start with you.
Oh, you're kicking it up. I'm kicking it off?
Yeah, you are.
Oh.
It's your turn.
I love it. It's really cool. Great presentation. My question to you is, there are a number of other technologies, I think, working on cooling servers. And I was wondering if you had done any work to evaluate how you stacked up to those other technologies. And they're not only just in cooling, right? Or they're all in the cooling sector, but some of them are looking at having like a unique metal framework on the back of the chips that, you know, dissipates the heat more efficiently. Could you just maybe like talk a little bit about the competitive landscape?
Yeah, so in the CPU world, there are different CPUs. So different cooling methods are necessary. It's not one size fits all. So we're focusing on high-performance computing, where you have very high heat densities. And with the cooling systems today, Intel and AMD, they focused on creating the best chip ever, but they sort of forgot about the cooling. The cooling industry is not as interesting as the CPU industry. So essentially, they become really hot, and the cooling systems just simply cannot handle it. So we tested with water, we tested with air. There's also immersion cooling, which is a new thing, but it's for a different application. And in fact, if you put a really high-performance thing in an immersion cooling, it actually might set on fire, so you don't want to do that.
Dave?
Yeah, on the chart that you showed with Moore's Law, each one of those dots along the way was, you know, a chip that was designed by hundreds of people, took many, many years to design, tens of millions of dollars. Are you expecting that you will both innovate on chips and performance of chips and this cooling technology? Or is your vision that the cooling technology is the differentiator and you'll plug into standard chips that are produced by other CPU manufacturers?
So our long-term goal, we are a cooling company at Hart, and our long-term goal is to cool. So we started off with the idea that the heat is going to be there, the problem is going to remain, and the way to solve it is actually by going in silicon. So we worked with CERN, where the technology came from, and they spent, I think, $1.2 billion on researching phase change cooling in silicon. So they've done that before, but it's only, again, for a different application. So what we want to do eventually is to work with chip manufacturers, with cooling companies, and integrate it into one, and therefore solve the issue of heat once and for all.
So from a commercial perspective, it would make sense that you do deals with each chip manufacturer, and they incorporate you into their chip design?
Yes, eventually. Right now, we're early stage, so right now we're focused on the chip. So we're working with server manufacturers, but eventually we're setting up the roadmap for CPU.
Thanks.
Terrific.
Jameson?
Terrific. Could you talk a little bit more about this sort of initial go-to-market, and in particular, sort of what do you feel like is the time to being in market, and what have the conversations been with sort of early customers around the barriers to getting there?
Yeah, so right now we are at a pilot stage, so we're actually deploying our first servers into the market. A big barrier at the beginning was pre-pandemic, people didn't realize that we needed compute. You had face-to-face, and it was all great, and then pandemic hit, and then data centers went actually above their limits, and they exceeded what they can do. And then they realized, oh, we need better cooling, we need better compute. So that gave us an opportunity. People reached out to us. We partnered with a data center, for example, installer. We partnered up with them to, when they build data centers, have better servers. We actually deployed already one of the servers already. It's been running for a year, no problems. And that's how we're trying to get into the market through the partnerships.
Got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
Charles?
Can you tell me a little bit about you talked about performance, but also just sort of price and how this compares to alternatives on a price dimension?
Yeah. It's always very difficult to pinpoint. It depends, right? If another pandemic hits, the stock is gonna go up, and then it might go down. We're working together with AMD, for example, and we've worked with Intel, and we're setting at competitive prices. So evaluating what is performance worth is not easy because it changes day to day, but we're setting it according to what the market requires it today. So we're kind of the top league of the server market today.
Great. Emmeline?
Yeah, I so appreciate it. I maybe picking back a bit on the earlier question. As you think about folks like Liquid Stack and Asperitas and others who are kind of really creating these closed-loop cooling systems within data centers, do you see yourself integrating alongside those types of folks because you're really kind of cooling at the chip level? And if so, just give us a sense of how that kind of go-to-market motion looks as you're selling kind of alongside some of these players and the investments already made.
Yeah. So what is really different with, for example, Asperitas and the Submer, they really require a lot of new infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
We envision every single data center that's currently running on air cooling can put our server in right away. That's our go-to market. That's where really we had to put a lot of time and effort in making it fully self-sustainable. And that is where we make a lot of difference. Later on, we can always integrate also with other parties.
Super helpful. And then maybe just a follow-up, talk a little bit about the BOM. Like, how much does it cost to actually create the server today, with the device and everything?
The server, yeah, it's pretty standard. As we're working with a server manufacturer, so we get all the components off shelf. What we do is we make our own design in terms of, okay, what specifications. So it's not only the cooling itself, but it's also, we select the right memory, we select the right CPU. So right now we're working with AMD, the up and runner in the industry. So what you saw was 64 cores, so it was extremely, extremely fast. The cooling part is the most expensive, so compared to the competition out there, it's much more expensive, but also the result you get is you cannot get it elsewhere. And what was surprising for us is today you can buy a CPU, it costs around $7,000 or euros, and the cooler that comes with it is $30. So there's a big price difference, and of course, and you're not able to use that CPU to its max capacity that it's designed. So you paid for something, and you're not able to use it. And with better cooling, more expensive cooling, in the end, you still get that money back because it's more energy efficient. You made your task on time, and if you're an engineering company and you have 200 people working on this, and you save everybody's time an hour a day, that scales and scales a lot.
Well, thank you very much. Give it up for InCooling.
Thank you.
I told you this is going to be the best part of the morning. And now you have lunch. You'll be back here at 1:15. And then even later in the day, I'll be back with another 5 companies, and I hope to see you all then. See you soon.
Founder Zainer, Emily Koster, Director of Communications, Samsung Next, Gloria Lau, CEO and co-founder of Alpha Medical, and Rebecca Liao, CEO and co-founder of Saga.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thanks everyone for being here. Super excited to be here. I'm Emily Koster, the Director of Comms at Samsung Next. Samsung Next invests in bold and ambitious founders, as represented by those here with me today. We typically invest early stage, so seed to Series A is really our wheelhouse. And we invest in technology areas that we think are indicative of where the world is going and that are also strategically relevant to Samsung. So we currently have a portfolio comprised of companies that operate in AI, blockchain, fintech, media tech, health tech, and infrastructure. And I'm really happy to have Rebecca, Gloria, and Danny here with us today. I have the privilege of working with them through our platform offering, which essentially is how we support founders that we've invested in post-investment. So we do that through strategic business development, through sales, through brand marketing and communications, and then also in terms of growth of teams, so talent acquisition and executive coaching. So quick intro. I think it would be awesome if we start with just intros from the panelists. So Danny, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having us here. At Zynar, we believe in a connected future and are focused on enabling it. We're a group out of Stanford that's developed breakthroughs in signal processing that enable us to track the real-time 3D location of any device that emits a radio signal to within a meter in 3D. We're compatible with the next release of 5G, which enables us to track every phone, car, drone, or IoT device to within a meter in 3D without retrofitting it, just using its connectivity signals. That enables use cases, everything from indoor navigation, augmented reality, location-based advertising, tracking connected vehicles for lane level navigation, as well as things like smart cities, public safety, and even drone tracking. Our first deployments are locally using commoditized software-defined radios that we put in factories, warehouses, construction sites that track the location of little battery-powered IoT tags. We put in assets, tools, and people for supply chain applications.
Awesome. Gloria?
Hi, I'm Gloria Lau. I'm the co-founder CEO of Alpha Medical. We are a virtual primary care platform for women. We're virtual and virtual only, meaning it's super affordable and accessible. We're broad spectrum primary care, meaning officially on the site, we treat about 100 plus conditions, and then officially anything that we can do for you virtually. Lastly, we focus on women's health, where we employ our own physicians and we train them in women's health. We are available nationwide and we treat tens of thousands of patients every month.
Rebecca.
All right, thanks so much. Hey guys, I'm Rebecca Liao. I'm co-founder and CEO at Saga. We are a Web3 protocol for launching the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. So you've all heard of the metaverse. What we're transitioning to in Web3 is the multiverse. It is a metaverse that is based on the multi-chain. And what Saga allows developers to do is to automatically launch their applications onto their own dedicated block space. It is the highest performance environment possible for any sort of blockchain application. And we are at the moment focused on gaming and entertainment, even though it is a generalized platform. You can tell right away by the mention of performance that this is meant to be a chain that allows the next generation of Web3 applications to really flourish.
That's awesome. Well, we're here today to talk about maximizing your investor relationships. So all that you can squeeze out of us after that capital is infused. So I'd love to start. Can we just have a high-level conversation about maybe how you've been working with your investors? Danny, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, honestly, in any way they can help. You're a startup, you want to maximize your resources. We've used our investors everything from recruiting both HR staff, recruiting other investors, customers, even strategy conversations on critical industry or business decisions.
Cool. Gloria?
Yeah, so we work with our investors on a broad range of items. So including recruiting, I think that's the most common. Most investors have a network of folks that they can introduce. So that for sure. Some investors, I think like Samsung, you have a whole team behind you on whether it's recruiting, sometimes there's like brand and marketing, that's also really important. And I found just the domain expertise across investors to be helpful. So for example, I'm working closely with actually Samsung Next PR team because they have people who operate in digital health and understand our space. So it's really helpful on brand and marketing and positioning as well.
That's awesome.
Awesome. So Danny and Gloria have already talked about the operational aspect of it, which is, of course, your investors have tons of connections. They've been helping portfolio companies for a very long time. And so they know great engineers, they know great executives to hire, they know great introductions for BD purposes, sales, marketing. But one thing I would like to mention is because your investors have a lay of the land of the industry, it is also really helpful to understand at any particular time, okay, what are some other projects doing? Not necessarily asking them to name things or to share any trade secrets, certainly, but just to understand what is the lay of the land, what does the industry look like? And one thing I would mention on top of this is it is a two-way street. So it is what your investors can give to you after they have written the check. But it's also a matter of building confidence with your investor. And so they want to hear from you. What is your progress? What are some of the things you're excited by? What are the things that you're working on? Because the more they hear from you as a portfolio company, I think it really strengthens that relationship.
That's awesome. And so as you're considering, you're going out, you're fundraising, you're looking at your potential investors, how much are you considering the post-investment opportunities that they could bring you when you're thinking about your fundraise? Rebecca, do you want to?
Sure. So I don't think this is the case anymore. But when Saga was raising our seed round back in spring, so we're in Web3, we're in blockchain, which means that capital is not the problem. Capital is not scarce. However, good projects are scarce and really great people in the industry are scarce. I mean, you get Telegram messages every day saying, can I invest in your project? I have no idea who you are, but maybe you got some Ethereum bags or something. That's not a great investor to have, no offense to those people. Can we work with going forward? How can we position ourselves from a very early stage to be that next level project? So for us, I mean, it was a critical factor.
Yeah. What about for you operating in health tech and women's tech specifically when you were bringing on investors? Were you considering that?
Yeah, definitely. We operate in a highly regulated environment. And so to have the domain expertise, to have sort of like understand other portfolio companies operating in similar area, whether it's digital health or women's health, right? Like just being able to give you guidance around the edges, around the corner, I think that's really important. Beyond, like sheer introductions, right? You do want to know a little bit more about what's happening in your space. So that is one factor that I consider a lot, especially again, like just like highly regulated, and our space is fairly challenging, I would say.
Yeah. And Danny, you
Yeah.
want to?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and it was a huge factor. And that's part of the reason we chose to partner with not only people like Samsung, but we're very fortunate to have the same group of investors and board members as SpaceX, Tesla, the Boring Company. It's given us a huge competitive advantage because we can really open up the doors and get access to any meeting that we need as we're building out that ecosystem.
Yeah. So maybe a more tactical question. As you're going about trying to determine what those relationships or opportunities are in your investors, like how did you go about even researching that? Like, are you doing it through these conversations? How are you finding out what these connections are that your investors could make for you? Danny.
Yeah, no, honestly, just like you pitch yourselves, investors pitch you.
Yeah.
You have existing investors that network, right? And they tell you, hey, it'd be awesome to get this person involved or this person you really need to talk to. And it kind of is a very natural fact, especially once you're in an industry or building an ecosystem. You find, especially as you're growing, certain types of investors will resonate towards your type of business, right? Pure generalists kind of cover a lot of things. We do recommend having some of those, but really those that are specialized that can really help build a platform or an ecosystem to get to the next step.
Gotcha. And then Gloria, was there a means by which you were evaluating corporate venture versus your traditional VC when you're thinking about this highly regulated arena that you're playing in?
Yeah, definitely. So I like a mix of corporate venture and traditional venture because we are a virtual primary care platform for women, right? So one potential distribution channel is through employers, large employers. And corporate venture has a leg up there, I would say. Yeah. And I value relationship. So investors I've known for a while, like go out and build those relationships as soon as you start thinking about this. Don't wait till you have to raise money, and you get to know the person, right? You get to know their style, whether they work for you. And last thing I would say, it's the best kind of reference is back channel reference. So go and talk to others about investors you're evaluating and figure out what they have to say, especially for founders that these investors may have backed and the startups don't work out.
Yeah. And a lot of brands are just now starting to experiment in Web3 and the multiverse. So, I mean, we obviously invested in Saga. You accepted our investment. I'm curious, Rebecca, how you maybe managed wanting to get investors on your cap table that would be able to open up opportunities for you in an industry that is just so early on in its own development too.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we were putting together our round, we definitely thought about the core competencies of every investor that we brought on. And so there are investors that are purely Web3. They have been in blockchain the entire time through the first crypto winter in 2018, 2019. So we definitely wanted to have those people in the round. But then you have others like Samsung, you're a large corporate entity. Having said that, you play huge in metaverse. Maybe not metaverse as we've been calling it, but everything that comprises metaverse, gaming, entertainment, consumer products. Samsung is, king really in all of those categories. And what makes this particular company so special is that they have been very serious in their conviction into metaverse and the role that Web3 has to play in it. I want to foot stomp on something that Gloria just said, which is the back channeling. So when investors are pitching you, so you're in the pitch and you're talking about your company, the investor is talking about their background. I think track record is incredibly important, and we were fortunate that we were referred into Samsung by another portfolio company that you guys had already invested in that was in the NFT space. And the way that this founder was talking about his relationship with Samsung and the investors, the entire team, including Emily, it really convinced us that they're serious about this, and they have been in this game long enough to really understand how to navigate that all-important bridge from what we know as more traditional, so more Web 2, more internet-based, to something more decentralized, more community-based in Web 3. So yeah, that back channeling was really what gave us the intelligence to go forward there.
And Danny, I know for you all, strategic business development and partnerships has been a key opportunity for you all. So can you maybe talk a little bit about, or give examples if you can? I don't know what can be publicly mentioned, but would love to hear how you've worked with investors to kind of bridge that for you all.
Yeah, especially when you're building an ecosystem play. I know you guys invite us here, and honestly, I would have mentioned you guys anyways. You guys have been one of the best. Samsung's honestly, I highly recommend them, investors, because just as an example with you guys, not only have you made BD opportunities by presenting at conferences like this one, we also went to Innovation Realized with you guys. We've done joint business development calls with prospective customers as joint go-to-markets, and even internally helping within Samsung, getting in the Samsung ecosystem. Yeah. And so having players that can open up multiple doors, work with you, where they have that nice warm intro, right, or it makes a lot of strategic sense to build a partnership going forward, has been invaluable for us, and thanks for the opportunity.
I promise I didn't press on them back.
It's true. It's true. Honestly, they're great.
Well, I guess, switching gears a little bit, so Saga just recently launched its Innovators Program. How important was it, or what role did your investors play in that, even from kind of the initial ideation of the program to its launch, and kind of where are they in support of that now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so Saga came out of stealth in March of this year, and we had been in stealth for maybe a couple months. So the life of the project really began in January, the beginning of the year. And in March was when we thought, okay, we're ready to go into the market. May was when we closed our seed round. So the way that Web3 projects work, for the most part, especially if you are on the infrastructure layer, is your goal is to launch a protocol. The protocol is your main product. Protocol life cycle goes from AlphaNet, DevNet to testnet, and then mainnet. Mainnet is where tokens start trading, and those are the protocols that become household names you all know and love. So most projects, they wait until maybe testnet to start BD. Some of them don't ever do it. They just rely on the price of their token. But if you do start it, it's actually quite far in the life cycle. So at Saga, we took a very different perspective. We said, we're going to do BD from the very beginning. We have no product for any project to build on. However, we started to think of developer relations as a product offering. So it's not a technology offering. However, the fact that we have this platform, that we can help these games and NFT projects co-market, that we can amplify what it is they're doing, that we can form an ecosystem, we can give them a community of players and users, this became our first product, even before AlphaNet. And so we set ourselves a goal of getting to 55 projects, even before we launch a product. And I would say our investors are a large part of the reason why we made that goal in early September. We opened up a second cohort of the Innovator Program immediately, just because of the force of the demand. And investors have been instrumental there as well to get us to that next 55, and then additional cohorts from there. So for us, and honestly, we sort of asked our investors to really help with this as well. It's not that investors are only doing BD, but we really wanted to focus on it, and all of our investors have been incredibly supportive.
Yeah. Well, it seems like asking is a big part of the relationship too. So
Don't
I know,
be afraid.
Gloria, you mentioned earlier, you obviously are in health tech, in women's health tech in particular, and trying to increase women's access to care. You're in a highly regulated market, right? And so I know you mentioned earlier in this conversation about the need to find investors that can help you navigate within that. I'm wondering if you could just dig a little bit deeper into how your investors have helped you there.
Yeah, definitely. So we are a virtual primary care for women, right? Like we operate in a highly regulated environment, although I do think like all of us operate in some regulated environment. We're probably the most highly regulated environment. So I think from my point of view, when we look at investors, when we figure out like who to bring on board, right? When you assemble your board members, diversity is actually really important in my mind. So half of my board are female. So that really helps, especially given what we do, right? Like when you're sort of like spreading the words on the mission to others, right? When you're helping with recruiting, when you're helping with BD, right? Like knowing and understanding the pain point, knowing what to push on, especially given like women's health, reproductive rights, it's fairly challenging right now. So having investors, having board members to speak the language is really important. I find that really important. And I try to balance the diversity in the boardroom with domain expertise. And this is where the domain expertise is really helpful. Like, for example, our general counsel came through referral from our investors, right? And these are general counsels for digital health, for telehealth, for areas that's quite complicated, right? We operate nationwide. There are 50 states, and biologies don't change across state line, but there are different regulations. So just like navigating that is complicated. And knowing investors who have portfolio companies with similar challenges, right? And again, like back channel reference, you go to your investor, you go to their portfolio company, ask about these general counsel. Like, do you like them? Do you get what you need from them, right? What is the budget? So knowing where to push, having that domain expertise is really helpful for us.
Well, we're coming up on time here. I'd love just to end with a final question. So we're at TechCrunch Disrupt, a lot of investors and a lot of founders in the audience. What is a piece of parting advice you would give to founders as they go out and fundraise when they're thinking about how to work with their investors?
Yeah, well, if you can put yourself in a position where you have choice, that's awesome. And then if you do have options, you really think about not only where you are today, but where you need to be, and how the investors can help you get to that next stage. One of the big things we actually really haven't talked about is, in addition to resources, it's actually follow-on funding. So be able to actually invest in your next round, have networks of investors that do follow-ons with them historically, so you can do that next round. But if anyone wants to chat about that or anything, happy to chat afterwards, especially if you're interested in building the smart ecosystem.
Yeah. Gloria?
Yeah, I think that's definitely important, right? Just like having deep-pocketed capital around the table. I think my answer is more around like introspective. Know who you are and know who you're not as a founder, right? So, for example, I'm an engineer by training. I know like product building stuff, right? It's not an issue, but not an operator by training. So I surround myself with investors who are deep operators, and that I find helpful. Sort of like round out the edges and help you see what you don't typically see. So that requires you to know and admit to things that you're not good at. That's how I think about that.
So, I mean, those are fantastic answers. I would probably offer something that's a little more specific to Web3, which is in Web3, you have multiple sources of funding. So you definitely have venture capital, but you are also able to kind of launch your token and pray. We call it launch and pray, where you set up your network, your token is live, it goes onto exchanges, and that's where you get your capital from, is that people start trading your token. You can airdrop your tokens, kind of the same effect. Your token is now available on exchanges. But there are also grants programs that a lot of these large protocols set up. So once you are a large protocol like an Ethereum or Solana, Avalanche, et cetera, you have a treasury to work with. And from that treasury, you're able to give tokens, sell tokens for cash, and hand them out to projects and seed those projects in your ecosystem. So for Web3, you have all these different potential funding sources. I would think through very carefully what each of those funding sources is going to entail down the line. You know, the mantra in Web3 is incentives matter. And so who are you aligned with? Who have you taken money from? And who do you owe something to? I mean, that sounds kind of dark, but it's the reality of the industry. And so for those of you who are thinking about Web3, thinking of getting into Web3, raising from Web3 capital sources, I would think carefully about the composition of the capital that you're taking in. There are many, many sources you could draw from. But I would be very careful about diligencing what happens once those people have some sort of token allocation in your protocol.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Rebecca, Gloria, and Danny. This was great. We'll be around here if you want to catch up with any of us. You can also find us in the networking app and on LinkedIn. So we look forward to connecting and enjoy the next couple of days. Thanks.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Gyanda Sachdeva, Vice President, Product Management, LinkedIn.
My name is Gyanda Sachdeva, and I run the product team for the advertising business at LinkedIn. And I'm really excited to be here. Hopefully you know LinkedIn as the app that people go to when they're looking for a job. It's also the app that people go to when they're looking to fill a job opening. It's also the app that people go to when they're looking for an investor, a co-founder, or a customer. And underneath all the connections that are made by the millions every day, there's a really powerful professional network that gives us insights and access to trends across the global labor market. And we call it the economic graph. LinkedIn's economic graph is comprised of 850 million members across the globe. It has 59 million companies, 14 million jobs, 39,000 standardized skills, and 128,000 schools. It's like having a real-time lens into the fundamental shifts taking place across the world's economy. And it gives us insights like these. Over the last 7 years, the total number of founders globally has more than doubled. It was 2.6 million in 2015, and it's at 5.6 million today. In addition, these startups are hiring at a massive pace. They've almost doubled their hiring since their peers of 7 years ago. And we see that in the numbers of the employee bases. The employee base at startups has quadrupled in the last 3 years. 3 years that have been filled with macroeconomic uncertainty. What this tells us is that there has been tremendous progress, and there are many reasons to be optimistic. Because the bottom line is, founders are going to found, and they're going to look for growth opportunities. So today, I want to share with you some insights and research around how to grow in a time like today's, how to use this time as an opportunity to get ahead. To get started, let's go back in time. Let's take a look at these logos: GE, IBM, HP, Salesforce, Microsoft, Airbnb, Uber, Venmo. What do all these companies have in common? All of these businesses were founded during economic downturns. It takes profound courage to start a business, but even the worst economic weather conditions does not control the entrepreneurship spirit, which is great news for all of us. In fact, we've seen this in the data in 2022. In the last 10 months, 274,000 new companies have been founded. And we're not talking about companies that did the paperwork and got registered. These are companies that opened up shop, that have hired people, that have a digital presence. In addition, 226,000 people became first-time founders. They took a risk in this environment. And many people have followed them. 1.1 million people have left their jobs at big companies to join these startups. This is phenomenal. In a business, we're hardwired to fear a recession and a downturn. But the reality is that the worst of times produces the best of businesses. Why? Because it's relatively easy to succeed in good times when the market is booming, but only the most skilled professionals can make it through bad times. Eleanor Roosevelt famously said that a woman is like a tea bag. You cannot tell how strong she is until you put her in hot water. I think the same is true for startups. Only the strongest startups can successfully weather this storm. So today, I want to share with you some tips on how to weatherproof your business against all storms. And I call it all-weather marketing. I know what many of you are thinking: marketing in a recession. In fact, the first thing companies do when a recession hits is cut back their marketing spend. It's a knee-jerk reaction, and it's almost always the wrong one. The truth is that cutting back marketing spend in a downturn is a really bad idea. And you don't have to trust me. There is over 100 years of research on this topic that shows that companies that increased their marketing spend in a downturn are the ones that grew in the years following the recession. And on the other side, the companies that decreased their marketing spend in a downturn are the ones that failed to grow in the short term and in the long term. The key idea here for founders and growth leaders is this: you need to think beyond the recession, because data shows that most recessions are quite short. In fact, since World War II, the average recession has lasted 11 months. And in some verticals, especially in B2B, the purchase cycle itself can be 16 months or longer. So good weather or bad weather economically, you have to think about the long term. And the reality is that even when we are in good times, majority of your buyers are not in the market for your products and services. It's a hard, but it's the truth. 95% of buyers are actually future buyers. We call this the 95-5 rule in B2B or B2C. And when bad times hit, buyers delay purchase decisions, which makes the number of future buyers even larger. This is the 99-1 rule. In a time like this, many companies, including startups, cut back their marketing spend to focus on short-term sales. But that is a bad idea because the short-term sales opportunity was small to begin with, and it rapidly shrinks in a downturn. What one needs to do is to focus on efforts that will drive long-term growth, like marketing. You need to figure out how your buyers will know about your brand when they re-enter the market. Smart investors know that downturns are buying opportunities, and hence the famous quote from Warren Buffett that when everyone else is being fearful, that's the time to be greedy. And similarly, smart founders should know that downturns are buying opportunities. In fact, even just maintaining your marketing spend can help you get ahead in the future. And I will illustrate this with a simple good times, bad times business model. So imagine you're in good times and you invested in marketing and you collected around 20 million impressions in your category. And let's assume the category is sized at 100 million. That means your share of voice is 20%. And let's assume your actual market share is 10%, which gives you excess share of voice of 10 points. This excess share of voice determines your future sales opportunity. And now let's say bad times hit, but you don't change your marketing strategy. You still get those 20 million impressions and probably at a much lower cost than before. But again, buyers will delay their purchases in bad times, and the entire category will decline. So let's say that comes down to 80 million. Now, without changing your marketing strategy and potentially at a lower cost, you have increased your excess share of voice to 15 points. This is phenomenal. This is what should happen. However, it is very hard to maintain or increase your marketing spend in a downturn. I understand that. And so let's think about alternatives. Many startups will be on the look for marketing efficiencies. How can we make it easier and cost less in a time like this? So let me talk about that. And there's a simple formula I want to share with you. Rerun, refine, and reinvigorate. Let me go through it one by one. So when you think about the effectiveness of a marketing campaign, it comes down to two things. One is your creative, the message that you're trying to get out, and the second is your distribution. How is it getting out to people? So how do you find efficiencies in your creative budget and your distribution budget? Let's start with the creative. When it comes to efficiencies in your creative budget, there's a very easy solution. Rerun your old creative. Maybe there are many marketers in the room. We all love to develop a new creative, make a big splash. But research shows that the most effective creative is the creative that has been running for a really long time. These campaigns have been running the exact same creative for several decades. It turns out that in advertising, a creative doesn't wear out, it wears in. And if you want your message to be remembered, repeat it over and over again, especially in a recession. So don't spend money on that creative, rerun the old one. Second question, how do you find efficiency in your distribution budget? So I want to remind you that the media supply chain is full of waste and fraud. Take this example from Chase. At one point in time a few years ago, Chase was running advertising on nearly 500,000 placements. And they decided to cut that down to 5,000. They saved a lot of money, but they did not sacrifice any results. You have to look very carefully at the distribution channels that you're using. Another example, when you're looking to buy third-party data for targeting, especially in B2B, there are some segments like IT decision makers, also known as ITDMs, that can be inaccurate almost 86% of the time. So it's really important that you don't waste your money on the wrong audience. When you're looking for the distribution channel, look for placements that give you premium context, on-target reach, and high attention formats. And full disclosure, LinkedIn gives you all of that. But that was going to be my promoted placement. But not talk about it again. And then finally, reinvigorate your organic presence. To make this point, let me ask you a question. If I give you $100,000 to go buy a luxury car today, immediately there will be 3 to 5 brands that will pop up in your head. Why is that? Why do you have a mental shortlist ready to go for this category? Because of two things. One, all the advertising these cars have done, and you've seen those brands everywhere. And second, because you see what people are driving and what they're saying about the cars they drive. That's organic exposure. The first one was paid marketing exposure. We already talked about the paid marketing efficiency, so let me talk about the organic exposure. In a time like this, when budgets are tight, it's a really good time to reinvigorate your organic presence. Leverage all that is free. High attention formats like newsletters, podcasts, live video, events can help you build a community in bad times, which will help you in the good times. They will lower your effective cost per reach, make your marketing dollars go further. Okay, so to recap, rerun your old creative, refine your approach when it comes to distribution channels, and reinvigorate your organic presence. This strategy will help you save money in bad times and make money in good times. I hope this research is helpful in making the case for marketing in a downturn, but I understand that research can only go so far. We need examples. We need examples of inspiring marketers who are doing this and successfully weathering the storm today. So to that end, I'm delighted to introduce Ruby James, Senior Sales Manager for Startups and Venture Capital at LinkedIn, and Daniel Day, who's the Head of Marketing at Monte Carlo. Thank you.
Thank you, Deonda. Hello, Daniel.
Hi.
So I'm excited to dig into the real world of startups with you today.
Me too.
So I have to admit that when I asked you for a bio, you were hesitant to share and requested that I introduce you simply as a no BS marketer just trying to drive hypergrowth.
That's right.
That is all true, but I have to give the audience more than that.
Okay.
Because you've had an impressive tour of duty in Silicon Valley thus far. You've scaled marketing at a bunch of unicorn companies like Snowflake, Scale AI, and Rollbar, and you're currently the head of growth at Monte Carlo, a Series D data observability platform. And you and I go way back.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
It's clear that we invited you here today because over the years of us working together, it's your strong marketing principles and your strategic perspective that have enabled you to successfully achieve high ROI marketing strategies time and time again. And marketing is not just your day job. You also moonlight as a marketing professor at the University of Santa Clara. And I appreciate how much you love nerding out over over marketing and hypergrowth.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, and I'm excited to dig in.
I'm excited too. I didn't realize that I had done so much, but it sounds better when you talk about it.
So you and I have talked a lot about the impact of LinkedIn, but more recently we've been talking about growth during this kind of rainy weather.
Sure.
I'd love to hear your fast thoughts. What's your perspective on Gyanda's keynote?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time to be a growth marketer, to focus on demand gen. For us, it's a great opportunity to stay focused. Monte Carlo, of course, termed the phrase data observability. We're the leader in the space. It's still very much a category creation effort for us. And so this is the perfect time for us to stay focused, to double down, to stay the course, and to continue to invest in that area. So I thought it was a very prescient opportunity to think about those things.
It's great to hear that you're viewing this time as really an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage.
Yes.
We're hearing that startups are being advised by VCs
Sure.
to really look closely at spend categories and make sure that they're seeing ROI.
Yeah.
And I know that you, and I'm sure a lot of the audience is seeing that in the trades and hearing that as well. I'm curious your perspective on how this applies to marketing.
For sure. If you go back to when we started doing marketing at earnest at Monte Carlo 17, 18 months ago, really our North Star has always been how can we help our sales development teams and our sales teams to be successful? How can we help them to book more meetings in market and develop pipeline? And so from the very beginning, focusing on that North Star metric of how we can drive pipeline, how we can close more business, how we can drive revenue growth at our company has set us up for this moment. We don't need to change course. We can continue to invest in being transparent throughout our organization and focus on that metric. So it's nice to have done the hard things up front.
It's awesome. It sounds like your marketing org has always focused on aligning themselves closer to marketing pipeline and revenue.
Right. Yeah, it's actually interesting. It was scary at first, but our CFO at Monte Carlo, he's very interested in our marketing metrics, how it actually leads to revenue generation, how we drive pipeline. He's so interested in it that he's actually in our LinkedIn advertising instance, and we go at least every few weeks, we go line by line, looking at how much it costs per lead, how much an MQL costs, how much an ICP costs, how much does it cost for us to drive an in-market meeting. And it can be scary as a marketer to have that kind of transparency, campaign level, the creative, and to see it. But it builds trust. So when we have this opportunity to drive in a less than ideal market, that transparency and that trust that we've built allows us to continue to make investments in marketing, smart investments in marketing that are going to continue our growth throughout this phase. Yeah.
I love that smart growth. That's, I have to say for myself, some of the tightest alignment I've heard with finance. From strategy down to tactics.
Yeah.
Have you made any other changes to adapt to this climate?
Yeah, so when we started this journey, we created an ideal customer profile. It's not new to anybody else, but it's just a set of heuristics that make a good customer for Monte Carlo, and it was how we focused in the beginning. Of course, as we've gotten more customers and we've become even more data-enabled and data-driven, we've been able to double down in that area. So staying focused on our ICP, staying focused on our key buying personas, really, I'll say it again, having ridiculous focus and conviction on what we're trying to drive and what we want to achieve is something we've doubled down on even in the past few quarters, is to stay focused, to have conviction, find the data that helps us to stay focused and keep going in that direction, not getting, not seeing like shiny objects or other types of demand that we're generating and trying to chase it, but doubling down on the things that we know work and staying focused.
So Daniel, I'm curious, just with that context or what you just shared, we're definitely seeing this climate impact our buyers. So there's fewer people in market for software, and everyone's buying decisions are tougher. And I'm sure this is top of mind for the audience, specifically around as we want to focus on closer alignment with revenue and driving ROI. So how would you advise startup sales and marketing functions to partner together to increase demand online?
Yeah, we have a very clear ICP defined, as I said, a very clear buying persona that we sell to. Our sales team and sales development team, they're not going to work demand that they don't think is going to lead to in-market business for us. So it doesn't matter how many leads we generate, it doesn't matter how many marketing qualified leads we generate, it doesn't matter how many accounts we touch or qualify. It matters that we're talking to the right people at the right time and that we're sharing that interest with our team. So we have a very clearly defined service level agreement for what they'll follow up on. And it's for us, like you said, to invest in digital marketing channels, specifically like the advertising we do on LinkedIn, where we can choose the company size, the verticals, the industries, the company names, the personas, the titles, the level of education and those things. Because when we're spending money in a way that we know we're generating demand in the right companies, in the right personas, in the right verticals, and that somebody is going to be there on the other side to follow up with it, it's quite gratifying, not only for myself, but in our entire marketing team, to understand the content we build, the things that we're generating, the demand that we're creating is going to be followed up and lead to the growth and impact in our company.
That's awesome. I'm curious, you mentioned honing in on your ICP, making sure you're focusing in on the portion of your ICP that is most likely to convert in partnership with sales. Are there any more tactical ways that marketers can partner with sales to make sure that they're focused on the right portion of their ICP? And before you go, I feel compelled to shout out your nickname. I believe you got it at Snowflake of Mr. ABM. So would love to hear your perspective on more tactical ways.
It's just building a relationship, whether it's the processes or the tools or the handoff that you have. If you don't have a relationship, if you can't have a conversation, if you can't go lead by lead, opportunity by opportunity, and actually have an open conversation on what good or great looks like, then you're not doing yourself justice. You can't generate demand and interest in your product and platform, throw it over a wall, and expect that people will follow up on it. You need to have a tight relationship and feedback loop so that you can both get better and drive growth in that way.
Great, so it sounds like, and you and I have talked a lot about this, but just more specifics for the audience, it sounds like regular meetings with sales, making sure that you have really nailed the handoff to get even more specific and tactical to know you're reaching the right people.
Yeah, and it's not even meetings or conversations, it's building a real relationship and caring about not only the success of your organization, but the success of the individuals that you work with, to see them continue their career in business development or commercial sales, or move on to account management, or even move into sales management, for example. It's about caring about those things, seeing the individual being successful and the group being successful as part of it, and driving growth in that way.
It's an amazing perspective.
Yeah.
So with 20 seconds left, our last question. What's one piece of advice you would give a digital marketer navigating achieving growth during this rainy weather?
Yeah, I would say don't get too focused on your campaign metrics. Don't only hone in on your click-through rates and your conversion rates and who's interacting with your campaigns and conversions. Optimization is tremendous, but if you can't tie the things you're doing to the success or impact in your organization, if you can't take it the step beyond the digital marketing things you're doing, I would focus on that area. When you create a return on investment or you create impact at your organization and somebody asks you, what is marketing responsible for? What are these digital ads providing for us? If you can answer those questions and you can talk about the worth of marketing in your organization, it takes it to an entirely other level than just staying focused on optimization in your campaign metrics.
Such great insight, Daniel. And with that crash course in marketing and growth, I want to thank you for being here with us today.
I appreciate it. That was fun.
Thank you.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Chris Hewish, president of Xsola.
Well, good morning, everybody. And this is my first TechCrunch, so thank you for being in the audience and supporting. Today, I want to talk with you about expanding your game, or even if it's not a video game, just expanding your product to new platforms. And somewhere there is there's the sign here, the presentation, but expanding to new platforms. So, when you make a video game or you make any product, you put a lot of time into making it, but you don't necessarily put a lot of time into figuring out how to distribute that. The number that I want you to think about in regards to distribution is 400%, and I'm going to come back to this number, but keep that number in mind as I go through the presentation. 400%. It's a big number, and it is very meaningful, and I'll explain why as we go through this. So as I said, you probably put a lot of time into coming up with a great idea, building something, engineering it, developing it, making it just right, a lot of testing. But how much time do you actually put into thinking about how that product, in this case a game, how that video game actually gets to your audience or gets to your players? Well, I'll share a little bit about that. You're in your shop, you're tinkering, you're building, you're ready to go, you're ready to launch, and you probably just put it up onto a platform, a third-party platform, like the app stores or Steam, any of these third-party platforms. And from there, your players, they go to buy something, and they go through a payment processor, and they conduct a transaction, and then the players, hooray, they get your game, or they get your, your content, whatever it is that you're distributing. Well, that's the current model, right? That's going through third-party platforms. But if you go direct to consumer, you cut out those platforms, and that is very meaningful. Not that you should go away from platforms, but it's a way to expand your audience, and it basically means that you can, gain a lot of benefits. So, what are those benefits? Well, you're talking directly to your players. You're thinking about, okay, what kind of new things can we give them? And there's three main benefits. There's more revenue, there is more data, and there are more players that you can actually reach. You might not realize this, but when you go through a third-party platform like the App Store, you are unable to reach a pretty big audience of players out there that simply can't transact on the platform. Companies like Activision, Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, all of these big companies, they know that. They go direct to consumer. They have their own platforms, and they're actually going directly to the players and generating a lot of revenue from that. And you might say, hey, Chris, these are big companies. I don't have the resources to do that, right? I'm not an Activision. I'm not an EA. I don't have the revenue that these companies have. Well, there are plenty of other companies just like you that are going to direct to consumer, and it doesn't take a ton of resources to do that. Aspire, Bad Fox Studios, Wildlife, We Made, these companies, even Munfish, these are all going direct to consumer. And they're doing that by working with companies like ourselves, and I'm not going to do a sales pitch here. There's plenty of companies out there that can help you go direct to consumer. And these companies are doing this, and they're doing it in addition to going through third-party platforms as a way to expand their business. Remember I said 400% earlier. Keep that in mind, right? There's a lot of revenue that can be made by going direct to consumer. If you're on the PC side of things, there's companies or games like the Elder Scrolls. What they're doing with their online stores, they're using it to share news with their players, to promote different events, things that are happening, new downloadable content. You have Total War Warhammer. They're also using this. They're doing their own kind of launcher, right, where they have all of the different games that the company is making that they're able to share with their players by going direct. And what do I mean? I should back up here a little bit. What do I mean by going direct? They create these online web presences, right? So they have a website, they have a launcher, they have something that allows them to communicate directly to their players and share all of these different updates. Here we have EVE Online, which I'm sure all of you know about, and they have been really at the forefront of going direct to consumer for many, many years. They're able to share different updates, different in-game events, things that are happening. And World of Tanks is another great example. They do different anniversary events, different bundles, different sales. So going direct to consumer, these are PC games, and you might be saying, well, that's great. Obviously on PC, you have a website, you're right there, you're at your PC. But mobile games also are going direct to consumer. And they're doing this as an expansion of their business model. So you have your mobile game through the App Store, and that's great, and you should obviously you have to do that. But you can actually get online as well with a web shop. And these web shops are great ways to connect directly with your players. You can do different things like expanding your payment methods. I said earlier that you're leaving a lot of, by not going direct to consumer, you're leaving a lot of players sort of untapped. And what I meant by that was there are players all around the world who actually aren't able to purchase things in an app store because the app stores, whether it's Apple or Google, may not offer local payment methods, right? They may not offer all of the different payment methods that these players are using. But if you have your own web presence, you can actually unlock all of that. We estimate it's about 40% of the players out there are unable to transact, and if you do a web shop, you can actually start engaging with them. In addition, you can offer
May I have your attention?
Unique
Please
items. You can offer discounts and promotions. Here you're seeing, a 15% promotion for a bundle of items that the players may not be able to get otherwise. You can also offer higher price points, right? Which is something that's really powerful. that leads to that 400% number that I mentioned earlier. And some of the best practices, I'll dive into those, but before I do this, the 400% number I mentioned, that is what we are actually seeing with companies that are using direct-to-consumer initiatives, whether it's a web shop or a web page. They are able to generate 400% more revenue per paying user by going direct. And that's because they've been able to offer bigger bundles, higher price points, direct communication. So I mentioned bundles, right? That this is what I was just talking about. You also have the opportunity to deliver personalized content. So if you go through a third-party platform, which is great for reach, right? These platforms have huge audiences, but you don't get all the data, right? You're not able to know exactly who your customer is. And by going direct, you get all the data, you get all of that information, and you can create personalized offers to your players based upon their transaction history, what they've engaged with before, and that all leads to higher revenue. Also, payment options. As I mentioned, with third-party platforms, they have sort of a limited amount of payment options. You might be surprised to know that there are hundreds of different ways to pay for things, pay for games, right? We work with over 700 different payment processors, whether it's credit cards or gift cards or whatever it might be, cash kiosks. There are all these ways that players can actually pay for things in your games. And by only going through a third-party platform, you're restricted, you're kind of limited on what you're able to do. But by going direct to consumer, you unlock all of this, and it generates a lot more revenue for you. You also, more players. So retargeting, one of the things you can do online is you can do retargeting. You can track, like if somebody is searching for a game or something online, you can serve an ad to them to bring them over to you. Interstitials are incredibly effective. You can actually serve up interstitials to these players when they're online, when they're searching for other things, and bring them over to your game. And then the most powerful thing is email and social. So you can use online forums, you can use emails to let players know about special events that are happening, to let them know about bundles, promotions, various things like that. And this all keeps people engaged, and you can then give them links to direct them straight to your online presence, and they can buy directly from you. And this, we have seen, is incredibly effective, right? It generates so much more revenue for you, and it's not just a margin type thing. This is actually higher price points, more engagement, more returns, people buy more often. If you are able to personalize your offerings, it really brings your players back to you. And then communication, right? So revenue, reach, communication. So the ability to work with influencers is something that you're unable to do effectively on third-party platforms. But if you're going direct to consumer, you can actually work with influencers. You can give them special links, special offers that they can give to their community, and that drives a lot of engagement, a lot of additional players into your ecosystem. On the community side of things, you can really start to get people that are brand advocates for you. You can reward players for sort of driving more engagement, driving more, just other users into your ecosystem. So going direct to consumer gives you the ability to have this dialogue, this sort of one-on-one relationship with your players and with your influencers. And you can then use that by giving them links, giving them special promotions, all of the things that I've just talked about. And that really drives more revenue, more engagement for your game. And it's kind of a short presentation, but that was really it. The whole idea, the 400% that I mentioned earlier. So we are seeing games that are making over $300 per paying user by going direct to consumer. They're seeing 2.5 visits per week. To their sites. They're seeing much more engagement. And this is all because they've been able to craft personal messages. They've been able to go direct. And it's something that you should really be thinking about if you're going to be running a game or any kind of business actually online. So thank you. I appreciate your time. And that's it. So.
A faster, cleaner, more connected hub for innovation is here. AT&T and JBG Smith are building the world's first true 5G city at scale. Once completed, National Landing will be hyper-connected with AT&T's 5G woven into the infrastructure of every corner of the city. The city will serve as a powerful magnet to big thinkers and innovators, a North Star for inventors and disruptors around the world who are driving toward a more climate-friendly and frictionless future, full of innovation and imagination. National Landing will deliver world-class placemaking with abundant green housing and transit choices. In fact, National Landing is just the first in many smart cities to come, using connectivity from AT&T to transform where you live, work, and play. Because connecting really does change everything.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Deputy Editor, Jordan Crook.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. Did everyone have a nice lunch, little break? Yeah, the food was mediocre. Okay, cool. Well, I'm excited to bring up our next panelist. Raise your hand if you've heard of OnlyFans. Keep your hand up if you have spent money on OnlyFans. Oh, really? If you say so. All right, well, with that, let's bring them up. What do you think? Please welcome to the stage Chief Strategy and Operations Officer at OnlyFans, Keely Blair, CEO, Amy Gann, and your moderator, Amanda Silberling. Warm welcome.
I don't know if you guys can see from out there, but Keely's shoes have green lights in them. So you're really repping TechCrunch.
They're on brand.
Yeah, we are
obviously deliberate.
Yes, we are so on brand. And now let's move to you repping OnlyFans, the company that you are executives at. So OnlyFans is doing amazing. You made $932 million last year, more than double what you made the year before. And OnlyFans has paid out $8 billion to creators since 2016. And that's amazing. $8 billion is a huge number. But then last year, there was a little bit of a snafu where OnlyFans temporarily said that it was going to ban sexually explicit content. And for adult creators on the platform, that really sent them into a tailspin of, can we pay our rent next month? What's going on? It seems that OnlyFans figured that out. You said that you came to an agreement with payment processors, but I just wanted to ask from your perspective, what happened?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for having us here.
Yeah,
it's
and
great
thank you for Keely's shoes.
Yes. It's great to be able to speak with you in the audience and really talk about the business. And before I get to your question, I saw everyone's hands go up where, yes, you've heard of OnlyFans. You probably have an idea of who we are, what the business is, but I kind of want to go into what our company is and our business model before jumping into everything, where I saw a lot of hands go up. Thank you for those who already are on the platform as fans or creators. So OnlyFans was started in 2016, and we really were meant to be a platform for all content creators to be able to monetize content that you're normally sharing for free on the other platforms that are out there, due to our liberal content policies, we kind of went off in one direction, meaning very popular among our adult creator community. And that's amazing. And I'm very proud to represent our adult creators, as well as we're home to chefs, comedians, race car drivers. And we'll get more into those later on. But with that, we've continued on this exponential growth period, especially during 2020. And we're so proud to be this inclusive platform. And for every dollar that we earn, creators earn 4. Referencing the stats that you rattled off, they're all very exciting and impressive, but what matters is that creators are able to have a safe place to share their content, monetize it in a way they just can't elsewhere. And that's where we really have been a disruptor in the creator economy, and something that I'm extremely proud to represent. And looking at where we were when that proposed AUP change happened, it's something that I took that as a major, major learning experience. It was a proposed change. Yes, we did end up rolling it back about a week later. At that point, I was CMO of the business, so I was very much there on the front lines. And most importantly, I was connecting with our creators. I heard from them. I heard every single thing that came in. And it was extremely powerful to, hear their feedback. And that uproar is what, allowed us to be able to be the safest and most inclusive platform. Our creator community was heard, and that's why to this day I make it a very strong point to be proud to represent adult content creators, as well as all the other creators who have been able to make OnlyFans their home and have a safe place to express themselves. That's something that's just not happening elsewhere on the internet, and that's again why we are a disruptor of the creator economy and why we're here today.
Yeah, and I think it's so important that OnlyFans does have that space for adult creators, because if you look at a competitor like Patreon, where they don't allow you to monetize certain kinds of sexually explicit content, and as I said in the intro, OnlyFans is making so much money. You guys told me before that you are making even more money this year than last year, whereas I feel like as a journalist, I've just been writing about layoffs all year, and it's super depressing, and Patreon just had layoffs, but OnlyFans is doing it and you're making money. And I think part of that is because you do have a space for every kind of creator to monetize. Yeah. And then I know, Keely, you work on the safety side of things, and I know part of why OnlyFans is able to host adult content, whereas competitors can't, is because you've built such robust checks for making sure people are 18, they're consenting. So what's that approach like?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when we talk about OnlyFans as a platform, because as we all were talking about, the fact that people associate OnlyFans with adult content, and we're very proud to be a home for adult content creators. But you're right, safety is what's fundamental to allowing us to do that. We actually see a lot of other platforms do host adult content, but they're not open and honest about it, and that means that they don't have in place some of the safety measures that we do. So to become a creator on our platform, you can't just do it overnight. It's pretty hard to do. It's a 10-step process in the US, 9 in other jurisdictions, but we ask you for your full name, your date of birth, your address, your financial information, your social security number. You go through a biometric selfie identifier. You provide us with your government ID. And what that means is that we know who's on our platform. We know the content that they're creating and sharing. And if there's any bad actors on our platform, we're able to take action against those people. That takes away some of the anonymity and toxicity that we see on other platforms. And it really creates that safe space for content creators across all genres, absolutely adult content. But we hear from our content creators all the time, right, Amy, about the difference of the experience of being on OnlyFans and opening your direct messages on the platform. It's like talking to your fan base rather than some of the hate that you have to deal with on other places in the internet.
Exactly. The biggest feedback we get from our creator community is that they're like, oh, everyone's so nice and so welcoming and supportive. It's like, well, yeah, why wouldn't they be? These are your biggest fans who've taken that extra effort to subscribe to you. Someone's not going to do that and then send you a mean message. They're there because they want to connect with you and they want to have access to your content and that real emotional connection you get with a creator that you just can't get elsewhere. Think of all the times, someone gets a DM on any other platform. It's probably lost in spam and bots and things like that, whereas on OnlyFans, it's only real people who are interacting as long as they are over 18.
Mm-hmm. And to go back to the question about what happened with the credit card processing, So is the reason why you were able to keep accepting payments from MasterCard and Visa because you are doing those age checks to make sure people are 18, they're consenting, et cetera?
Absolutely. I mean, so we've always been very aware of the MasterCard and Visa guidelines, and we are very transparent with our stakeholder community. So one of the things that we've done in the past year is we've launched a Safety and Transparency Center. That's outside the paywall, so you don't have to log into the platform to access it, and that means that third parties can access information about how we verify creator ID, what we do to tackle CSAM, how we deal with age and identity verification, what we do on content moderation, and being able to be out there in the world and saying, hey, we do things differently for lots of reasons. Our business is designed differently from lots of other social media platforms. Like, we don't monetize people's data. We don't sell third-party ads. The revenue that we make is related to subscriptions and payments to creators. And so every business decision that we make is creator first. It's so different when that's your North Star in terms of how you run a platform and how you run a business. And so putting our creator safety at the heart of everything, and then being transparent with those stakeholders and helping to reassure them and take them on that journey and help them understand that actually we apply this incredibly high bar, safety-wise, to all of the content on our platform. Like, everything gets reviewed by a human, every single piece of content. And that's insane. And the internet would be a heck of a lot better if that was the case on every other platform too.
Yeah, and then just to like wrap up this line of questioning, so then if you have like these safety measures in place, then what was the decision making, like when OnlyFans chose to make this declaration that sexually explicit content would no longer be on the platform? Like, what was the goal there? Like, was it just a matter of not knowing if you were able to keep the safety measures in place, or like apply them to the fullest extent? Or I'm just curious, like, a little more about like why that happened.
I think it's important to remember that that's over a year ago now.
Yes.
So everything moves on and evolves, right? We'd be, in terms of safety measures, if we ever sit still, we're not doing enough. We have to keep pushing, we have to keep evolving, and we have to keep adding things that we do to keep our community safe. But also it's about, us as an executive team being out there and talking to stakeholders.
And
right?
that's where we learned from our community during that period. And now we're in positions to be able to address adult content creators, to be able to really show the amount and work that we're doing in safety. We truly have industry-leading safety measures and controls that you just don't see elsewhere. And that's because we care about our community, and that is what allows us to be the most inclusive platform.
For sure. And I spoke with some adult creators that use OnlyFans. They pay their rent with their OnlyFans payouts, which also, I think there were some statistics, something like 1,000 creators have made over $1 million on OnlyFans. Is that right?
It's actually more than that now.
Okay, wow. See, it's like this, yeah, it's even more than that now. But I spoke with some adult creators that use OnlyFans, and I think even though, as you said, it was a year ago, I think people are still a little skittish because for adult creators online, like, the name of the game is that you're on a platform, suddenly that platform pivots, you lose your following, you have to build another following elsewhere, and that can make life really precarious for these people. So I wanted to ask you if you're able to make a commitment that adult content will continue to be able to be hosted on OnlyFans.
We've pretty much already made that
Awesome.
commitment.
Yeah, a number of times, yeah.
That's where we've been very vocal, and I'm personally friends with many of our creators and connect with them, adult creators, other creators as well. And, again, that experience was such a learning experience. And looking at our community, we have over 2 million creators. That's over 2 million small businesses on the platform. And that weighs on me. And that's something that I keep in my heart every single day when it comes to doing this job.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to think about creators as small businesses because they are. And I'm a creative person. I'm really passionate about creative people being able to make a living, and whether it's doing adult content, whether it is a race car driver on OnlyFans, which is very cool. There's cooks on OnlyFans. Like, I love creative people getting paid to do what they love. And so what you're saying is, in 5 years, somebody who is making adult content on OnlyFans now, they're still going to be able to do that in 5 years.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think as well, the other thing is, like, actually, when you talk about the creative community as a whole, we look at the way that content is consumed on the internet and the growth of the creator economy. creators deserve to get paid
Yes.
for what they do, right? Creators who put content out there, whether it's adult content, whether it's writing content, whether it's music, whether it's comedy, they deserve to get paid for the work that they're doing. OnlyFans as a platform, that's what we exist for, that's what we're there for, and that's why we're able to be creator first. So you're absolutely right, that financial inclusion piece is incredibly important for adult content creators, but it should be important for every creator on the internet. And that's when we talk about being an inclusive platform. It's like we want other creators to wake up to the opportunity that the adult content creators went, aha, this is a great business model, like I like this platform.
Yeah.
And we would love to see everybody else in the creative community who's over 18 and wants to abide by our terms of service, that they would come and join OnlyFans and monetize their content in that way. That's why we're here, and that's why we love talking to the creative community.
And it's also, we're a platform where we don't categorize creators. There's so many platforms, you have to check this, you have to fill this out, and you decide, I'm this type of creator. On OnlyFans, everyone's over 18, they're empowered to share content that they feel comfortable sharing. So on one day you could share cooking content, the next day you can share fitness content, maybe you're sharing spicy content, whether it's cooking or cooking naked. It could be either, but it's up to, people are multi-hyphenates. Why are we putting creators in whatever category they are typically put in? And it's the same with adult content creators. They have many other interests, many other things that they share on their platform, and that's what OnlyFans allows them to do, as well as with all content creators. So really, it's up to every creator, and what's important is that creators are getting paid for their content. And OnlyFans was truly before its time. It was founded in 2016 when creators are doing brand deals and sponsored posts. Now, creators are able to really take back that control, and that's what's important. And that's what's really meaningful about the platform, is it's given creators a way to monetize their content, connect with their community.
Yeah, and I think part of why I'm pleasantly surprised that you say that in 5 years, yeah, of course adult content's going to be on OnlyFans. I think part of why that surprises me is because that wasn't the case before you were CEO. And a key piece of the timeline here is that you transitioned from CMO to CEO after that happened. And it feels like under your leadership, you have been pretty sex positive and understanding that, yes, this is a huge cut of OnlyFans' revenue, which, speaking of, I don't know if you are willing to share the percentage breakdown of what comes from adult content creators versus what comes from safe for work content creators. But then again, as you just said, you have spicy food and spicy content. They can be at the same place, but
I'm the same creator. And all monetized. And that's the thing. So how do you break it down? We'd have to look at every single transaction on the platform and assign it to one or the other.
That's part of not categorizing creators, and also we're not collecting data, we're not selling data, there's no ads on the platform. And the reason that other platforms do that is because that's part of their business model. Where our business model is simple and straightforward, where it's an 80-20 split, all in favor of the creator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but is there any idea of that percentage breakdown, or is it just completely mystical?
Well, I guess the better question is, why is that important to people?
I think it's important to people because I think it makes OnlyFans as a different kind of platform than a Patreon, because there's such a market for adult creators. That's one thing OnlyFans has proved over and over. I mean, the name of this panel was the internet's oldest industry, because people are going to use the internet for sex no matter what you do. And what I like about OnlyFans is that they're going to do it anyway. Let them do it safely. People deserve to have dignified, safe working conditions, and tech can help that.
And that's where all creators deserve that safety. And that's why safety is the foundation of our business, and it's the heart of everything we do. Because if you look at the way creators are treated elsewhere, they receive all sorts of terrible messages. For example, Chloe Sims, who we're working with, she's a UK reality star who's going to be launching her own reality show along with her family on our streaming platform and app, OFTV. She shared some of the just horrible messages and things that she's received on other platforms, and it's truly heartbreaking, the types of abuse that creators, talent, really anyone who's kind of in the public eye endures. And that's where being able to have a safe place like OnlyFans has allowed her to connect with her community, to share content, and not feel like you're going to get those negative comments, those negative DMs. Everything on her OnlyFans has been very positive, again, because it's her biggest fans who are able to connect with her.
Yeah. It's about accountability as well, like fans and creators being accountable for their behavior online, which is important. And being in a position that we're in and taking the view that we take on content moderation, which is that we review every single thing that gets shared. We review all the direct messages. There's no end-to-end encryption on the platform in that sense. But it's not for the purposes of monetization. It's for the purposes of safety. And that's why our creators and our fans are willing to, they know that. We're very transparent that this is the reason why we do this. And it means that we can keep people safe. It means that if people are abusive on the platform, they're off and they're not coming back on again. They're not able to just like set up a new account, set up a new email address and like change their identity overnight and suddenly come back and be horrible to people. Like that doesn't happen on our platform. And that we think that makes it a very, very unique place on the internet, particularly amongst other social media platforms.
Yeah. And I'm also curious about, so even if your strategy is like very much any creator, come here, do whatever you want as long as you're doing it safely. No, yeah. Follow the terms of service.
Yes.
So what would you do if there is legislation that gets passed that makes it harder for adult creators to monetize online, or if there's more stringent guidelines coming from payment processors? Do you have a strategy in place to foresee those kinds of things?
Look, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen, but what we do know and we can control is what's happening on our platform. That's why we make investments into safety, into content moderation. Again, we know who everyone is on our platform. We see every single thing that's happening. No one's able to send disappearing messages, things like that. OnlyFans is truly a place that is one of the safest spots on the internet for our community. Again, everyone's over 18. These are all adults. We see everything. So that also plays into the safety. And that's also why we launched the Safety and Transparency Center. It allows anyone, third parties, processors, whoever might have a question about what's happening on this platform to be able to go and see, this is our approach to content moderation. This is our approach to keeping our community safe.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to legislation, we obviously keep an eye out on what's going on, and we make sure we comply with the legislation in all the jurisdictions that we operate in. But it's also about going above and beyond that, right? If we only do what we're forced to do, that's not good enough to protect creators. Yeah. I mean, so one of the other things that we've done is we have instituted an independent voluntary monitorship around our safety compliance program. So that's like, if I'm going to mark my homework, I'm going to give myself an A, right? I'm going to be like, I am awesome. I'm doing all the things that are great in terms of safety. We are smashing it out of the ballpark. But actually getting somebody who is external to come in and review your controls, to review your program, to give you feedback about what they're seeing elsewhere in the market, and then for us to change, adapt, evolve, always get better. Those are the things that really set us apart from other platforms in that way. We're not going to sit back and just say, we're going to wait until we're made to do something. So in terms of legislation, it's not something that like we're up at night worrying about, because we feel like we're always pushing the envelope in terms of what's possible and leading our peers, frankly. We've led in terms of age verification. Like if you look at a lot of other platforms now and what they're trying to do around age verification, we've led the way in terms of that. We've been getting our creators to provide information to verify their date of birth for a very long time. And now we're just seeing other platforms starting to catch up on that because of the criticism that they faced. And we'll continue to be an industry leader in safety. And as Amy said, like that was one of the main reasons why I joined. It's one of the main reasons why Amy, asked me to take this role, was because safety is a fundamental part of your vision.
It's the part of the business, and a lot of people are surprised to know this, but we actually reject up to 60% of people who apply to be creators on the platform every month because they're not providing the right information. They're not providing enough information because we are so stringent. And that's something that, that's money left on the table, but that's not a risk we're willing to take as a business.
Yeah, for sure. And so I have to ask, so I think this comes up a lot when we talk about issues with payment processing. Is crypto's a way around that? Have you thought about that at all?
That's not an area we're looking to go down because we need to know who we're paying money out to.
Yes.
Again, going back to our safety controls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is good to know, and all the more reason to keep up with all the legislation and credit card companies and everything that they are doing there. And to go back to your transition from CMO to CEO, I was wondering if there's anything that makes OnlyFans a business that is particularly well suited to be led by somebody with a marketing background.
It's another way that we're a disruptor.
Yes.
I was doing a lot behind the scenes with our former CEO before taking on this role. So I had exposure to, various different parts of the company. I was doing a lot. I really learned and was able to take a lot of that knowledge and a lot of those lessons and apply them every day into my role. And that's why I really make the effort to connect with our creator community and to talk to people like yourself and everyone here about the platform, because there's just so many misconceptions about OnlyFans when, people think, oh, you can just sign up and suddenly see a bunch of spicy content, where no, you cannot, because of all the safety controls we have, and you don't see content unless you subscribe to a creator that's putting out that type of content. So you might see, again, a chef, someone doing spicy content, a boxer. It's truly become such an incredible hub for creators to have this safe space and home, and I'm very proud to be leading the organization as we're kind of going into this new chapter of the business, and with different investments that I've been making. OFTV, for example, which I mentioned earlier, that's our free streaming platform and app, which is available on Apple, Android, smart TVs, and it's been another platform for creators to be able to have a voice, for fans to get to know, oh, who is that? Let me learn a little bit about them before I then go and subscribe to their OnlyFans profile. And it's also a place you get to see the range of content creators that are on OnlyFans. It's only available to OnlyFans creators to submit content to, which of course we moderate because we love to moderate. And it's been a great outlet, and that's where we're doing different investments into original content. And on some of our original content series, you're going to see adult content creators, you're going to see music artists, you're going to see fitness professionals, and they could all be in the same show. For example, we have a cooking show called This Is Fire, and Kazumi, who's a very well-known adult content creator, took a part in the first season. She's going to be on season 2, which we recently were filming. And that's really exciting to put people from so many different backgrounds together in the same place to be able to kind of have a unique experience.
Yeah, and we were listening to some of the talks earlier on, and it's so fascinating to hear the term of financial inclusivity being brought up so often. And it's nice to see the banking community wake up to that. It's nice to see the tech community wake up to that. It's something that we have felt as a business is so important for so long. And one of the reasons why I challenged you about asking the question of why does it matter is because there is such a temptation from people to try and segregate different types of content and to try and treat people who create one kind of content differently from the way they treat other people. And as a platform, that's just something we're not willing to do. And so that's why we apply the same high levels of safety controls to everybody. But it's also why we do things like invest in content for a streaming platform that enables people to see the breadth of actually what people can do across a wide range of genres, and to stop categorizing people, stop labeling people. Like that's the thing. And as a platform, being able to say, hey, we can be safe and inclusive and allow people to monetize and make money off their creative content in their way, in their small business, and help to protect them. Like, that's why we're so proud to kind of come here and come to work. And Amy will never blow her own trumpet about this because she's super modest. But like the way that Amy connects with the creator community is like incredible. She's such a wonderful ambassador for being able to be close to our creators. Like, we both have an OnlyFans account.
Yeah,
like, people are amazed that we use the platform, but we use it and we message creators through it and they message us. And of course. Yeah, and I think also, part of why I kind of am thinking about this in the sense of adult creators versus safe for work creators is because even if that isn't really a true dichotomy, adult creators are held to a much different standard. And I think that also applies to safety, where, I'm a writer, I get mean messages all the time. That means I'm doing my job, right? But like, it's different, I guess, when you're doing the kind of vulnerable sexual content where like, I don't have to worry about like nudes getting leaked, for example, whereas somebody who's making that kind of content would have to. And the safety standards might be more important to adult creators in that way, even though safety is always, hugely important. I am always telling all of my friends to enable two-factor authentication.
Yes,
on
please.
everything.
Everyone should have
Everybody
that.
enable two-factor authentication on all of your accounts right now.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, but I think it's that thing of, safety is fundamental. It's like at the heart of what we do, and being a leader in that, and particularly bearing in mind some of the additional risks faced by our creators. But that's also why it's so important for creators to be able to be in control, for creators to be able to block fans if they don't like what a fan is saying, for creators to be able to be in charge of setting their own pricing within certain parameters, for creators to be in charge of when they post content, how they post content, what they do within the confines of our terms of service, giving people that freedom, but also recognizing that actually there's a ton of adult content on the rest of the internet that has none of these safety controls in place, right? Yeah. So, I mean, we would be lying if we said OnlyFans invented the genre. We didn't. As you said, it's the oldest profession. But what we are doing is we are creating a place where people can be alongside other creators, not face stigma in that sense, and also benefit from hugely important safety controls.
Yeah, and one last question. So when we've talked about OFTV and how OnlyFans is really making an investment into making sure that the public knows this isn't just spicy content, you can have spicy food as well. And from like a marketing perspective, since like you were the CMO, I wonder if I feel like sometimes it appears from the outside like OnlyFans is trying to sanitize its image. And I wonder what you think about that, because you could argue, does OnlyFans need to sanitize its image? I don't think so.
OnlyFans has really become part of the cultural zeitgeist, and that's something that's really exciting and cool. And a lot of times the media takes OnlyFans and spins its own narrative with it, and that's something that's not in our control. But what is in our control is how we connect with our creator community, how we provide a safe place for them, and how we provide opportunities for them. And OnlyFans TV is another way that we're able to do that, where creators have a place to share additional content, express who they are. And again, it's just only available for OnlyFans creators. So that's, again, something special that we're able to offer our community. And we are investing into content there. A lot of our original content features OnlyFans creators. All of our content features OnlyFans creators, because it's important that we reflect the community that's been able to, really take off on the platform with over 2 million creators, 220 million users. I feel like we're at just the beginning of what OnlyFans is, and that's really exciting.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's like interesting when the phrase sanitize an image, right? I don't think that's what we're trying to do. And like, it's really interesting because you said, are you willing to make that commitment? And the answer is yes. And we have done many times. And almost every time we speak, we say that we're committed to keeping adult content on the platform. We talk about inclusivity. And there's a real temptation to write a different narrative. And people keep trying to say, but. And it's like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're trying to make it clear to everybody that there is a monetization opportunity available for all creators on OnlyFans. Adult content creators are smart as heck, and they're the ones who realize that first.
But now you have so many other creators in different category genres, however people might want to put them into buckets, realizing, wait, I can monetize my content. It's my fans, they want to see me, they want to see the videos that I'm creating, what I'm putting out there. And that's where we've entered this new period in the creator economy where creators are savvy. They're able to monetize everything that they're doing. And that's where OnlyFans has been able to be a leader.
Yeah. So we just say more inclusivity, not sanitization, inclusivity.
Yes, great note to end on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been able to take our data warehouse from 0 to 100. And a lot of that is thanks to pipeline as a service tools like Fivetran.
I think Fivetran is one of the most important inventions in the modern data stack space.
With Fivetran, it's super easy. You set it and suddenly information is there. It is just a tremendous time saver and a tremendous help to us.
All right. We're going to keep it moving. Crypto winter continues. I am actually freezing. Are you guys cold? No, we don't care about interacting with you, host. Okay. We do have an event coming up. If you're interested in this next panel, you'll probably be interested in an event next month in Miami focused on crypto. So check that out, techcrunch.com/events. Yeah, Jacqueline's excited about it. She writes about crypto. And with that, I am going to bring out our next guest, who is the co-founder of the Solana blockchain. Please welcome Anatoly Yakovenko and your moderator, Anita Ramaswamy. Warm welcome.
Totally, it's great to have you on stage.
Awesome to be here.
You were joking about this is the longest time you're going to be off Twitter, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah,
Me too. Yeah, so Solana was really successful in 2021. You guys had a really fantastic year, and everyone heard about you. You're sort of this blockchain that just emerged and broke out. And 2022 has been a little bit harder, though, right? Like you've had some outages. It's a tougher macro environment as well, and it's just been a more challenging landscape for crypto. So given that, how are you planning on sort of maintaining the relevance of Solana?
Well, I think despite the market downturn and despite a bunch of technical issues, we see user numbers still growing for certain kinds of applications, like NFTs and things like that are still a number of mints. I think 500,000 mints a day sometimes.
But trading volumes are down.
Trading volumes are definitely down, and those, I think, depend on the macro environment. But if you look at the total number, it's still about 20 to 30 million per day, which is ridiculous, right? Like if you kind of step back for a second and you think about what's happening, these are pictures of cats, right, that are traded $20, $30 million per day on platforms like Magic Eden and OpenSea. What's really interesting about that is that this is a core Web3 business model. It's an entire stack to make money on the web purely from digital content that does not rely on the Google Ad Exchange or the Facebook Ad Exchange to monetize or a subscription. So this is actually, I think, a clear paradigm shift in how you can make money on the web. And it's one that's really sticky despite the market downturns, despite crazy blow-ups and hacks and whatever, like Luna or whatever. It's people are still creating, people are still forming communities and trading and stuff like that.
And what gives you confidence that that's going to continue?
So I don't know if the NFTs are going to scale to hundreds of millions of users. This is like the big unknown. Right now, when you kind of look at crypto, at its peak, we had maybe 10 million monthly active signers between all the blockchains combined. So these are folks that actually have installed Phantom or MetaMask or some kind of wallet, and on a monthly basis use one of these decentralized applications. It's a pretty small set, right? 10 million users. Right now it's probably 2.5 million. So what is it going to take for us to get to 50 million to 100 million actual users that understand key phrases and BIP39 recovery and like securing all that stuff, right?
What is it going to take?
This is the big question, and I think the way that we think about it is that it's not going to be like the AOL keywords of crypto. It's not going to be something that hides the actual elements of self-custody. It has to be something that is so good that people are willing to figure it out and learn. And when we see that, we can then actually focus on the UX and improve maybe some of the security challenges there, some of the UX challenges, and get more people to adopt. But I think the applications have to drive adoption. It's not going to be, let's hide crypto in the background somewhere and like host your wallets on Amazon, and all of a sudden everyone's a crypto user.
Yeah, so I know NFTs have been a really big part of Solana's ecosystem growth, but if you're wrong about NFTs, hypothetically, then what else do you think will drive growth in the ecosystem?
So I think, what does it mean to be wrong about NFTs? Like right now we see those assets split out into like a bunch of different verticals. Some are building brands like Hello Kitty. Some are trying to build IP and lore, like the next Marvel or whatever. Some are building games around them. Some are building social networks. So all of these things that you imagine, in the post crypto adoption world, when we have 1 billion users with self-custody, all those things will exist, right? Like, but the stepping stone there right now is for a startup is potentially make an NFT set, then figure out how to build elements around it that create these social network effects or gaming or whatever.
So I know you're excited about NFTs, but I know there's also something else that you've talked about being excited about, which is the Solana phone. You guys are launching a Web3 mobile phone. Can you tell us a little more about that?
So this is kind of the, I spent most of my career at Qualcomm. Like the first time I looked at crypto, I kind of just immediately thought, well, your phone has all the hardware to be a hardware wallet and an application environment for you to build amazing experiences for signing, for dealing with mixed media like NFTs or whatever. That should be your primary wallet, and it should be baked in. But neither Google or Apple really want to take that on because true digital asset ownership disrupts their business models. Like when you're the content creator and you have an app on the iOS App Store, you can take the 30% fee and you can basically eat it and give it to Apple. Magic Eden can't sell a $10,000 NFT for $13,000 on the iOS app. They can't just add that tax, nor can they eat it, because that will basically destroy their profits. So this idea of true digital ownership means that the digital items have to be treated like physical ones. And this is just not something that Apple or Google are really built around. They're built around a very rent-seeking model where all the content is really owned by the creator, and you as a user, you rent it. When you buy a video from Amazon, buy to own, you don't actually own it, right? Like everyone realizes that you don't own it.
Sure. Yeah. I guess when you announced the phone, I was thinking that it's a pretty tough business to be in, right? It's really capital intensive. It's hard to launch a mobile phone, and at the same time, there are so many companies that have tried to do it and failed in the past, like Facebook is one notable example. Why do you think Solana can get it right where others haven't?
I worked on the Facebook phone, worked on the Amazon Fire, the Windows Metro. A bunch of those failed. Main difference now is that it's actually not that capital intensive. The phone market has matured to a point where, Awesome, the OEM that we're partnering with, it's a 40-person startup. They're not a huge company. They can quickly build an amazing device and focus on design and the very small modifications to Android to enable this Web3 experience. So a lot of this stuff is done. The reason why I think the opportunity exists right now is because we don't have to go and get 10 million sales right off the bat. We can actually target a very small niche audience, which is crypto-heavy Web3 users that want a delightful experience for their self-custody. So imagine, we have the 50, 100,000 people that on a daily basis trade on OpenSea and Magic Eden. That is a more lucrative distribution channel for developers than the big app stores with 100 million users. Because for Web3, all the money is in these very small niche groups right now.
I'm curious if you think that's going to change. Do you see that user base sort of expanding?
That's the hope, right? And we don't know what the applications are that are going to do it. This is the kind of the billion-dollar question. Like if I knew what the app was that's going to bring 50 million users, we'd be pitching it right now. I'd be promoting
it. Yeah, I think it's sort of a chicken and egg question sometimes with developers and users in Web3, right? Do you agree that, or would you say that if developers come into the ecosystem, that's going to bring users? Which of those things do you think comes first?
Yeah, this is, you're trying to build a flywheel here, right? And I think with these crypto boom and bust cycles, when developers build new user experiences, they bring an influx of users, you have a boom market that's saturated, that new experience gets saturated. Like the idea of digital gold, I think, is pretty saturated. I think potentially NFTs might be saturated as well. Then something else has to be built. And in the next 18, 24 months, the more startups that get into crypto and try and figure that out will drive the next cycle. Like you saw, I think, with DeFi Summer last time.
So I know you haven't publicly announced how much the phone is going to cost, but rumors are kind of swirling, and they're saying that it's going to cost around $1,000. Is that true?
Yeah, that's correct.
Gotcha. And do you think that people have that kind of money and are willing to pay that for the phone? And
it's by hardware specs, it is, I'd say, $300 cheaper than it should be when you're comparing it to like the latest Samsung or Apple device. So it is very cost effective for people to want a premium phone. We don't know yet, but our goal isn't to sell like 10 million units. I think we would be very happy with like 25, 50,000 units in the next year. That would be awesome.
Is this something you're trying to use as a tool to attract developers?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a developer play, right? If we have a Web3 distribution channel for mobile devs, that really gives them freedom to explore and build awesome experiences that, when you're signing a transaction, you're not like switching between 4 applications or copying and pasting links. It's literally like Apple Pay, right? Like, I think users would be delighted by that, and developers are going to build awesome applications. And those are the flywheels that we need for the next cycle.
I guess one thing I wonder about is, the developers might be building things, but if the users don't come, is this sort of a moonshot from you guys, this phone, or is this like a critical and crucial part of what you're doing at Solana Labs?
This is, I would say, one of the moonshots. Like, I think, like, the reason why we can do this is because it's cheap enough to try, that it's not going to break the bank or anything like that. And the opportunity is here right now because both Google and Apple, I don't know what's going to have to change internally for them to give up on the 30% like tax on apps. It's just, it's just too good for them to give it up in the next 5 years. So while that wedge exists and crypto, let's say, actually grows from 10 million monthly actives to 100 million monthly actives in the next 5 years, I would imagine so does the SMS stack or the phone itself.
Are you worried that Google and Apple could change their mind on that?
That would be a win. Like, we basically, if we drive that decision, like, then we won for everyone in crypto. I think that would be awesome.
So I'm curious about, you guys have been really good at attracting a lot of developers to the ecosystem. That's been a big part of, what Solana is known for. You have these hacker houses. You've built a big community. But how are you planning on maintaining that momentum and that growth and continuing to attract developers to build on Solana?
So the market for, I think, seed-level teams, I think, is still not like burning hot like it was 6 months ago, where I think most funding rounds were like over 100 million.
Yeah.
But they're still pretty crazy. I think teams are raising seed pre-product, basically just a couple engineers at 50 million valuations, like what 5 mil, right? Like, it's just still pretty insane. So I don't know how long that's going to last, but a lot of the funds raised astronomical amounts of sums of money in the last boom market. So that's going to carry it for a while. And that's really, I think, kind of the key part for all these hacker houses and hackathons and all these events is, one of our biggest KPIs is how many devs do we see that get funding by a legitimate VC to actually go start a company.
It's a really competitive space, though, right? And when Solana first started gaining a lot of traction, everybody was calling Solana the Ethereum killer. Now there are Solana killers, different layer ones that have popped up. I mean, how are you looking at sort of differentiating yourself, especially as Ethereum has come out stronger, in my opinion, post-merge?
So if you take all the layer 2s and all the other major blockchains combined, Solana does more transactions per second than all of them combined. So that's the differentiator. Like, because of our technology, we can reduce fees to a point where the kinds of things that developers can build are just different, are not available anywhere else. And this includes things like Pyth, which does tens of millions of transactions per day, or Serum. These are much bigger applications, but those provide a base layer that folks use compose with for other applications that are built on top. So this is something that's really hard to replicate. I don't know if our technology edge is going to continue, but it's already there and it keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, I do want to talk more about competition. I feel like you have an interesting view on it as someone in crypto, and I know you're okay with competition. You played hockey, and that's kind of your thing. So I'm wondering about, just with all of these different areas that you could face competitive threats from, what are you more concerned about? Are you more concerned about the incumbents like Ethereum, or are you more concerned about upstarts?
Yeah, probably more upstarts. I think this is something like Paul Graham has always written about. Don't worry about the big companies.
Right.
They're always going to be too slow. I think it's usually an upstart with a clever idea that, this is a very hard space to optimize for, because you're really trying to fight this thing Vitalik called the trilemma, right? You're trying to build a network that's decentralized and secure and performant all at the same time, and all these things fight each other. I think an upstart is much more likely to potentially pick some point on this curve of trade-offs that might do really well in some very niche thing that's just unexpected.
Any particular ones that you're worried about?
So far, no. Like, I think, I'm honestly surprised, but we haven't seen any networks launch in the last year that have both tried to have a very large validator set that guarantees security for users and high performance at the same time. So even the layer 2s and sharding and all these other approaches, application chains, they're all around 100 to 150 validators. Basically what Tendermint did 5 years ago. So when you're in that box, I think you are somewhat constraining yourself to the amount of value you can hold or how much you can grow in the decentralization angle.
I guess speaking about the trilemma and the different trade-offs that you have, in building a blockchain, like you in the past year have experienced some major network outages, and those have been pretty high profile. What are you doing to ensure that that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so when you're focusing on the decentralization side of it, you're trying to maximize the number of validators in the network, because what you really care about is when you have a catastrophic failure, that at least one survives. And that guarantees that no matter what happens, that the network will always continue eventually. Now, that's a kind of a very esoteric, like nerdy explanation, because when you're an application user and something isn't working, you don't really care, right? You're pissed at that moment. But
you just wanted to
want
to move on and do your transaction or whatever.
So the reliability angle is really, really hard to do when you start increasing the size of the network and you want to maintain high performance, because the data load, the rate, the amount of data, the amount of forks that you're dealing with just also increases. And it's called the quadratic message problem in consensus. It's just the bigger the network gets, the more data it has to handle, and then when something goes wrong, Solana prefers safety over liveness, and it means that the nodes just say, hey, I don't know what to do, so I'm going to stall. And in that event, that's when we recover. So those kinds of bugs suck. There's a bunch of work happening between our validators and community and our internal engineering to track all of them down. But the biggest thing that is happening in the Solana ecosystem is that a whole nother team that's building a second client from scratch. So the probability of the same bug existing in both is virtually zero. And that improves both safety and reliability.
Got it. So it sounds like you're putting a lot of resources and a lot of effort into securing the network at this point.
But the key thing that folks need to understand is that Solana is decentralized to a level that these stalls don't never impact safety. They never impact loss of funds. There's never been a single confirmed block that's been rolled back.
Do you think that at the end of the day, you have this vision for crypto going mobile and for apps to sort of be the way that Web3 grows? Do you think that users of those apps really care about decentralization?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think collectors of NFTs care that they own NFTs. I don't know how deep you go in an NFT crypto Twitter, but people really passionately care about the fact that they own them and that they have
deeper than I'd like sometimes.
Yeah, that they have true digital ownership of these things. And this is, I think, a very natural thing. Like, as a human, like when you own stuff, you really don't want somebody to take it away. And once you experience that, I don't think you'd want to go back to the Web 2 model where you're kind of always renting from, our feudal overlords.
Sure. I want to switch gears a little bit here and talk a little bit more about developers, because this to me is something that really has differentiated Solana in terms of growth so far. But when I think about this problem, there's also a pool of people who's been largely left out of that whole conversation. The stats are pretty bad in tech for women specifically is what I'm talking about. But in crypto, they're even worse. I think it's like around 8% of Web3 employees overall are women, and probably even fewer who are actually engineers. And I know we were chatting about this earlier, and I had asked for how many women you have on the Solana Labs team, and I know you had declined to share that information. But what can you tell me about what you're doing to bring more women into the ecosystem?
Yeah, it sucks. I would even say that it's a worse problem in the United States than in Asia, and like recruiting talented folks is really, really hard. And in crypto, it's even harder because I think it's all a bunch of dudes. Like that just sucks.
Yeah,
I think this is a really tough challenge for startups to handle. The way we've been trying to do this is like just pay more. Like that's kind of, you got to suck it up and like pay more for hires. But it's really, really hard to.
Do you think that will help bring more women into the ecosystem?
The folks that are picking crypto are picking a very risky career choice. And this is something that I think is an internal decision that folks need to make. And it's often harder when you're struggling with a career at all, like in tech particularly. And that's usually like a harder decision for anyone that doesn't have like an easy fallback. So I don't know, like I would be happy, like, you know, if I had a solution, I would definitely be executing on it. But this is like, I think, one of the hardest problems in the US for tech specifically.
Are you concerned at all that if, you know, there are groups of people who are left out of the conversation in terms of development, that maybe that's going to affect demand or the ability for Web3 to grow to different groups of people?
Yeah, absolutely. I think most devs will build applications with biases that serve themselves. Like they kind of, I think that's just basically kind of common sense. And I think as you've seen in adoption, it isn't targeted, you know, adoption of crypto, most people that are in crypto conferences are pretty homogenous. That's also, I think, a problem.
Right, right. But there's nothing specific at this point that you want to share that you're focused on in terms of that problem?
Yeah, no magic wand. I think it's going to be a grind. Like internally, we're trying, but it's a pretty uphill climb.
Gotcha. Yeah. You know, I want to zoom out to sort of bring this all back to the future. And you know, everyone wants a forward-looking statement, I know. But in 5 years' time, what do you think are going to be the use cases or the apps built on Solana that will be indispensable?
This is also like kind of the billion-dollar question, and I don't know. Like I have this dream that maybe, you know, when we get to a point where there's 100 million people, you know, 500 million people with self-custody, what that changes to the world is that it allows all these folks to coordinate instantly, right? To make decisions digitally on the web that are very impactful. You know, what if 100 million people all decided to go buy every coal plant in the world and shut it down? Like right now, that would be very, very hard to do because of the different jurisdictions, how you raise money, all of the stuff. You don't trust any of the folks involved that are pitching you this. But as soon as it's a DAO with a smart contract that receives funding and can execute immediately without failure, that kind of like collective action becomes, I think, a very powerful tool. Potentially scary, but I think most folks are good, and I think that can be a very powerful tool for change.
So what do you think Solana is going to be remembered for?
I'm not sure. Cheap and fast. That would be good enough.
Okay. All right. I think that's a good place to wrap it up. Thank you so much for this conversation. It's great chatting with you.
Be your own boss. Globalize your business. Use Shop Plaza. Source products? Build your online store. Responsive web page? Amplify your exposure. Execute your digital campaigns with AI recommendation to get more orders. Easy to sell at your choice of payment channel. Drive global sales. Real-time data monitor. Not complicated, but powerful. With first-level PCI certificate, fast page loading with Cloudbase, first-class firewall. Make sure global transactions are totally safe. Start your web store with Shop Plaza. See you there.
Product requires PMF. PMF requires users. Users have requests. Sometimes they have issues. And when they don't get resolved, users are gone. And so is PMF. So how do you know if your customers are being heard and their conversations, interactions, and voices are connected to your developer's work? And your product and customers are always in sync and a fit for each other. All machine-driven, all real-time, all connected. Product, work, customer. DevRev. Bringing dev and rev together.
Hello, raucous crowd. Okay, well, I'm just sending you to a break, basically, so I don't have anything super important to say other than In 30 minutes, we're going to start with the second round of the battlefield for today. Stretch your legs, go get a snack, and then get ready for some startup action. Okay, bye.
May I have your attention? Please welcome Steve Isakowitz, President and CEO, the Aerospace Corporation, Tess Hatch, Partner, Bessemer Venture Partners, Pete Meehan, Director of the Commercial Systems Program Office in the National Reconnaissance Office, and Melanie Strickland, CEO and co-founder of Slingshot Aerospace.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for After the Boom, What's Next for the Space Economy. I'm Tess Hatch. I'm a former aerospace engineer, now partner at Bessemer Venture Partners, and I'm joined today by leaders from across the space sector to discuss the exciting moment we find ourselves at today. 2021 saw an unprecedented level of investment and growth in the space industry, capping off a pretty transformative decade that laid the groundwork for a new era of space development, commercialization, and exploration. And while the space industry has not been immune from larger economic trends that have slowed investing and increased uncertainty, the importance of space to our country's prosperity and security only continues to grow. Today, we're very fortunate to have panelists representing government, commercial, and R&D who are going to help us make sense of this current moment in space, take stock of where things are heading, and talk about the important role of government-commercial collaboration. So I'd like to first introduce Steve Isakowitz, the president and CEO of the Aerospace Corporation, a nonprofit research and development center that's leading an architecture for the nation's space programs. We're also joined by Pete Meehan, director of the National Reconnaissance Office's Commercial Systems Program Office, where he leads the NRO's strategy for full integration of multiple commercial imagery sources. And finally, we have Melanie Strickland, co-founder and CEO of Slingshot Aerospace, a leader in space situational awareness technology. Thanks to all of our panelists for being here today. And let's blast off. We have a lot to cover. So Steve, after a record 2021, what's different about the space industry now compared to a year ago, and what hasn't changed?
Certainly the big change is from certainly investment. I think 2021, we saw the record level of investment. I think it was like 15 billion, and we're already starting to see the drop off, in terms of the macro economy and where investors are at this point. So we can say that's a change. But I think what's interesting from the government standpoint is the last year, the activities in commercial space have been more important now than ever. And there have been a number of events that have really brought it to the forefront. What's happening in Ukraine, the whole Russian invasion there, the whole thing was watched by commercial satellites as the Russians were building up troops. Media was able to sort of counter what was being put out by the Russian leadership and what their intentions are. When the invasion happened, we had commercial satellites that were peering through the clouds, be able to take imagery. We had Starlink come in and putting all these terminals, so while communications were being shut down, there was alternate ways for that fighting to take place. I think this has really woken up a lot of people to the power of these emerging companies and the capabilities they have to go faster, to put things out in the field, to address these urgent situations. And we've even seen growth in, in some of the other areas as well. With regards to climate change, we have a lot of, as people know here, a lot of wildfires here in California, and there's a lot of interesting commercial activity looking at being able to identify these fires before the fires happen and to extinguish them earlier. And then space situational awareness. Just LA is not the only place that has heavy traffic these days. Actually, space orbits have heavy traffic, and having companies that do that is a big deal. So a lot of growth potential on the government side, despite the fact that we're seeing a dip in maybe the investments.
Amazing data points. So the government's making up for the dip of venture capital and private investments. Pete, this past year, the NRO has awarded a number of contracts to study or purchase commercial capabilities, including its largest imagery contract in its history. what are the factors driving this demand? Why are commercial capabilities being considered now in ways that they weren't 5, 10, 20 years ago?
Tess, that's a great question. So the NRO is responsible for developing, launching, and operating the nation's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance satellites generally, and commercial is an increasingly important part of that. But across some other areas, we've been working with commercial providers, commercial capabilities for quite a long time, from commercial cloud to commercial launch, and certainly in my area, commercial remote sensing data. On that side, as much as there is increasing demand, I think a bigger part of it is actually the increasing supply and proliferation of those commercial capabilities that provides us the opportunity to put in place those contracts to leverage that. Space is not getting any less contested and certainly getting more competitive. So it is important that as we continue to move forward, keeping the nation safe, that we leverage the full gamut of capabilities that we can bring to bear with our national systems and commercial systems right alongside it, operating as a truly hybrid architecture.
Wonderful. And from a space situational awareness perspective, Melanie, running a space startup that does that, what's the experience been like this past year as a startup? Last year versus this year, it's been quite the change, and you've recently announced some exciting acquisitions. What new challenges are you facing? And then on the flip side, opportunities.
Certainly. I see every challenge as an opportunity, honestly. And one of the challenges facing the entire world right now is the global economy and the shift, and that certainly affects VC investments and those types of things. We were very fortunate to be at a place in our company's technical worthiness, I'll say, and in solving a customer's deepest problem to go forth to the VC community and actually raise money, make these acquisitions for the betterment of our nation, for the betterment of human society. We are a space sustainability company, and so what that means is everything that we do is aimed to make sure that owners and operators of those satellites that we all depend on every single day, whether you're getting gas, going to the station, filling up your gas tank, navigating, or even streaming live or Zoom calls. It's all enabled by those satellites, those assets on orbit. And believe it or not, there's not a holistic digital infrastructure necessary to make sure that those continue to fly safely in relation to the risk on orbit from debris, from other assets on orbit, and from weather and RF congestion. And so I think the world can start to see that there's been a massive influx of capability on orbit, more things on orbit, more debris on orbit, and with that, and educating the VC community that it's a non-jurisdicted domain and how important today it is to solve it, gave us the ability to raise those dollars and add technical and human capital to our team to really solve it faster.
Melanie, I love the point that we use space in our everyday lives, whether that's to navigate us to our destination, listen to the radio, watch television, and how it's not normally recognized that that's the case. I'd love to double click and as we transition from the last year in space to how the government and commercial entities are working together in space and to protect these assets in space. In a recent interview, you stated that the Space Force is Slingshot's biggest customer. How do you see the balance between building for the government and building for commercial customers and the differences between those two very different looking customers?
It's a great question. It's got to be navigated precisely with laser vision on the outcome. And the outcome for us is to build trusted relationships across the most complex use cases with the most complex customers, right? The physics are the same for commercial and for government, no matter what. Those physics aren't changing. That didn't change this year. And so those use cases and building trust with government customers actually gives us more trust with the commercial community as we enter and say, hey, look, we're already doing work for the United States Space Force or NASA or whomever it might be. Let us help you with your biggest problem here, and let's make sure you're operating safer, right? So that was our vision, and our philosophy was to go deep with government first, with always intending to cross the the chasm with real technology when we hit the ground running. Unlike some software mashup SaaS companies, you want to get out there and fail fast, get things oriented in a certain way. I believe that space doesn't allow for too much of that because you're solving some of the world's biggest problems. And so that's why we did this way. It's beneficial. We are now succeeding on the commercial side as well.
Government first, commercial second.
Yes.
So from a government perspective, Pete,
Mm-hmm.
how has what the NRO looks for when evaluating commercial capabilities, like Slingshot, and services evolved over time? How does a company's financial outlook factor in as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at commercial capabilities, we kind of look at it through two lenses. One of which kind of being for larger scale contracts, where we're looking for capabilities that really meet mission need and need to be able to do that over the long term. In those respects, having the on-orbit demonstrated capabilities is a big part of that, as well as the financial outlook. We pay a lot of attention to making sure that if we're going to look to the commercial sector to pick up a certain set of capabilities, we can do so with confidence. And so, kind of the continued health of the industrial sector and those companies in particular are going to be important because we're choosing not to build systems on our side to pick up those mission requirements. Although, on the other hand, we are always looking at new phenomenologies, new entrants, other things to see what else is out there. What are the things that are coming to the fore that might eventually provide differential value? And so we have a set of programs underway to take a very deliberate look at that, perhaps with a little bit broader aperture, but still focused on making sure that we incentivize the right sort of behavior and kind of financial outlook, and importantly, ownership and control, because the health of the U.S. commercial remote sensing sector in particular is important to U.S. space security more generally. And we're very careful in making sure that we make very deliberate acquisition decisions because we know that our decisions have a disproportionate impact on the kind of future health of that industrial base.
I'm hearing that the NRO will partner with a proven technology with years of funding, but also a early research academic idea.
Mm-hmm.
If I may flip it or dig in, and to anybody on the panel, what are the barriers for commercial companies working with the government?
Yeah, so having a government contract is never an easy thing, but I think on our side we've gone out of our way to make sure we lower the barrier to entry for those things that are appropriate, and we do have that broader aperture to really make it as easy as possible to have a government contract. Maybe take a very deliberate look at how we think about security or cybersecurity specifically. Maybe not looking for a company that actually has on-orbit assets and capabilities, but is headed that way and has a lot of promise. And there's a lot of helping hands along the way to make sure that eventually it can turn into something that provides differential value for the United States.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, at my company, we're a nonprofit, so we sort of work between the government and industry, and we're sort of that trusted advisor to the government because we don't compete with industry. We advise them technically with our technical depth. There's sort of 4 areas that we're focused on to try to reduce that, and number 1 is to identify those companies that can address an exciting mission for the government and help make them more aware of how they can get on board. But then second, in turn, we work with the government to try to see which ones are trying to defy physics, which ones really have depth, really have a plan that can execute and would actually work. The third area is to help mature those technologies, which is to make laboratories, government laboratories, available for the hard technical problems that they need to solve. And then finally, the area that we don't tend to talk about as much, but I think sometimes could have the biggest impact, which is sort of the policy, regulations, and standards types of issues. So whether or not you want to do business with the government or not, you will be going through one of these government agencies that will, for issues of liability or spectrum or other things. And so we work with those agencies when they're trying to issue some of those new regulations to tell them about what are the implications to the industry and try to be that interface so that industry has a chance to also give feedback on what would be the implications.
Those lovely 3-letter acronyms, not the NRO, but the FAA, the FCC, ITAR, and aerospace, not Aerospace Corp, but in the aerospace industry, we're fraught with many of those. So Steve, I'm gonna take off my investor hat and put on my aerospace engineer hat, so you always get to wear that one. After a decade of rapid growth, what's next? Previous booms in the space industry have unfortunately been followed by slowdowns and in some cases busts. You've been through a few of these. What's different about this current moment in space and what does it mean for the road ahead?
Yeah, I actually think we are living in the most exciting time in America's space program. I know people think the Apollo program was that exciting era, but I would argue there's no moment where you find all three sectors of space going through huge changes. And that from the national security side, our adversaries are moving fast, they're putting up new capability. We realize we can't just build big satellites anymore. We got to proliferate. We got to have a number of vendors that come in with their new technologies. We have it on the civil side. NASA's going back to the moon, but they actually have 20% of their architecture is dependent on commercial activity to land on the moon and eventually get to Mars. And then you see on the commercial side with really the boom, not just a few companies, but a proliferation of companies. To me, that is transformative, and that is making certainly the government think very different about the kind of architecture that's going forward. It's no longer just a few big companies that can provide capabilities. Now you have a lot of companies that can do it. And this is important. You know, we've seen in the news lately, like going back to the Ukraine situation, when you can get dependent on one company providing certain needs, you know, that's fine until, let's say, maybe you have a cyber attack or there's jamming by the enemy. So the fact that you have multiple providers that can provide a capability is the kind of future world that the government would like to see.
It's hard to beat JFK's statement that we are going to land a man on the surface of the moon within a decade. But you heard it first from Steve here, that it is a more exciting time. And I have to agree, especially with Artemis's program that's going to land the first woman and person of color on the surface of the moon. And it's going to be due to these private-public partnerships between the government and commercial companies. Lightning round time?
Sure.
Okay, please, one word or one sentence responses. And we're going to go, Steve, you're going to be first every time. And
okay.
Steve, Pete, Mel. What's the biggest challenge facing the space industry today?
The so-called valley of death. This is where companies get their initial funding for things, but they're trying to scale up and to try to find that in that risk area, particularly for these highly capital-intensive activities.
Oh, the hype cycle.
That was more than one word.
You had to explain it.
Yeah. So I think on our side, it's competition, and especially global competition in a subsidized environment, and making sure that the United States companies can come out first.
Realistic expectations from the startup and the VC community alike, and the government. It's business models, and we've got to change the business models and the mindsets and expectations.
I'm very demanding, Melanie. I just have these unrealistic expectations. What will be the most exciting thing taking place in space over the next year? We're sitting here on the stage a year from today.
It sounds like something from the past, but launch. There's a whole new generation of new vehicles that are about to be flown, whether it's NASA flying their SLS to the moon, maybe Starship from SpaceX, maybe New Glenn from Blue Origin, and a lot of small companies with their small launch vehicles.
Neutron from Rocket Lab.
And if they work, it could be transformative.
So I would say the continued proliferation of commercial capabilities that provides more opportunities to us to get more value. So when we open up the newspaper and see images over Ukraine or elsewhere, right, it's just that much more satisfying that we had something to do with it.
Yep. On-orbit servicing to extend lifetimes, and I'll have to say Artemis is going to instill wonder in children like the Apollo program did, and with the stuff that's already been cultivated through the last few years of SpaceX coming to Rome, I think we're going to have an entire new generation that's going to take space forward far more than this past year in coming years.
Sally Ride, the first American female astronaut, inspired me at a young age to study aerospace. Right. So I cannot wait for the next generation of little girls and boys that will know that all looking people landed on the surface of the moon. Okay. What is one piece of advice for space companies looking to do work with the U.S. government? You're the best here.
Yes. Don't depend on the U.S. government necessarily for your market, but get in early with discussions, because one way or the other, whether you think you're fully commercial or not, you're going to have to deal with the United States government. So get in early.
Yeah. So I certainly resonate with that. The item I would add is be careful in discerning where you take your money from, because our nation's adversaries are as well.
Don't do one-offs, and it's all about relationships.
Great. And last lightning round question. What technology is going to be most disruptive to the space industry in the next decade? Taking the year, we're making it 10.
There's a lot of exciting ones out there, but if I had to pick one, I'd say artificial intelligence, machine learning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just cheaper access to space. It opens up a whole bevy of additional business cases that can close.
I'm going to go back to on-orbit servicing.
Wonderful. Well, that's all the time we have today. Thank you to our panelists for a great discussion, and thank you all for joining us. Like Mel said earlier, space technology really does impact everyday life, from navigating us to our destination, listening to the radio, watching television, and I, for one, cannot wait to see what the future holds. I imagine a future where we do travel to space with the frequency in which we currently travel in an aircraft. If any of you want more insights and conversation about the intersection of space, technology, and the startup community, please join us in December for the TechCrunch Sessions space event taking place in Los Angeles with Steve at Aerospace Corp and maybe some other familiar faces on stage. Thank you. Have a great Disrupt.
Thank you, Jess.
rapidly electrifying. And as a result, millions of things we use in business and life are becoming electrified too. And all these devices need motors. ECM PCB Stator Technology is a US-based startup that sits at the forefront of electric motor innovation. ECM's software platform, PrintStator, enables engineers to rapidly design, model, and prototype optimized printed circuit board stator motors. Electric motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to 80% less raw materials. ECM creates perfect fit PCB stator motors for multiple applications. These include robotics, e-mobility, consumer electronics, and UAVs. This allows you to design an electric motor around your system instead of designing your system around a motor. Join us at PCBstator.com to design your own custom motor with PrintStator.
Thanks, Christina. It's true. Everyone saves time when you share your Calendly link. But you can get way more out of Calendly. Get more time back by automating reminders, follow-ups, make more valuable connections by screening website visitors. Distribute more meetings evenly among your available team members. Get more out of the tools you already use. Deliver more consistent customer experiences. Focus more on the meetings and less on the email ping pong. Lock down your tech stack with more enterprise-grade security features. More automation, more time back. More demos, more deals. More meetings, more revenue. More than just a scheduling tool. Over 50,000 of the world's leading organizations save time and make more money with Calendly.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Deputy Editor, Jordan Crook.
Hey. So I know you guys are ready to get to the second session of the battlefield for today, and I am too, but I just have a quick announcement. We have a surprise. You could call it a surprise. If everyone looks under their chairs, no one even fell for it. There's nothing under your chair. We have a bit of a scheduling change. So Draymond was supposed to be here after the start of Battlefield, Draymond Green. He can't make it today, but he is coming in the morning, which means our show pushes up a little bit. He will be here at 9 a.m. So I'm telling you now, network responsibly tonight. And then we'll see you at 9 a.m. with Draymond Green, okay? Okay, Jordan, sounds good. Thanks. All right. Battlefield soon. Stand by.
What if it was easy for founders to get discovered by investors? What if founders could raise funds seamlessly? What if investors had access to exclusive benchmarking data? What if next-generation VCs could easily network with LPs? And what if all these connections could be made on one platform? Capital Connect by JP Morgan. Connections are everything. What if it was easy for founders to get discovered by investors? What if founders could raise funds seamlessly? What if investors had access to exclusive benchmarking data? What if next-generation VCs could easily network with LPs? And what if all these connections could be made on one platform? Capital Connect by JP Morgan. Connections are everything.
Main stage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Keep going, baby.
have your attention. Please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor, Matt Burns.
This has felt great, right? Being back in person, doing live pitches with live demos from around the world. I've had a great time. These people have had a great time because they work for me. And this is not that one, he's my boss. But everyone else, I hope you've had a great time this week. So far, we've seen 15 companies present their startup, and there's 5 more to go. Then tonight at 8 o'clock, we're going to announce the finalists, and those 5 finalists will pitch tomorrow to another round of judges for a bid to win $100,000 and the Disrupt Cup. But we have 5 more companies to get through, so let's do that right now. And we're going to meet our judges. We're bringing them out all at the same time right now. Okay, first one up, Peter Boyce. Peter Boyce II is the founder and managing partner at Stalation Capital, an early-stage venture capital firm headquartered in Brooklyn. Prior to this, Peter spent 8 years as a partner at General Catalyst, an $8 billion venture capital firm that invests in powerful, positive changes that endures. Next, we have Nicole Johnson. Nicole is a partner at Forerunner, and she pays close attention to entrepreneurs with unbridled and around-the-clock passion for whatever they're building. She originally joined the Forerunner team in late 2013 as an investment analyst and team member number 3. Next, we have Mariana Senko. Mariana is an early-stage venture capitalist and co-founder of Future Ventures. Her firm's early investments in SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, Planet, and Skype represent $800 billion of aggregate value creation. Next is Allison Rappaport-Stillman. Allison is the founding general partner at Serena Ventures, overseeing partner portfolio management and sourcing new investments. In addition to growing the reach and impact of the SV portfolio, Allison is the person founders turn to when they need pointed advice, detailed feedback, and tough love. Lastly, we have Pei Wu. Pei is a general partner at SOSV and CTO at Indie Bio, where she is responsible for portfolio management and technical oversight. Pei has invested in high-risk solutions to intractable problems in both government and corporate contexts. Please give them a big round of applause. I hope you're ready. I'm ready. The judges, I know they're ready. They've been ready for a while, and here we go. So, introducing the first company in the last round. From Oakland, California, we have Entropic Materials. And presenting for Entropic is Aaron Hall, founder and CEO. Come on out, Aaron.
$7.3 billion tons of plastic have been produced since the 1950s, and 86% of that is waste. 6.3 billion tons of plastic on our land, oceans, air. We're even finding microplastics in babies in the womb. This is insane. And so why are we producing so much of this stuff? It's because it's absolutely amazing. Plastics are a critical part of our modern economy. They are an enabling technology in just about every single thing that you and I all love to use. They're a $600 billion industry, so they're not going away anytime soon, unless we have something to do with it. At Entropic Materials, we're commercializing a breakthrough technology that lets us stabilize enzymes and package them up inside of the plastics so they can self-degrade when we're done with them. Now, plastics are made of something called polymers, and polymers are all around us, be it cellulose in vegetables, chitin in crab shells, gluten in your mac and cheese. I used to be a chef, so I kind of think in food stuff. They're everywhere. The list goes on and on and on. And we don't worry about these things polluting our planet. Why not? Because there's another class of polymers called enzymes. And these enzymes can break down those materials and let them go back to the planet where they belong. The enzymes act like scissors, cutting up the individual chains so that there's nothing left behind. And great, let's use enzymes, right? Well, unfortunately, no. We haven't built our systems around that. We've been focused on recycling. Recycling is great when it works, but it's fragmented, complex, it's laborious, the margins are low, it's a hard sell. So we made compostable plastics. Well, that's great, right? Well, sorta. Yeah, they break down, but you need industrial compost to do that, and those pieces of infrastructure are not all that available. and the degradation is slow even when it gets in. And we haven't been able to use enzymes to do the work directly until now. At Entropic Materials, we solve the problem from the inside out. We take enzymes and wrap them in our special proprietary coating that acts like PPE and enables us to take these fragile molecules and put them inside the plastics, where they can be triggered to degrade the materials from the inside out. Now, I couldn't bring a whole compost pile up here, and the polymers are not going to break down in 6 minutes, which actually is probably a good thing. So you'll have to trust me that materials like this, with our enzymes inside of them, break down. And I'll show you some pictures from some of the peer-reviewed publications that we put out in Nature and Science and Advanced Materials, some of the best journals in the world. Here's a polymer film just like the one I showed you. It goes white in just a couple of days. And those white flakes are so brittle that you can pick them up and they turn to powder. We can do this with a wide variety of different plastics, and they completely return to the soil at the end of life. We can also break them down in warm water baths. And this is really important because that's simple infrastructure that's easy to scale and maybe gives us a chance to think about decentralizing our waste stream. And if you do this in an industrial environment, you could actually recapture it and get chemical recycling for a circular economy. And one more thing, we're able to degrade from one end to the other through some clever engineering work that we were able to do, which means we stop microplastics at the source. We're developing a drop-in additive that's readily scalable. Enzymes are incredibly efficient, so we only need to use a little bit, and the degradation is on demand. It requires water and heat. It doesn't happen just on its own. We're starting with PLA, which is the first compostable plastic. It's a $3.5 billion market, and it's one of the fastest growing segments within the industry. And we've chosen this because it opens up a couple of interesting avenues. The first being an expanded design space for products, so we can see more than just cups and bottles and bags being labeled as compostable. We also unlock some of the regulatory burdens, and we enable a wider variety of favorable conditions at the end of life. And we're the right team to do the job. I spent 5 years at UC Berkeley doing my PhD in materials science and engineering, developing this technology. And Jolene has over 11 years of experience scaling up materials in biotech from her time at Ripple, Amyris, and others. We've also been grateful, and we're also very thankful, and we've been lucky enough to have support from the Department of Energy, National Science Foundation, Activate, and a wonderful set of investors in our seed round earlier this year. So connect with us. For brands and users of plastics that are hoping to make an impact, we're going to be doing our first pilots next year, and we'd love to welcome you in on that. And we're also expanding our team. So for those who want to make a real impact on the world and deliver some interesting technology, both in this space and a lot of others that are coming, please reach out. At Entropic Materials, we're changing the way that we make and break materials so that we can live more harmoniously with nature. Please join the movement. Thank you.
That was great, Aaron. Well done.
Thank you.
Mariana, let's start with you.
Yeah. The first question that I have is on cost. When you talk about there is a lot of use of plastics, the counter use to plastics is either figure out how to recycle them or use compostable materials. Compostable materials are increasingly coming down in cost. Recycling is coming down in cost. How does your additive compare within that landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good question. So we're working with, so at the beginning at least, we're working with enzymes that are readily available. They're already used in a lot of consumer goods, as is, things like laundry detergents and cleaners. And so those enzymes are not so expensive compared with a lot of the specialty stuff you'd find in the pharmaceutical environment. We're still working through our detailed COGS models, but we've done some back-of-the-envelope conversations with some advisors that have spent a long time in the industry. And we're looking at sort of the tens of dollars per kilogram range, which is well within the sort of $5 to $50 range that plastic additives tend to be in. And because we're very efficient, we only need to use very small amounts. So we're looking at maybe 1 point, small numbers, not 2, 3, 4x.
Got it.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Nicole?
Thank you. So you start with the additive product for PLAs. Do you wind up competing with the PLA manufacturers over time?
No, we don't. So we actually solve some really key problems that they face. which is one, they would love to be able to degrade outside of that industrial compost, which is what's required now, and that infrastructure is pretty rare. So we're going to be able to expand those degradation conditions to a wider one. And then the second is that in order to have a product be labeled as compostable, which of course any brand that's adopting needs to be able to do that in order to communicate the value to the consumer, it has to break down in 84 days, which means there's this design tension of I'm designing for performance and degradation at the same time. And we basically have a pair of scissors that can cut. And so you can design for performance the way we've done in the past with recyclable materials, knowing at the end it's going to break down. So hopefully we can see a wider variety of products, not just the sort of food service ware that we typically see.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pei, let's go to you.
So are you planning to be a packaging company, or are you planning to be an enzyme company?
No, we're an enzyme stabilization company, and this is the first vertical that we're exploring. We have a lot of interesting angles of using enzymes that we're exploring and doing market research on now that go beyond plastics as well.
Peter?
Yeah. As you think about the ideal profile of kind of customers you want to pilot with, what are the aspects of a brand or a product that you want to prioritize working with first?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think it's a strategic one. I was in some plant-based food stuff early, and I saw, Impossible partnering up with David Chang and, sort of rolling out, right? And so obviously like a Patagonia would be an amazing company. They're very mission aligned and values aligned. But we also really want to deliver impact with this part, right? I'm a material scientist. I did polymers. We have a plastic waste problem. These are like my people, right? This is where this came from. And so I also want to scale up over time and really hit, a Nestle, a Coca-Cola, Pepsi, right? Some of these larger players who really make a large impact. So we can deliver on both fronts, right?
Great. Allison?
So how long does it actually take to degrade once you start the trigger? And then where do you see this happening? Is it still going to go through government compostable things, or are these companies supposed to have their own water vats, or what is kind of the after the product is in market, getting it back to the original state?
Yep, that's a great question. So depends on the conditions we're looking at and a little bit on the product design. But right now the standard's 84 days it has to hit. We've seen rapid degradation in 2 to 3 weeks in compost type environments. We've also seen degradation as fast as 36 hours in water bath. And so those are both opportunities that we can think about. In terms of where it goes, I think it's going to depend a little bit on the locale. So some places have compost, either industrial, formal compost, or more municipal or local community compost. So in those cases, we can look at that. Possibly home compost, we'll validate that. And
So they don't need a special individual, there's not a new technology that needs to happen to trigger these?
No, so it's water and heat. So the compost is totally fine with that. The water bath idea is something that we could do, sort of in a home. It's very simple. It's a pretty simple piece of infrastructure. It could also be done at larger scale, or could be done at an actual manufacturing plant. If you think about a lot of those like samples, right? You get a rectangle, you cut out a bunch of circle pouches, you're left with that sort of cookie sheet full of holes. We could take that scrap, break it down, and then repolymerize it into plastic again for a circular economy kind of approach.
Pei, let's go back to you.
Does the enzyme have to be actually integrated into the polymer, or can you actually develop a whole process to do decomposition on virgin plastics?
Like outside of the
composting?
Yeah, so in theory, you could have enzymes degrading from the outside in as well. One of the unique features of our technology is that we actually can get inside the plastic. And so that's one of the differentiating factors from some of the other companies that are looking at enzyme plastics. But that being said, our technology has been shown to enable us to take enzymes and put them into foreign environments, acellular, things like organic solvents. And so we get retaining performance and material or enzymatic function in those environments. And so I don't think that that's off the table. That's something we could look at as well.
That's neat. Mariana, last question, please.
Are there any constraints in terms of your capacity to have the perfusion of the enzyme through the PLA or plastic, whether size, thickness, type of material?
Oh, just in terms of processing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what we've done so far, we've done solvent cast films, we've done melt cast film, we've done extruded fibers. We recently got some injection molding equipment in our lab, a little tabletop unit, so we're going to be doing that. I don't see any reason why we won't be able to integrate into all of those because we're making a master batch. So you take plastic pellets, you add in a little bit of additive as powder, and then it gets processed through the system. We'll be working through and identifying if there are gaps, but there's lots of engineering we can do on that front too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Give him a round of applause.
Woo.
He was so calm up here, no nerves at all. Really impressive. I liked it. Okay, next one, coming from Singapore, we have Better Data. Presenting for Better Data is Kevin Yee, founder and CTO. Come on out, Kevin.
"87% of us can be identified with just these three elements alone. This is how vulnerable our data is today. To protect our privacy, regulators around the world have implemented privacy laws, resulting in $3 billion of fines in just the last 5 years. And this has caused data privacy to be the biggest challenge for companies to build AI software today. We have spoken to hundreds of data and AI teams located in AI startups, enterprises like banks and insurance, and governments, and they all face the same problem. It takes a long time to get access to data. Data is either locked away or they have to go through a long process, including privacy engineering, legal, and security. This slows down innovation a lot. So how can companies innovate on data while protecting their customers' privacy? Introducing Better Data, an AI synthetic data platform that allows you to innovate on data in days and not months. We convert private real data into 100% anonymized synthetic data that has the same properties as the real data. We introduce confidential computing, where you can compute on encrypted data, so companies don't have to trust us with data because we can't even see it. And lastly, data tokenization. Companies own their data fully, and we have tamper-proof locks for that as well. Move to demo, please. The very first step is to upload data into our data warehouse. Data is encrypted using a private key and then tokenized into a data token. That token belongs to the company, so only the company can read or download their customer data. The first step to producing synthetic data is to grant Better Data access to compute a synthetic data job on the customer data. But at no point in time does Better Data have access to read or download the dataset itself. And this process can take anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours, depending on the size of the dataset. But what's more interesting is how companies can collaborate on datasets together and understand more about their combined and common customers, all while the data remains encrypted for all parties involved. Let's imagine there's two banks looking to collaborate on their customers together. Bank 1 has the spending patterns of their customer, while Bank 2 has the balance of their customer. By putting these two data sets together, they have a more holistic understanding of their customer's financial profile and can better give investment plan decisions. So Bank 1 will submit a collaboration request to Bank 2, and Bank 2 will accept that collaboration request. And the encrypted data from both banks will go into the confidential computing environment, combined together, and a synthetic data will be produced and sent back to both banks. So now with the combined synthetic data, both banks have a better understanding of their customer and can serve them better. Every single synthetic data we produce comes with a quality assurance report. And this ensures that synthetic data can be used just like the real data for your analytics, for your machine learning. The table to the top shows models that is trained on real data, and the table below shows models that is trained on synthetic data. And we can see that the performances are very similar to each other. Move the slides, please. So now, companies are able to access data in days and not months, retain full ownership over their data, and safely collaborate with others, all while their customer data remains encrypted to all parties involved. We have a licensing and support business model, and we support on-premise, private, and public cloud. You can either use our APIs, integrate it directly into your data science pipelines, or the web interface, which I just showed earlier. We also have a community version coming up end of this year, so do sign up. In 2 years' time, most of our AI models will be trained using synthetic data. We are in a fast-moving market with 160 million today, and it's going to be $1 billion in just 5 years. We currently have 5 pilots in production, including a Tier 1 bank and a Fortune 200 company. And we work very closely with regulators to ensure that our synthetic data is privacy safe to use. And our technology has been validated with 2 multi-year R&D grants with the National University of Singapore to start an AI lab. We are a team of 9 with security, AI, and ethical hacking backgrounds. And we have a combined experience of 50 years in academia as well as industry. And we are the people to protect your data. If you're a data team or an AI team that is frustrated with how long it takes to share or access your data, don't let data slow you down. Go synthetic and come talk to us. Sign up for our product today. Thank you.
Pei, can we start with you?
Sure. How are you planning on doing pricing? Is this going to be like a liability-based model, or how do you anticipate that working?
So at the start, it will be a licensing and support model. We will deploy our solution on the premise, and that's because when it comes to data, especially enterprises' customers' data, it tends to be the most sensitive. So we'll start with that first, build value, build trust, and once we do that, then we'll move them over to our cloud software that is more scalable. So in both cases, it'll be a monthly subscription fee.
Great, thank you. Peter?
No, it's pop quiz style. That's good. How do you think about like the ideal kind of profile of the buyer? Is it a CISO at a large bank? I'm curious about how you kind of enter and start the conversation, knowing how hard it is to sell into Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies.
So we mostly start with the data teams. Okay. And largely, we work with enterprises that are really big, collect a lot of data about their consumers or customers, and they are in highly regulated industries. Okay. So finance, healthcare, governments. Got it. And it's not always a straightforward way to get directly into the data team or the head of it. So sometimes you have to go through a path, but usually that's when we make the sale.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Nicole?
Thanks. How computationally intensive is the process, and how much of an edge do you have there over the best solutions?
So in terms of speed, this is not one of the biggest concerns when it's producing synthetic data, because generally speaking, real-time use cases don't really use synthetic data. Generally speaking, we are trying to build a synthetic data set so we can train a machine learning model, not really a real-time process. But in terms of, so that's speed. Is there another question which you have?
That's good, thank you.
Awesome.
Got it. All right, Allison?
How much is the need for this individual companies or the partnerships you were talking about? And then are you guys trying to broker those partnerships, or is that one of your main selling points? Because you talked a lot about that as an opportunity. So I'd love to hear more about that market.
So synthetic data alone can already broker partnerships, even without having that confidential computing environment where companies can combine their data sets together. So some of the existing use cases that we have include evaluating external vendors. So companies, big companies, they evaluate about 500 to 1,000 vendors every year. And sharing data to third-party vendors is always a tricky process, but it's a necessary process to ensure that whatever they are buying works inside the company.
Great. Mariana?
So I completely concur with your thesis that synthetic data is a natural evolution for almost anyone who's trying to build novel models. But a couple of other people have figured the same strategy. And so there's a few dozen companies out there today across different verticals who are endeavoring to create novel, interesting synthetic data sets. Why would a customer choose to work with better data over a potential other player?
So with our 5 pilots, we realized that synthetic data cannot be used to just create generic synthetic data for all use cases. There needs to be a feedback loop between what the synthetic data is used for. And there's always downstream models that is trained on synthetic data. And when we create just a generic synthetic data, it doesn't work. That's why we have a feedback loop between our synthetic data engine as well as downstream machine learning models of our customers. So we work very closely with them to create this feedback loop where we create better and better synthetic data for their specific models. And we save these parameters, and that's what keeps us sticky as well.
How do you not, sorry, can I ask another question? How do you not accidentally introduce bias by, within a feedback system, then you're trapped in the loop of the system, which is the system's asking something of that data, you're in some continuous learning process, giving it an answer to tune it, but then eventually the company will run on real data, which now it's been trained on a synthetic data set that's tuned to the AI model. Like, have you actually done a full life cycle where one of your pilots has actually then gone and run their algorithms on real life data sets of their existing customers and said, yeah, these models still work with fidelity?
So right now it's still in pilot, but when it comes to test cases, which they have put aside to test this system out, it performs really well.
Anything else? Give it up for better data. Next, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, we have Labby. Presenting for Labby is Julia Summerden, founder and CEO, and Randall Chinook. Come on out. Yep, can we reset the clock, please? All right, Julia, all you.
Thank you. 60 billion people worldwide consuming dairy products, milk, cheese, butter, yogurt, nutrients for bones and for babies. Having safe and high-quality milk is essential for consumers. As you might expect, healthy cows produce high yields of good milk, while sick cows produce lower yields of low-quality milk. So how is raw milk tested for quality? So when I first worked on the farm 4 years ago, I was very surprised by how little technology was used in milk testing. Lab technicians drive everywhere, kind of like UPS truck drivers. Then hand pick up milk samples from each cow one by one, then pack them into plastic bottles, then before sending them to a lab that's often hundreds of miles away. It kind of like travel back in time 50 years. So this lab-centric testing is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and often prone to human errors. So lack of real-time information is a cause a big problem for the industry. Today, dairy farmers only offer testing once a month. Between the days, farmers have a little information about the health of their cows. So mastitis is a case in point. It is a bacterial infection that inflames the udder. It reduces milk yields, devalues milk quality, and requires increased antibiotic use. It causes food loss and waste up and down entire dairy supply chain. It is also the most common yet expensive disease that costs the dairy industry $32 billion annually. Mastitis is hard to detect, kind of like COVID, and spreads easily among the herd. To stop it, you need to test often and test early. So introduce Labby. Born out of MIT, Labby brings the lab testing technology to field. Our solution has 3 modules. First, an optical milk analyzer with embedded machine learning. Second, a portal with customized data visual for milk quality and health management. Finally, a remote veterinary support from our animal care partners for best practices and recommendations. Switch to the demo table, please. So what's showing here is one of our products, a handheld milk analyzer. We can do the inline sensing. So our milk analyzer is very easy to use. The hardware can capture the optical data from milk directly without any chemicals. Then data will be analyzed in real time in just about 10 seconds. Produce critical milk quality information, including butter fat, protein, and somatic cell count. Give it a few seconds. The internet is something slow. Could be Wi-Fi. But the data will be available instantly on the smartphone or your desktop. I will just wait a little bit. All right, I think we can see the same data on the back end. Let's switch to dashboard. Yeah. So dashboard is synchronized with the smartphone. Our dashboard provides milk quality information on both herd level and the individual cow level. With our daily, weekly, and monthly data, farmers now have reliable and continuous data to monitor the health of their herd. This removes potential human errors and identifies mastitis before it spreads among herd and causes major economic losses. Switch back to PowerPoint, please. So our solution, our solution can be easily scale up entire supply chain, from dairy producers, veterinarians, to dairy co-op and dairy processors. Enormously reduce the length and the difficulty of the testing process. Compared to traditional lab-based testing, our technology is reagent-free, low maintenance, and require no special training. The core of our technology is optical sensing with enhanced machine learning. This allows Labby to analyze light interactions within milk at molecular level. So today, our focus is milk testing for dairy, for animal mastitis. But our technology already demonstrated potentials for other game-changing applications, such as feed prediction, pathogen detection, and antibiotics residue detection. Milk produces abundance of milk data. By unlocking this critical data, we can power innovation across the entire supply chain. And we can redefine how animal health should be managed today and the future. By providing automatic testing and improving animal health and the profitability, we can really reshape the dairy industry. So join our journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, Julia.
Thank you.
Okay, Allison, let's start with you.
Sure. You said that this would be much cheaper and there's no training required. How much cheaper is it, and how much education do the farmers and producers already have there? Is this something that you guys have to actually educate them on, and how do you do that?
So cost is one thing, but today farmers don't really have the availability of technology on farm testing. So everything is tested to the lab. So the benefit is really combination for cost, testing speed, and accuracy. I always say that mobile instrument is never going to match accuracy of lab equipment, but is the testing speed, have daily data for every cow, that is provided significant value for the dairy industry.
Great. Mariana?
Well, one, I want to commend you for having the courage to do a live demo. It's never easy. dairy farmers are amazingly hard to sell to. And so I'm just curious, what has your experience been with them so far? Are you working with large farms, with small farms? And how do you expect this to kind of proliferate through the dairy market?
So I think there's a myth about the farmer are not really open to innovation. So we have seen that dairy is a big battlefield for all kinds of technologies. So the latest back technology we have seen everywhere on the farm. So we don't have to convince farmer to adopt technology. Really, what we can convince them how our technology can help them save the money, bring more revenue. And by working, we have a pilot customer set up, and we know that with the daily testing, now they can identify which cow has mastitis before the cow's milk spread among the herd, because the milk from each cow and combined flow into the bulk tank, that flow into the supply chain. Once you go supply chain, you cannot stop it.
Okay, Nicole?
So I think I heard you had like a 6-month payback period for the investment for farmers.
Yes.
How challenging is it to make that sale? Are they used to making that type of investment?
Yeah.
How big is it? Do they need financing? I'm trying to understand the magnitude of the purchase.
So the best way is I can give example for a farm with a 2,000 cow. Today, actually, farmer get bigger and bigger in the U.S. So their annual revenue is between 10 to 12 millions. So our average investment for our technology between 100K to 150K. So the feedback we got from dairy industry is this is quite affordable. So average, they can get back the investment within 6 to 12 months. But for large dairy, we're looking to give our device away. Our business model has very similar to smartphone, one-time hardware plus monthly service fee. So by giving away our initial hardware, then really just charge monthly. And that's going to ease the initial adoption pay for the dairy farmers.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pay?
Does your technology actually detect the onset of the mastitis before symptoms are present on the?
So that's a good question. Mastitis have a subclinical case and a clinical case. So most difficult, like COVID, is in the subclinical, which is under 200K ml, there are no symptom, no color. So today, when the dairy farm normally couple hundred, couple thousand, now like used to 100, so really you don't have enough labor to monitor every cow. So that's one of our advantage, our technology. We can detect subclinical mastitis before they even demonstrate any symptoms.
Okay, and sorry, just one quick follow-up on that. Do you have a sense of how many days before the onset of symptoms that you're catching it, and what is the value to the farmer then at that point in terms of loss prevention?
Yeah, so most time we can detect fresh mastitis case, but the true value here is detect chronic case, right? So chronic case require daily data. If you want to reduce antibiotic use, which is really direct related to human health, right? For fresh cows, 50% of them, they can self-cure mastitis. But it is a chronic case that will require antibiotic use. That's where you want to identify them. And our technology provides pattern recognition. So we can tell, based on machine learning, this cow is the most likely to develop into chronic. That's where we would give the data to dairy farmers. This cow, you want to treat them early, because early detection helps shorten the treatment cycle. That's its true value, right? So we provide the data. We don't say our diagnostic company. So we provide data-driven insights. So farmer can depend on use the data to make best a decision for their farm operation.
Great, Peter, for the last question.
Yeah, are there geographic benefits? So if you have a density of farms in one region, being able to kind of facilitate earlier detection given geographic proximity?
Yeah. So if I understand the question right, there are top 5 states in the U.S.,
Yeah.
right? New York is one, so that's where our partners is. California is, believe it or not. Texas, Midwest. So U.S. also European. We also have a potential partner in Europe. So, but Europeans are very different. They tend to be on the smaller side. So our focus is, because we are based in Boston, we focus on Northeast, particularly New York State. Then we're going to gradually bring our technology to the Midwest, which is a huge dairy country, for example, Wisconsin, right? We also work from in California. California is a hot and dry. That's where mastitis is very easy to detect, develop sometimes. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Give it up for Labby. Okay, next up from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is kind of funny after the cow company. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we have Advanced Ionics. Presenting for Advanced Ionics is Chad Mason, founder and CEO. Come on out, Chad. Oh, your mic's not on. Can we check his mic? Give it another go.
All right.
There we are. Reset the
Perfect.
clock.
So we have my colleague Emily here, just standing there. And I bet you didn't think you'd be talking about hydrogen today for your happy hour, but you will be. So hydrogen is quite ubiquitous. It's everywhere in just about everything, and you don't think about it. So take your plastic cup, for example, the items in your cell phone, even the food you eat or the beer that you drink. Hydrogen is used in just two industries, primarily, ammonia and petrochemicals. Is 90+% of all hydrogen used today. Now, I like the ammonia example, because I grew up on a family farm in North Dakota. And so hydrogen is used to produce ammonia, which is used to make fertilizer, which goes into the crops that feed the world. And I used to actually drive a tractor like this growing up on that farm, and so I know a lot about this. Now, these heavy industries are highly polluting. Over 30% of total emissions today is just from heavy industries like ammonia, cement, and steel. So in order to have a sustainable world, we need to decarbonize these heavy industries. So I wasn't sure if I should show this, but when I was a kid on the family farm, I really thought about this problem. And you could see here that I was a very irritable teenager when my mom forced me to take a photo. So thank you, Mom. So I got really interested in making clean hydrogen from devices called electrolyzers. And so you can see one here in this circle. And one of the key things about electrolyzers that you need to know is they use a lot of electricity. And so electricity use really limits electrolysis from scaling up today. Basically, the amount of electricity and the price of electricity you use is 73% of the total cost of electrolysis. So even if your electrolyzers are free and cost nothing, it still is quite insignificant. And so that's why Advanced Ionics was founded, to set the new industrial standard for clean hydrogen, specifically for heavy industry. And so our breakthrough electrolyzers reduce electricity requirements down to 35 kilowatt hours just to make a kilogram of hydrogen. And we do this with our amazing Symbiont technology, and it does what other electrolyzers can only dream of doing, eliminating delicate membrane or brittle ceramics seen with everything else. And so this platform architecture is quite amazing because we have no rare materials and no toxic fluoropolymers. Everything's recyclable. We build our own materials and our own system all under one roof. So let's go to our friends in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we have Owen and James there who will take care of us. So on the lower left, you can see our test cell, which is a button cell, which is how we proved our breakthrough performance last year. And then amazingly, we've scaled that up 20x this spring and are validating that right now. Furthermore, we've scaled that up another 8x and are going to start validating that early next year. We also have a bipolar plate there, another key component. Now, all of this secret sauce goes together, and if we pan to the left and up, it goes inside of this insulated box up here. And so this is where the magic happens. Steam is converted to hydrogen and oxygen at the highest efficiencies possible. And then down below is the rest of the balance of plant, and that's what feeds the cell and keeps everything running happy. So move back from demo, please. Thanks, Owen. Thanks, James. All right, so this system is designed to have that synergy with heavy industry. And so we're the only technology that's designed to run at intermediate temperatures, the same ones as these industrial processes we're seeking to decarbonize. So it's quite simple, really. Using more heat lowers electricity use. And so we have amazing traction with partners that we're working with right now to take that stepping stone approach to proving the technology and getting into market, starting with chemicals, and then next to energy services, and further, my favorite one, ammonia, and then beyond. And we have customers already asking us for systems even in 26 and 27. So we're ready to start building out our sales pipeline even at an early stage. And so for commercialization, I mentioned the demonstrations in 23 and 24, and then early commercial units in 25, and then bigger units are going to be deployed starting in 26 and 27 for that massive impact that we seek to have. So by the end of 2030, we're going to have over $2 billion in cumulative sales booked, and more importantly, abating over 10 gigatons per year of emissions by the year 2050, just with our technology alone. And so we're going to have this amazing future where dirty fossil hydrogen has been replaced with clean hydrogen from advanced Ionics electrolyzers. And that dream I had as a kid of clean hydrogen, making clean ammonia for farms such as my family's will finally be realized. And so come build this future with us. We have an amazing team with great background in heavy industry and also amazing military background that a few of our individuals have. So come join us, be part of massive industrial decarbonization. So thank you. Bad clicker.
Thank you, Chad. And I'm pretty sure everyone out here has those embarrassing photos building things. You're not alone.
It was a little tough for her to find that, so.
I'm glad she did.
Yeah.
All right, Peter, let's start with you.
For sure. Love the personal experience and the connection you have. Maybe tell us a little bit about, so you outline a super ambitious goal, 2 billion, by 2030.
Yeah.
We'd love to see you accomplish that plan.
Yeah.
What are the technology risks of kind of continuing to scale up that you need to advance through over the next year to approach commercialization? Like, what are the technology risks that may slow you down?
It's not so much technology risk, it's a matter of putting stacks and testing them and getting those hours.
Okay.
A lot of customers think of the 1,000 hour mark as the baseline for what they want to see to move forward.
Okay.
And so everybody's telling us, like, okay, get a stack, run it 1,000 hours, and then let's move forward. But what's really fortunate, and often with many startups, there's this chicken and egg problem of getting early partners and proving it out. We've been very lucky to have some really amazing early stage partners that are willing to take a risk and work with us, even without significant hours yet.
Got it. Great.
And Nicole.
Thanks for being vulnerable with the photo. To piggyback on Peter's question, what are the exogenous factors that might impact that rollout plan?
Can you clarify a little bit?
Oh, like not you being able to execute the build internally, but rather like what are the industry tailwinds or potential challenges you might face?
Yeah, hydrogen is in a little bit of a bubble right now, and I think we're learning more as a group. And folks like myself, it's our job to talk about what are the important uses of hydrogen and not the bad uses of hydrogen. And so important uses are decarbonizing these dirty things where hydrogen is already used today. Ammonia, chemicals, and steel is up and coming. So that's very important. We have good winds that are back with government policy. The new IRA bill that's been passed helps stimulate production. We need to continue to have more good government policy, especially to stimulate the demand side adoption of clean hydrogen, not just the production side. And furthermore, we need to just keep deploying as fast as possible. We really ride on the coattails of the solar and wind industries and other clean energy industries. So if they're unable to deploy fast enough, it affects everybody that wants to, electrify everything.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Mariana?
Well, I'm, for one, delighted to see a novel electrolysis technology. Although I think there's a piece that I didn't quite follow. Can you walk me through the process of heat use and waste heat and how that may or may not limit your overall deployment capabilities?
Yeah, you can never defy the laws of thermodynamics. Yeah. And so the most important way to make clean hydrogen is just use water vapor or steam. And so all of these industrial processes today, ammonia and all these chemical processes are very hot. They're very exothermic. Often that industrial user is just dumping that heat into a cooling pond or wasting it. And so we take that heat, we make steam with it, and that lowers your electricity use. And that's the #1 thing you can do. You don't need fancy catalysts. You don't need new membranes. You don't need to get too crazy with it. You just need to do what thermodynamics tells you to do.
That was a good answer. Allison.
So obviously we talked about the energy savings, but what is the cost of this, implementing the new system? And are there, other than government incentives, what is stopping people from wanting to do this? And how do you sell it to them?
Yeah. So we had a really good message even before the IRA bill passed is, once you get to, say, $20 per megawatt hour electricity, which is available in many places in the world today, you can basically already get that below $1 per kilogram hydrogen if our technology was already at scale and in the market. For example, with the IRA bill now, you have a $3 per kilogram subsidy. So in fact, you could actually be producing hydrogen for like -$2 even. So it's really attractive, but I just want to make sure everyone's very clear. We're stimulating the production side, from government policy. There does need to be additional policy, and I think Europe is still in the lead with this on stimulating the demand side to ensure that industrial consumers are using clean hydrogen.
All right, Pei with the last question.
Can you actually walk me through your numbers again? Because I was scribbling some numbers while you were talking, and I got to $10 per kilo for what I thought I saw on the slides.
Mm-hmm.
So help me see how you got to the negative, not the dollar per kilo.
Yeah, so OpEx really dominates. So I'll use the $20 a megawatt hour, or you could say 2 cents per kilowatt hour electricity example. Multiply that by 35. So that's 70 cents per kilogram just in OpEx. And then basically your CapEx and your O&M and some of those other things are pretty minor, 15 cents per kilogram when it's kind of scaled up, basically.
Okay, so you're assuming 2 cents per kilowatt hour on renewables?
Yeah, and when you run the techno-economics, you can pick your favorite numbers, and it varies worldwide massively. So anytime I have a conversation with someone about it, I'm like, okay, pick your geography first. Where do we want to talk about? What are the incentives in that location? Then let's break down what are your costs for hydrogen. So it's actually quite fascinating.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Give it up for Advanced Ionics. Okay, and on to the last company for the battlefield for 2022. We have from Boulder, Colorado, we have Kahan Space. Presenting for Kahan Space is Araz Faizi and Greg Ruda. Come on out, guys.
There are 1 million pieces of debris larger than 1 centimeter in diameter in Earth orbit. They're traveling at 17,000 miles an hour. That's 10 times faster than a bullet. At those speeds, a small fragment size of a penny can destroy a multi-million-dollar satellite. Not only ending that mission, but they create new debris that, of course, threatens other satellites. In a chain reaction known as Kessler syndrome, if it happens, it can destroy an entire orbital regime and can make it unusable for generations to come. Our lives are governed by satellites. Close your eyes and imagine one day when GPS doesn't work. And that's just a simple example. What if I told you 95% of the carrying capacity of low Earth orbit is already taken up by space junk, but we're just getting started? Since the 1960s, we have launched about 10,000 satellites to Earth orbit. In the next decade alone, we're launching 10 times that. So what's happening is the processes that satellite operators have traditionally used to avoid collisions are falling apart because they're manual and they're prone to human error and delays. Which is why we have developed Pathfinder, an autonomous satellite collision avoidance solution that reduces the response time to potential collision events by more than 90%. Let me show you how. Let's switch to the demo. Meet Jim. Jim is a traditional satellite operator who doesn't believe in Pathfinder, so he has to watch his mailbox like a hawk. He gets hundreds of emails a day, and if he misses one of those needles in that haystack, it's going to be a bad day for all of us. So when he gets that scary email, he has to frantically look for data, download it from different data sources, put them through processes that he has generated, the scripts that he has written to analyze, create courses of action, then run them against other plans that his colleagues have, iterate, iterate, and iterate. It is slow, it is kind of ridiculous, and it's borderline irresponsible. Now meet Greg. Greg is a Pathfinder user. What Greg does is he gets a notification from Pathfinder saying that one of your satellites is in trouble. So he logs on to Pathfinder, and he notices that one of his favorite satellites is going to have a collision with another satellite. And one more tab, right? There you go. And he notices that it's going to happen in 3 days, and the probability of collision is pretty high. It's 5 in 10,000. That's pretty high. So he can look at the visualization that we've created from the moment of closest approach. He looks at it, it looks bad. Then he can go and look at the history of the event. He notices that Kahan has been tracking this event for a while. And the reason that he's getting a warning now is because the risk has increased over a threshold that he's comfortable. So he's going to go look at some of the maneuver options that we've generated for him. And then he's going to choose one that fits his model. So he's going to look at the option and pick one that is bringing the risk to a tolerable level, in this case, 1E-9. That's pretty good. And he picks that. Now, Pathfinder provides him with a pre-post analysis of this maneuver. What's going to happen if I perform this maneuver? And not only that, we also provide a full 3D visualization and simulation of the event, and he can see what happens if he performs the maneuver or if he doesn't. The blue line shows you a satellite with after performing the maneuver. The red line is if he doesn't. He likes it, and he sends it to the satellite, and he's done. That took him about 60 seconds. What you didn't see, though, massive amounts of data, from solar radiation pressure to onboard GPS data to radar data, ingested in near real time, fed into models that we have developed that predict the trajectories of objects in space, fed into optimization models that ingest and consume every constraint a satellite operator has to produce optimal plans that not only minimize the risk, but also extend the satellite life by minimizing fuel usage. All of that in a few minutes. I call that magic, and it's only possible thanks to our team. Let's go back to the presentation. I'm a second-time founder. My co-founder, Siamak, has a PhD in aerospace engineering. He has done this for over 10 years manually for NASA, JPL, and commercial missions. Our team has combined over 100 years of experience in the domain. We're only 3 years old, but we're currently providing service to more than 500 satellites across 15 commercial customers. We have been awarded multiple contracts from agencies such as Air Force, Space Force, and NASA. We're really excited here at Disrupt to announce our second commercial product, Gamut. Gamut ensures safety of flight for launch vehicle and the onboard payload. As you can see, day in and day out, we're building technologies that are making spaceflight safer. So if you're excited about space, if you want to make a difference, we will be growing our team soon. So please consider joining us. Go to kahan.space/techcrunch to sign up. If you're an investor or if you're with media, and if you want to learn more about the problem that we're solving and how we're solving it, we're downstairs at the exhibit area, so come talk to us. Or you can go to our website and schedule a meeting with us. Thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to talking to you all. Thanks.
Can we take a second and acknowledge your T-shirts, because they're fantastic. I just thought you should know that.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicole, let's start with you.
Thanks. Curious to hear a little bit about the sales cycle. Who are you selling to? Are you able to pilot? What's the event that drives conversion? How long does it take end to end?
Yeah, so we sell directly to satellite operators today. So if you're a commercial satellite operator or if you're a government satellite operator, you are our customer. And we directly outreach to them, and we generally, once we tell them the story, it resonates with them because they feel it on a daily basis. And then we generally are able to provide them with a demo environment to test, and it's relatively quick once they see the value.
Great. Allison?
Sure. I'd love to learn a little bit more about how big of a problem this is. You said about 97% of the orbit, I think, or 90% was taken up. How often are these collisions happening, and what is the cost of one of these versus the cost of your system for monitoring?
I'm glad you're looking at it from a cost perspective. The ideal number of collisions is 0, because we've had a few of them in the past, and every single one of them generate thousands of pieces of debris. So the idea is that we don't want any collisions to happen. Some of these major operators perform an order of hundreds of maneuvers a week just to keep their constellations safe. So you have the cost of the fuel that you use, and if a collision happens, obviously the cost can be tremendous. Not only broader cost to the orbital environment, but also the cost of the satellite that's lost or other assets.
Great. Mariana?
What, if any, proprietary input data sets do you guys use to determine what is out there? Do you have phased array antenna to determine? Really, it's a two-part question, which is one, what is the smallest piece of debris that you can track? And do you have any proprietary means for looking across the entire data set?
Great question. So today, we are a software company, and we use data that comes from different data sources. One of them is high accuracy catalog, HAC for short. It's maintained by the US Space Force. They track generally anything larger than 10 centimeters in diameter in Earth orbit very routinely. So we overlay that with GPS-based data that we ingest from our customers and some other constellation that provide it, makes it a very accurate representation of space. Now that said, there's a big gap that other companies are working to cover, and that's including US government, to track objects that are lethal. They're large enough to cause damage, but we can't track today.
Pei?
I have a very basic question. No shade to Greg, the operator, but why does there still need to be a human in the loop for your system?
So we actually, good question. We have intentionally made this last process human in the loop, just to create that trust between us, because we are a startup, we are a small company, and in aerospace you need trust, right, for your system to work. So, but our goal is full autonomy, completing that feedback loop to the satellite.
Okay.
Peter?
Sure. I love thinking about space, having named my firm after constellation, so this is great. Tell us, are there future other ancillary kind of, products that you can sell? So like I think about insurance, I think about, a future trip where you're helping kind of vacuum up debris. Like, are there any like big, bold ideas and experiments you can kind of launch in the far out, so maybe, 5 years from today?
No, great question. You kind of answered some of it yourself. Yeah. So it's all about the data. It's all about algorithms. So the more data we gather on where objects are and what intentions are, that opens the door to many products, one vertical being insurance.
Yeah.
The other adjacent vertical to that is financial markets, because they want to understand the risk of their investment.
Yeah.
And the list goes on. And that's on the data side. On the algorithm side, we just announced a new project with one of our, with US Space Force, where we are providing safe rendezvous and proximity operation algorithms. So yes, there's a lot of opportunities that they will present themselves.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you very much, Kahan.
Give
it up for him. And while you're still there, give it one more time for all the judges. Thank you so much. That concludes the first 2 rounds of Startup Battlefield. Tomorrow, you're going to come back, and we're going to see the same companies, but we're going to narrow it down to 5 finalists. They're going to have 6 minutes to pitch and 9 minutes of questions from a bigger panel of judges. I hope you come see us then. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much. Oh, and one more thing. Don't go just yet. Matthew Panzarino is coming on out.
Please welcome Xiaodi Ho, CEO of Too Simple.
All right, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Xiaodi Ho, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Too Simple. And today, we're gonna talk about solving the supply chain crisis with autonomous trucks. We all know that the logistics industry in the US run on a highly integrated transportation system. This network contains of multiple transportation modes, including air, railway, maritime, and truck transportation. Back in 2017, 20 billion tons of goods were moved in this network. But now, as we all know, supply chain problems were prominent during the middle of COVID-19 due to multiple causes, including shifting demands, labor shortage, and other structural factors. The operation problem that we all face is whether or not this is a transient or long-lasting problem. We believe that the problem is long-lasting, that the supply chain ecosystem is underlying technologies, process, and dependent infrastructures. They all hitting a breaking point. And COVID-19 basically simply pushed us towards the edge. And there is reason to believe that with the new norm of working from home, as well as second-day delivery, the challenge of logistics industry is only going to get worse. Here, we compare the truck freight to other mode of transportation in the US. Apparently, truck is the leading commonly used mode to move freights, transporting 64% of weights, which is about 12.7 billion tons, and 72% of the value of the goods. The logistics industry crisis is, in fact, a trucking crisis. As you probably know, driver shortage is a very big factor in the trucking industry currently suffering from. As of 2021, the whole industry claims a shortage of 80,000 drivers. Different from the equipment shortage, which can be very short-lived, truck driver shortage is a long-term challenge that will only getting worse in the future. For an average trucking company, the turnover rate is over 100%. What does that mean? It means that if you're a truck company owner and you hire 100 drivers today, good job. But guess what? You are going to lose more than 100 drivers in the same year on average. And also, amongst many jobs in the trucking industry, long-distance trucking is a tough one. Because of the long distance, truck drivers are unable to go home every night. It is not surprising to see just in 2020, there is a 6.8 reduction in the driver population. But on the other side, the demand will not decrease. Quite on the contrary, it will only increase. And that's why the truck freight crisis is only going to worse in the future. It is probably not the first time that you have heard the opinion that the autonomous driving is the ultimate solution to the supply chain crisis. But as always, the devil is in the details. In this presentation, I will talk about TuSimple's approach to solve this supply chain crisis. First of all, to fill the gap of driver shortage, we must develop a technology that can perform driving missions completely without human involvement. This is not level 2 assisted driving where you still have the driver in the seat, or this is not remote operation driving where you still have to hire a driver sitting in a remote operating room, but completely driverless. Even for that, there's a lot of options that addresses a different aspect of this problem. For example, one way to tackle the problem is to start from the last mile delivery. Here is a classic example because I know that I'm in San Francisco City. I have to be giving you examples of Silicon Valley. A typical Silicon Valley example here is that building a robot to deliver pizza to your doorstep. This is technically challenging. This also solves a very obvious pain point. And most importantly, it looks really cool. But on the flip side, pizza delivery is only the visible part for ordinary people. How about the flour and pepperoni delivery? That is invisible to many. Or maybe let me ask you this. How many of us have seen the loading and unloading of an 18-wheeling trailer truck? Can someone raise your hand? You have seen that? Not many, right? The crux of the supply chain crisis is really the unseen part of it. Or put it in another way, from a supply chain crisis perspective, the pizza delivery is not the real problem. The flour and pepperoni delivery is the real problem. In the world of trucking, the 80-20 rule also applies. More than 80% of the freight is hauled on less than 20% of the nation's busiest corridor. By understanding this principle, we're getting to the crux of the problem. If we zoom in to one area, say the Texas Triangle, the freight transportation can be further divided into the middle mile and the first last miles. The middle mile is responsible for transporting goods from one logistics center to another, very often located at several hundred miles away from each other. The first and last mile deliveries are responsible for aggregating goods from the customers to the logistics centers, or the other way, delivering goods from the logistics centers to the customers, like delivering your pizza. In TuSimple's view, we need to solve the core problem. That is the problem of the middle mile backbone. Only by greatly expanding the capacity of the backbone of the freight transportation network, we can finally ameliorate the crisis of the supply chain. To make an analogy, your internet speed is very unlikely to be constrained by your home Wi-Fi system. Instead, it is constrained by the backbone fiber that goes across the continents and the oceans. To increase the capacity for everyone, we need to rethink the backbone structure of the network. We chose to solve this middle mile autonomy problem not only because it is significantly increasing the backbone capacity of the freight transportation network, but also because it is actually a solvable problem from a technical perspective. In the last decade, we all witnessed that the deep learning has provided amazing results in many tasks, such as detecting pedestrian or planning the trajectory for the vehicle in the mapped area. However, as a PhD in this field, I wanted to point out the fact that the age of artificial general intelligence has not yet come. Compared to autonomous cars running in urban scenarios, autonomous trucks are much closer to the commercial readiness because 90% of the runs are on the highway, with well-maintained road infrastructure and unambiguous traffic rules. And even for those 10% surface street driving, as the owner of the entire fleet and the network, we are having the flexibility of defining the route to avoid certain extremely tricky cases, such as the school zones. Another unique advantage of running the truck fleet is repetition. And in real business operations, we run the same route back and forth across a year with the whole fleet of trucks. This is legitimately overfitting the problem. As I said, repetition is AI's best friend. This allows us to achieve a much higher performance and safety comparing to running any unfamiliar routes. Now we're talking about operating a fleet of autonomous driving trucks. Like every mode of transportation, infrastructure is a fundamental question that we need to solve. For example, rail transportation needs railroads. Airplane needs airports, ground handling, and air traffic control to operate. So is autonomous driving trucks. It might be counterintuitive to some people because the definition of autonomous driving vehicle is that it has to autonomously operate without any human. But that's only really at the part of the story. As you know, at the early stage of every technology, there are always big gaps between the demo and the product. And in order to solve the problem for the crisis, we need to offer a product instead of a demo. And showing complex maneuvers of the truck, that's a demo. That's not going to solve the supply chain crisis. We have to go beyond. We need a product which is not only composed of the level 4 autonomous driving trucks, but also they have to be complemented by the infrastructure. When combined, the trucks and the infrastructure can help each other and solve all major challenges that we're encountering, not only on the road, but also into the day-to-day operation. That's AFN. TuSimple's autonomous freight network, which we call AFN, is infrastructure that allows us to achieve the goal of commercial operation. The first element of the AFN infrastructure is the map. All level 4 vehicles are running on the map. What you see here is a segment of point cloud map that we built in-house. We use both cameras and LiDARs to collect the information on the road, and we aggregate them all together. And then we remove all of the moving objects, like other cars or trucks, to finally produce the physical level reconstruction or re-representation of the physical world that the autonomous system will be running on. In the real world, maps can be inaccurate, of course, or outdated. Many companies, including us, have demonstrated capability of running the autonomy with unanticipated road updates or even construction zones. But having such map available is very important. It should be part of the system design principle so that we always have to remind ourselves to utilize that piece of information whenever the information is available. That will always improve the safety and reliability of the system. Because after all, in commercial operation, safety and reliability is everything. Let's take a look at what is inside the map. What an autonomous driving truck sees in the high-definition map is quite different from what you see on Google Map on your phone. Here's a snapshot of the navigation map that is provided to the autonomous system. The different colors show different lanes of the map. This is a lane-level high-definition map. And the locations of the all traffic lights are also tagged in here so that we understand the lane-level semantics meaning at the intersection. And if we take even a deeper look, we can also see that much more detailed information is provided with a map, such as the speed limit of the lane, the emergency parking lane, the merging point of the lanes, and the traffic rules and the priority of each lanes. All of this detailed information could provide very valuable information for autonomous driving trucks to be compliant with the traffic rules and drive safely. In addition to the very obvious navigation purpose, map as an infrastructure can also provide the truck to improve its localization reliability. It has already because the map has already registered every physical objects on the road. So when the truck is driving, they can use this information to help itself doing the localization. For those who are not familiar with autonomous driving, you may wonder, why don't we just use GPS? GPS is a one-stop solution to help you localize yourself. Again, in autonomous driving, reliability is the king. To build a product, which we mean is a fleet running days and nights for years with multiple trucks, but probably even hundreds of trucks, we're asking for an immense amount of reliability. And GPS, even the most high-end GPS, even the scientific GPS or even military-grade GPS, just couldn't meet that requirement. We need something more reliable. In here, we show an example using LiDARs to collect the data and using the LiDAR to compete against the map. So here, we actually take a snapshot of the map, and we try to guess what is the best location and orientation of the vehicle, and finally, we start from the initial guess, going back to the final edit. But this process is done in the computer in the number of milliseconds. Comparing to GPS, the map-based localization demonstrates much higher reliability because it's not affected by the availability of the signal. As long as the general landscape of the surroundings of the road does not change, this localization could provide you up to 5 centimeters of the accuracy. All we have demonstrated so far, our infrastructures are dedicated to serve a single truck. As I mentioned repeatedly, single truck autonomy is good for a demo, but not good enough for business. No need to mention that it can't really solve the supply chain crisis. What we really need is 3 things: a map, terminal, and command center. Managing autonomous driving fleets shares a lot of similarities of managing an airline company. Both of them are mission critical. They have extremely high requirements of reliability. Both of them rely heavily on the infrastructure that are often overlooked by the outsiders. And both of them, they share these 3 major components. The first real-world requirement for going into the commercial operation is, of course, scheduling and coordination. For a trucking company, keeping everything on the schedule is paramount. We have built a scheduling management system that keeps tracks of every mission on every truck. In case of any unexpected perturbation of a mission, for example, whether it's due to weather or personnel or traffic, the system can automatically reschedule the remaining of the mission to best allocate the resources and the capacity to serve our customers. And then inspection and maintenance is also a big part of the traditional fleet. For autonomous vehicles, maintenance is even more important. The number of hardware components and their connectivity in an autonomous truck has increased significantly comparing to a human-operated truck, which means a very clean record book to keep track of all of the maintenance, whether this is traditional truck-related or autonomy-related, is in a centralized fashion is going to help the fleet tremendously. Scheduling, inspection, and maintenance, they all sound like traditional trucking company. They are necessary for managing the fleet, but to fully unleash the potential of an autonomous fleet, we have much, much more to provide on the inside side. One advantage of autonomous vehicle is that every metric is digitized. In the company, our team has a slogan that says, digitizing everything and optimizing everything. And we live up to it. During every autonomous trip, the system can automatically calculate the mission time, the mileage, the average speed, fuel efficiency, lane centering performance, number of hard brakes, lane changes, or even possible proactive safety driving behaviors. These statistics can help us to identify the opportunity to further improve the cost per mile efficiency during the operation. Just a couple months ago, I'll give you an example here, we discovered that the cost per mile has increased significantly. With the Fleet Insight platform, we are able to quickly identify the root cause of that, which is due to the diesel increase due to the Russian-Ukraine war. And orchestrating the fleet of drivers is also having a lot of new challenges. Amongst all of them, understanding the state of each truck in real time is probably the most important one. In the driver's out area, we won't have the luxury just to pick up the phone and call the driver to understand the situation. We have to do things in a completely automatic fashion without any human driver. Here is a snapshot of our truck running on the mission. If we click on one of those trucks, we can remotely check all of the current status of the truck, whether this is traditional hardware such as steering, braking, or autonomy components such as the communication bus or the computer on board. If the operation team wants more contextual information, the real-time camera data, the map data, and the perception results are also readily available at the fingertip. In extreme cases where the vehicle encountered a serious hardware issue that has to go to the roadside, for example, the flat tire, this system can also help us to understand where exactly the truck is located and the rescue mission can begin. The AFN infrastructure is not only helpful for a human operation to better coordinate the fleet, but also it could also help the AI from different trucks to help the fleet. In TuSimple, we have developed a technology called collaborative mapping as an example of exploiting the value of an infrastructure. Because in AFN, we already have the maps, the connectivity, the cloud computing capabilities. What if we let the operation team share the infrastructure with the autonomy side, the AI side of the vehicle? Collaborative mapping technology allows one vehicle to share its own driving experience, its own perception results with the entire fleet. Just like one truck driver making a call to the fleet to talk about the abnormal situations that he had just seen. Collaborative mapping technology is high accuracy because it relies on the AI's internal representation so that the location, shape, and the physical attributes of all of the objects can be seen here. For example, in this case, we have a vehicle parked at the emergency lane that has been observed by one previous truck. So the new truck, when coming into the situation, does not even need to see it. So it will know that the thing is here, so it can make the lane change accordingly, even before seeing the object. After all, infrastructure is meant to be shared by the entire fleet. New technology requires new forms of infrastructure, and in return, new infrastructure will create new opportunities for the technology. We must stop the supply chain crisis, and we will by the joint effort of TuSimple autonomous driving trucks and TuSimple autonomous freight network. Thank you.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Hello, everyone. We had a wonderful second day with an incredible amount of content. I hope you enjoyed it. Tomorrow is our final day, and we have founders of some of today's hottest companies like Rippling, Lyft, Animoca Brands, Figma, which just sold to Adobe for $20 billion. And we have a must-see security session with Google and the ACLU. Not to mention, we will be crowning the winner of Startup Battlefield 2022, so you don't want to miss that. We kick off with Coatue Ventures and General Catalyst, giving us the lie of the venture landscape tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I'll see you then.